It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Wednesday here in New York City. I am fired up. We didn't have a show on Monday. Apologies if you felt abandoned by our absence. It was Memorial Day here in the United States, so hope everyone was able to spend a meaningful Memorial Day weekend and Monday with their families, but we missed the show. We missed the show and we're back, and we have a lot to discuss, a lot going on. We're on, in case you're wondering, if you're watching us live, an hour early, but it's the same old show, same old length, just had to start an hour early this particular day, and to be honest, it's good because I'm fired up because a lot has happened. There's some breaking news in the world of MMA. There's some breaking news about our live show on Friday. There's just a lot going on. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings. Stay tuned. Later on in the program, we tell you more about their involvement regarding UFC 302, how you can get involved as well. And the Parlay boys are back. So, actually, the pals. It's the pals or the boys. I always screw it up. Pretty sure it's the pals.
It's either one.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah. You know, it's all of us. We're all in it together. They are back to weigh in on 302. So I look forward to that. But man, so much has happened since we spoke last Wednesday. So much has happened. How about this? The last time we spoke, Gegard Mousasi was still a PFL fighter. I mean, doesn't that feel like 10 years ago now? Yeah, a lot has happened. So let's get into it. Back into the show. We are going to be joined, my friends, by one of the most famous Brits on the planet coming out of the UK. This man is not even a man at this point. He's 17. He's a teenager, and he's become a sensation, a darts sensation. He just won the Premier League last week. He made it to the finals of the 2024 World Championship back in January. I'm talking about Luke the Nuke Littler. Yes, the 17-year-old sensation, the phenom, is going to be joining us in studio because he's here in New York City for the U.S. Darts Masters Tour. That's on Friday and Saturday in New York at the theater right next to MSG. He'll be competing in New York City for the first time. But first, he stops by the studio. I mean, this kid is something else. Huge WWE fan, huge football fan, huge FIFA fan, huge kebab fan, Luke the Nuke Littler. I mean, of all the people that we could choose from the UK to be in studio, he's probably at the top of the list. Number one. I may even challenge him to an old-fashioned 3-on-3. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we are going to be joined by the Bronze Bomber himself. Yes, Mr. Bomb Squad himself, Deontay Wilder, who, of course, is in Riyadh right now getting ready for the big 5v5 Matchroom versus Queensberry. He is the captain of Team Matchroom, which is absurd in its own right. It was straight out of pro wrestling when he showed up at the press conference. And I loved what he had to say at the press conference. And it would be cool to see him get back on track. But he has to get back on track against China's own, Bloomfield, New Jersey's own, Zhilei Zhang, who suffered that somewhat heartbreaking loss to Joseph Parker back in March on the Ngannou AJ card. He needs to get back on track after his two big wins, of course, over Mr. Joyce. And now here we have a situation where Wilder's coming off a loss to Parker, a bad loss. Zhang coming off a loss to Parker, and both of them need to get back on track against each other. And that's happening this Saturday in Riyadh. So Deontay Wilder going to join us. I've never had an opportunity to talk to Wilder, and so I'm looking forward to that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Michael Venom Page. You may have heard by now that MVP is fighting Ian Garry. That's another thing that's happened since we last spoke. They are doing it at 303. Put a pin in that. More on that in a second. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Craig Jones in studio. This is going to be great. You know him as the jiu-jitsu coach for one, Alex Volkanovski. You also know him as a great jiu-jitsu practitioner or just a massive troll online. He has announced the CGI, the Craig Jones Invitational, going down August 16th and 17th in Las Vegas, going head-to-head with the ADCC tournament that's also happening in Las Vegas. Jones is going to be at the Thomas & Mack, ADCC at T-Mobile. There's all kinds of drama involved here. He'll be joining us in studio at 2. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Mike Brown, the head coach for Dustin Poirier. It is, of course, El Diamante week in Newark, New Jersey. And so I can't wait to talk to Mike Brown about Dustin Poirier's last stand, if you will. So golly, there's a lot to get to. And of course, we answer questions, and we'll do that in a moment. But let's talk about, in order, all the things that have happened since we last spoke. And again, we missed Monday's show because of Memorial Day. It feels like we've been away for 2 to 3 weeks. So you may recall last Wednesday we had Gegard Mousasi on the program, and Mousasi was quite open about his frustrations regarding the new Bellator regime, aka the PFL. Well, Thursday afternoon, we got word that Mousasi had been released from the PFL, just like that. And so we told you the story about Scott Coker signing him to that new contract for the same amount of money that he was making before, PFL not knowing about this, being unhappy about it. He had openly complained over the last few months about not getting a fight. They decide to meet with him in Paris at their event a couple of weeks ago. Seems like maybe they're trying to figure this out. Maybe he takes a pay cut. Maybe they restructure the contract. He came on the show, and I haven't gotten confirmed that the things that he said on the show were the nail in the coffin, but I know they didn't sit well. And so on Thursday afternoon, they released him. And so I've asked him to come back on the show to talk about it. At this time, he is not talking, but that's one thing that happened since we last spoke. Perhaps there will be a question or two about this. Friday afternoon, oh, by the way, also on Thursday, we found out that Carlos Ulberg was in fact going to replace Khalil Roundtree against Jamal Hill at UFC 303 on June 29th. And you'll recall Ulberg, when he was on the show, was very poignant in his remarks when I asked him what could be next. He specifically mentioned that fight. He specifically mentioned that fight being a possibility as maybe an opportunity to back someone up or to step in. And then we find out about Roundtree's suspension, which will only be 2 months, so he should be able to come back maybe by the end of the summer, early fall. Reached out to him to get his side of the story. He put out a very forthright statement, but for now, not speaking as well. In steps Ulberg in, without a doubt, the biggest fight of his career against Jamal Hill. We think at that moment that that fight is going to be the co-main event for the much-anticipated return of one Conor McGregor. But then we find out on Friday afternoon that it's not going to be that fight. It's going to be Ian Garry versus Michael Venom Page. At least I think it should be that. They haven't quite distinguished where everyone is going to be fighting, but that's the bigger fight in my opinion. And it is Ian Garry versus MVP. Ian Garry wanted to fight on that June 29th card come hell or high water. He was even suggesting names, and the UFC couldn't figure it out. Obviously, the top choice was Colby. Colby, it has been said, is still banged up, nursing, I do believe, an injured foot. And so then there was talk of him fighting on the July 27th Manchester card, but that didn't work out. And so they figured it out. And that's what we're going to talk to Michael Venom Page about. And so that's a huge, huge addition for multiple reasons. The main one being it's a gigantic card. And now you have Ian Garry, who at times has had a hard time connecting with the Irish people in particular. Now he's going to be fighting on the same card as his hero, as his idol, who he is a byproduct of. He doesn't become an MMA fighter if not for Conor McGregor. And so now you link them, and at the press conferences and all fight week long, they are a tandem. This is huge. He gets the rub. He gets the love from Conor and his fans. This was the card he had to be on, and they figured it out. We also found out on Friday that for the first time since 2015, Conor is going back to Dublin, not to fight, but to take part in a press conference with Michael Chandler. This card doesn't need to be sold. This card doesn't need any more promotion. Just them announcing it was enough, reading off a piece of paper. But I love this idea. Credit to the UFC, credit to Conor, credit to Chandler, who had been talking about doing something like this way back when. He's the perfect guy to take part in something like this because he's the kind of guy who embraces these things. The moment this was announced, he had his own video ready, which I thought was great. He's doing the American angle, him walking on a plane. He will relish being in enemy territory, excuse me. It's also going to be taking place at the 3 Arena, which is where Conor fought Brandao in 2014, which is also where Katie Taylor had her 2 fights. That's the venue. That's where Bellator PFL have hosted their events as well. And so this is happening next Monday, like this coming Monday in like 5 days. And Chandler's going to be there and Conor's going to be there. And we presume Dana White is going to be there. Everyone deserves all the credit in the world. It's perfect for Conor to reconnect with his fans, to reconnect with the country, to reconnect with the fan base. It's great for Chandler. He's going to get booed. He's going to love it. It's brilliant. Doing it at the 3 Arena is brilliant. There's, 10 years ago, he was there against Brandao, not here to take part, here to take over, all that stuff. I saw an interview with Conor McGregor and Oscar Willis of the Mac Life, and Conor was sort of hinting at this. He didn't announce it, but he gave props to Lene, the head of PR for the UFC, for coming up with this. And she deserves that props because it's a brilliant idea. Here's the one part that hasn't been announced yet that needs to happen. If I may offer one piece of advice, you need to get Ian Garry on that dais, because it's one thing to have him on the dais in Vegas the week of June 29th. It's another to have him on the dais on Monday alongside Conor, even if it's a press conference before the press conference, if it's 2 separate press conferences. The whole point of this fight game is to build stars, and it's to use established stars to build future stars. And that's what boxing has gotten wrong over the last few years. They have not done a good job of putting up-and-coming stars on the same cards as the established main eventers. This card on June 29th is one of the better Conor McGregor cards in quite some time, because look at the card when he fought Cerrone. Look at the cards when he fought Dustin Poirier. They were quite thin, if we're being honest. I love this card. Ian Garry's on there. He gets the rub. MVP is on there. He gets the rub. Ulberg's on there. He gets the rub. Jamal Hill is on there. He gets the rub. Peyton Talbot, who I think is a future superstar, he's on there. Joe Pyfer is on there. They're clearly putting some up-and-coming stars that they have invested in who don't cost a lot of money, who aren't champions. You don't need that. But it's not just a hodgepodge of random characters. Everything that they're doing leading up to this is primo. I just think Ian Garry needs to be on that dais on June 5th, next Monday, June 3rd, excuse me, when Conor is reconnecting with the audience, because it will just be magic for him. And it's the missing ingredient. It's the missing thing from, all this talk of like, why isn't he connecting? Is he connecting? Is he not connecting? Like, this is it. This is what he's missing. So let's get that done. Other things that have happened. We find out today, this morning, breaking news from Turki Al-Sheikh, who tells us that the rematch between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk is now scheduled for December 21st. October always seemed too early. It doesn't really seem like Riyadh season has to start at a particular time, maybe for them, but like these fights are happening this weekend. It happened 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be October to March. December 21st, they're going back. That's the rematch date. God bless. Then we find out about an hour or so ago that the card in Abu Dhabi on August 3rd has now turned into one of the most star-studded fight nights in recent memory. I don't want to sit here and say, oh, the greatest fight night of all time, who the hell knows? We say this all the time. But take a listen to these 5 fights that Dana White has announced. One of them we knew already, the main event, Corey Sandhagen versus Umar Nurmagomedov, huge fight at 135. That's the main event, massive title implications. He then officially confirms that Marlon Chito Vera is on the card as well, and he's going up against Davison Figueiredo, who's now 2-0 at 135, who's coming off the win over Cody Garbrandt at UFC 300, who's, a big win over Chito Vera away from becoming a contender at 135. Obviously, Chito needs to get back on track after the UFC 299 fight against Sean O'Malley. Love it. He also announces that Mackenzie Dern is going up against Lupi Godinez on this card. Solid fight. Like it. He also announces that Michael Chiesa is on this card, and he's been out for a little bit as well, going up against Tony Ferguson at 170. Feels like do or die for Tony Ferguson. A lot of people thought it would be do or die against Paddy Pimblett. He's getting one last chance against Michael Chiesa. All right. And then hit the breaking news, Frank. For the first time in 2.5 years, for the first time since 2021, the original Stockton fighter, the beloved Nick Diaz, the older brother of one Nathan Diaz, is coming back as well. Nick Diaz on the card at 170 pounds against Vicente Luque. What? Nick Diaz at 170 pounds in a 5-minute round fight. So it's the co-main. And so I have some intel on all of this because I had an opportunity to speak to some of the people who have knowledge of this. This has been in the works for quite some time, I'm told. Nick was initially pushing for a GSP fight. Didn't come to fruition. He was then pushing for a Colby Covington fight at UFC 300. Didn't come to fruition. He then, after MVP's win and debut at 299, pushed for that fight on the June 29th Conor McGregor card, UFC 303. Didn't come to fruition. He then pushed for Kevin Holland on the June 29th card. Thought that was going to be the one. But as you know, didn't come to fruition. Kevin Holland is fighting Michal Oleksiejczuk this weekend in Newark. And so at that point, they were going back and forth. He wants to fight. He's ready to go. He's in Houston training. He has gotten rid of all the baggage. He's gotten rid of all the partying, all that stuff. I'm told he's in a great mental, physical, spiritual space right now. And they say, what about Vicente Luque in Abu Dhabi? Initially, didn't want to go overseas. I'm told the people in Abu Dhabi want Nick Diaz. I think there's a jockeying of position between Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia. And if I'm being honest, I think this card is more intriguing as far as the names are concerned than the one in Saudi Arabia. They're both great cards and great main events, but like Nick Diaz out of nowhere getting on this card. And so he is going to go to Abu Dhabi and he's going to fight Vicente Luque in a 5-round co-main event. And so Nick Diaz is back for the first time since September of 2021 when he fought Robbie Lawler. The last time he won a fight was October of 2011. And this fight is happening in August of 2024. Nick Diaz is back. And so that's all the stuff that has happened since we last spoke. I thought we were going to come on here, answer some questions, talk about the Conor Presser and MVP versus Ian Garry. But let me go to the guys here before we get to the questions, because I don't even know if there are questions, if I'm being honest. Let me see here. I asked people for updated questions. Maybe they obliged. Rick, are you there?
I'm here.
Your reaction to Nick Diaz coming back 13 years after his last win, 3 years after what we thought might have been his last fight?
Understandable. Like, you need people who draw the kind of attention that he does. You need people who get fans talking about fights in the way that he does. To me, it feels very much like the way when WWE goes to Saudi Arabia or whatever, and they want to roll out Goldberg or somebody who's not like a current top star, but somebody from the era where it felt like the sport or the entertainment was at its best, and a name that people recognize. And Nick Diaz is that name. I think it's a lot more interesting and a lot more fascinating with the context that you provided, that he asked for GSP and all these other different names before it got to Vicente Luque. Kevin Holland at the press conference, or at the media day rather, earlier today, confirmed that like he was offered the fight but turned it down because he wanted to fight earlier. That could have been fun. He had just been booked to fight Nate, right? Was that the fight that
Kevin
fell
Holland?
apart? No. He jumped into the Hamzat fight. Who was he supposed to fight? Tony? What was that fight?
Who are you talking about?
Holland jumped into. Holland.
He fought MVP.
No.
What was the one?
He's talking about
279.
2022, 279. Kevin Holland was supposed to fight Hamzat fought Kevin Holland.
Oh,
Nate
yeah.
Nate Diaz fought Tony Ferguson.
Who was Holland's original opponent?
Hamzat.
Tony?
No.
Tony.
Tony.
Tony? Okay. I thought for a second it was Nate. Who was Nate fighting?
Hamzat.
Nate was fighting Hamzat. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I went down a different path Tuesday. Yeah, he's a star and somebody you need. And to be honest, after Luque's last performance, like, that fight feels fine to me. I don't have a problem with it.
What do you think, GC? Because when I think of Nick Diaz and I think of the return fight, to me, it's the beginning of the GC era on this program. We always talk about that card, right? And so you kind of get introduced to this crazy world. And let's be honest, a bit of a sad scene, right? This is like
Very sad, yeah.
You could be a new fan and watch that fight against Robbie Lawler, and even the aftermath where Robbie Lawler is like, hey man, you good? Like, if you need anything, and even watch some of the pre-fight interviews and be like, this is the guy that all of you talk about in such glowing terms and like admire and love and adore and idolize. This is the guy. By now you figured it out and you know what it all means. But how do you feel about that guy coming back 3 years later?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that. Like, that's the first thing that I thought of. UFC 266 was like the first pay-per-view we did once I joined the program. And I was all in on the Nick Diaz train, sort of like the aura around him, everyone talking about him, hyped for him to come back. And then just as the week went on, the sparring footage came out, or like the shadow boxing footage came out, and he looked really slow. And it got more and more concerning in the lead up to the fight. And then he was putting up decent volume, but then essentially just sort of just called it in the middle of the third round or whatever round that was. And then Robbie Lawler coming up and asking if he's all right. It was sort of a sad scene. It was definitely deflating to watch. And now I don't know about him coming back 3 years after that. And I know Vicente Luque didn't look good in his last performance, but if you go to the performance before that, 9 months ago against RDA, he looked pretty fantastic. And there's a real world where that's what happens again. He's still only 32 years old. He's going to be 8 years younger than Nick Diaz. I know someone has mentioned that there's a rule that the Diaz brothers won't fight the same opponent. But man, having Tony Ferguson and Nick Diaz fighting on the same card in the same weight class and not fighting each other, both at 40 years of age, feels like
that feels like the fight, right?
Yeah, it feels like a letdown, man. Because Chiesa, he's 36, but he's still quite younger than Tony Ferguson, especially in terms of mileage.
Based on what you saw from Luque in his last fight, that was against Joaquin Buckley. You were there.
Sure. I was there. Yeah, it was a perplexing performance.
You don't think this is a winnable fight?
No, it's definitely winnable. Of course it's winnable. I mean, it's a fight, and neither of these guys have looked good of late, so of course it's winnable. But I don't know what happened to Luque between the RDA fight and the Buckley fight. But he looked good against RDA in, I believe, August of last year. And he went all 5 rounds. I could see that happening in this one. We have some pictures here. Diaz, he appears to be in good shape. I mean, we got the picture of him running with Derek Lewis and everything, but he appears to be in good shape. He's dropping sparring footage and everything. So maybe he's, like you said, maybe he's dropped all the baggage and he's ready to go. And
I'm told he's training with Shakur Stevenson. He's training around Jared Anderson,
that Jersey boy,
who's a heavyweight, obviously. But I mean, look, you can't go off of that.
Of course not.
One quick aside: it was Holland, D-Rod, Li Jingliang, Tony Ferguson.
Yes.
Rick got us on
Leach
the 279. Yes, I don't know.
Leach had the unbelievable suit. I mean, that was a legendary
Guys,
card.
we have an update regarding 279
what
for
a
you.
Crazy card.
That was
what a
such
crazy
one
thing
card.
that was.
I mean, you remember the
I
weigh-ins,
was trying to
everything
say
going
that-
on.
I was trying to say they would have fought somebody that they both fought, but actually, Connor's point about it could have been Tony would have been much more interesting to me.
Oh God, that's the fight right there. If these guys are back to back on the card, there's a world where we see them both lose and both retire. Just
Nick has I think it's 4 or 5 fights left, so it's not like he can retire. We saw him at the Jake Paul Nate Diaz fight, and he's like, I want in, I want next, all that stuff. So clearly he wanted to fight.
Him having not won a fight since 2011 is jarring.
Yes, it is.
Well,
it is important to note that there's. I'm not trying to but there's only been 4 fights. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, but still, that's crazy. 2011
he was out for 6 years, and it felt longer, to be honest, between the Anderson fight and the Robbie Lawler fight. One thing that I'll mention, and maybe in the future this can come out, I had heard that he was on a path to being in a really good spot for the Robbie Lawler fight, and then some old faces popped up at the 11th hour and got him off that path. This is what I'm being told. And this is why he showed up the way in which he showed up for that fight. This is what people are saying. Now, I get that there's trepidation from fans, from people who supported him, and really, he had some of the most loyal fans in the history of the sport. But, you look at that, and maybe we hear from him, and we see him in a different light, in a different space. Maybe you start to say, okay, he could potentially beat Vicente Luque. He is 40. We're obviously seeing people who are older than 40 fight these days. Let's see where he's at. If Nick Diaz is in good shape, if he's in a good spot mentally, physically, if he looks the way he looks in those pictures and videos, because we saw that leading up to the Lawler fight, and then he showed up looking completely different. If that's truly what he's doing and he's around the right people, I think he can win this. I really do. he hasn't taken a ton of damage over the last few years. It's just a matter of where he's at and who's around him and what the distractions are and all that stuff. So,
and can you imagine the scenes?
In Abu Dhabi, they'll go crazy.
If he gets a dub, I mean, just the whole MMA world will just go absolutely nuts. Imagine if him and Tony both come out victorious at this card. I mean, it'll be unbelievable. That card is shaping up.
Can we just talk
Cheeto
about
versus Figgy's a banger too.
What about just like combat sports right now? It just doesn't even it all defies boxing defies logic at this point. The UFC schedule, I know there were some jokes about like between 300 and 301 and it hasn't been great, but it's starting to pick back up, and then 302 this weekend could be an all-time moment. And it's a solid enough pay-per-view. The co-main is great. It's sort of flying under the radar, I think. Then you've got 303. Prior to that, you have the Saudi debut. Manchester's coming up. This is on August 3rd. We suspect that they're going to come back to, we know we're going to Perth, but DDP and Izzy's going to be on there. By the way, August 3rd is turning out to be an insane day because that's also the debut of the Riyadh season card here in America and LA with Terrence Crawford and so many other people. Like, there's just so much. There's so much.
It's like you can't go more than a few days without something crazy happening. There's just always something. It's wild.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. Okay, let's get to some questions here because I think that some people have asked about this. So time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet.
Get out of your seats and on your feet.
Ariel Helwani.
In addition to all of that, I failed to mention that it's a big week here in the Northeast. It's a big week here in the New York, New Jersey area. Obviously, we have 302 on Saturday. Obviously, we have the show at the Prudential Center. Will Dustin Poirier finish the story? We shall find out. We are just 3 days away. But guess what? We are 2 days away from the 5th Helwani Roadshow. This is it, my friends. It's going down on Friday. We announced it just a couple of weeks ago, and now it's actually happening in the biggest and most beautiful venue that we've ever done one of these. It's all very intimidating, if I'm being honest. It's the njpac.org. It's the New Jersey Performance and Arts Center. It's an unbelievable venue, and it's just a couple of minutes away from the Prudential Center, and it's going down in just 2 days' time. Friday, May 31st, 8 p.m. Eastern. Ceremonial weigh-ins are at 5 at the Prudential Center. Hang out, get a sandwich, get a drink, and then come on by, and it's going to be a grand old time. You can get the tickets right now at njpac.org. The link is the pinned tweet on my profile. It's in my bio on Instagram. It's in my bio on TikTok. It's everywhere. And what's great about this, what makes it so special, is that all net proceeds are going to the Good Fight Foundation, the charity that is headed up by Dustin Poirier and Jolie Poirier, his wife. They've done tremendous things for the good people of Lafayette, Louisiana. And this is a weekend to celebrate him and his career, win or lose. And I thought it would be apropos because I love everything that they do, and I love how he always ties his fights to the charity. I thought we would give all net proceeds to the Good Fight Foundation. Now, since we last spoke, we didn't have a single guest announced. We have a bunch. And we have some breaking news, Frank, regarding another guest. So if you've been to one of these, you've seen it before. Okay, not yet. You've been to one of these, you've seen it before. We like to have guests there. We like to do Q&A with them. We like to sit and chat with them and all that stuff. Already announced for the show, Friday, May 31st. If you're in the area, if you're in New York, if you're in Connecticut, if you're in your New Jersey, if you're in freaking Virginia, come on by. Everyone's welcome. We've got number one, Kayla Harrison, the two-time Olympic gold medalist, the woman who has been in the news as of late. So much to talk to her about. Kayla Harrison joining us. 1-0 now in the UFC, the 135er who made her debut at UFC 300. Is she next for a title shot? She's going to join us. And you know the bands are always great with Kayla Harrison. You can ask her some questions, Q&A with her as well. Number 2, Arman Sarukian, the number 1 contender at 155 pounds. He's getting a front row seat on Saturday to be there, to watch DP, his teammate at ATT, go up against Islam Makhachev, the guy he fought many moons ago, lost a close one on short notice. He's next. I predicted he'd be the champ by the end of the year. He's going to join us first on Friday as well. What about Raging Ally Aquinta, the most successful real estate agent in MMA history? New York Rick's real estate agent as well. He's going to join us. Yes, he's going to join us. We have said that there's going to be meet and greet, giveaways, Q&A, all that stuff and more. We have said that a current UFC champion is going to join us. That's a surprise. Who is it? You got to be there. No streaming, one night only. You got to be there to witness it all. This might be the most star-studded cast we've ever had. We have said that a former champion is going to join us. And breaking news, my friends, just added to the lineup is the Funk Master, Aljamain Sterling. He is going to join us as well. Yeah, reveal it. Reveal it, baby. Aljo going to join us. And in addition to that, another former champion tracking to join us. I mean, we may be there all freaking night. It's going to be great. Aljo, Kayla, Armin, Big Al, and others, njpack.org. Get your tickets now. They're going. They're moving. I'm excited. I can't wait. 8 p.m. Link in my bio, Twitter, all that stuff. I hope you can check it out. I hope you can come. Meet and greet, Q&A, giveaways. It's going to be great. All right. Thank you so much. I might plug that one more time. Now let's get to the questions. Hey, Ariel, do you think that the winner of the Corey versus Umar fight will actually fight for the belt next, or will this fight be similar to the Bilal versus Burns fight where the winner doesn't necessarily fight for the belt next? I think if Sean O'Malley wins, the winner of this fight is next. If Sean loses, they might run it back. But if Corey beats Umar, and if Umar beats Corey, I kind of feel like this is a number 1 contender fight. Does anyone disagree? Let me see here.
No disagreements here.
I mean, it's kind of it, right?
Yeah.
Marab is 1, Corey's 2. There's Jan out there. What would you have preferred, Cheeto versus Jan or Cheeto versus Figgy?
Figgy versus Jan.
Oh, wow.
That's what
Figgy versus Jan.
Yeah, sign me up for that.
Wow. So you don't, and what would you have done with Cheeto?
I hadn't thought that far. I'd only booked the Figgy Jan fight in my head. I still need to figure out what I'll do with Cheeto. But I still like this fight a lot. Figgy versus Cheeto is amazing.
Oh, okay.
Now what do they do with Jan?
That's a good question. Cejudo?
Oh, I'm down for that. Yeah.
If they resign? No, you're not going to do Aldo?
Aldo Jan, yeah, rematch.
Just trying to go through the list here. Song Yadong. Anyway, I feel like this is going to be I feel like it's going to be a number 1 contender fight. Where are the rest of the questions? Okay, now I'm going to go, wait. I wanted to go to the newest to see. Ariel, thoughts on the Abu Dhabi card in August? No disrespect to a legend, but last time we saw Nick Diaz, he missed weight, looked old, slow, and won out of the fight. Fast forward 3 years, he's 41. He's fighting 5 rounds versus Luque, who doesn't have big power. So we've likely to see Diaz just take punishment for 25 minutes. Why? Not to mention 41-year-old Tony Ferguson, who's just lost 7 out of 7, and Dana thinks should retire. It sort of reminds me of WWE's Super Showdown 2018 and 2019 when the Saudis paid crazy money to see legends of yesteryear, but to what cost? Important to note, this is Abu Dhabi and not Saudi Arabia, but I understand where you're coming from. A concussed Goldberg nearly killed The Undertaker. Triple H tore his pec after 5 minutes, and Shawn Michaels nearly broke his neck. Am I exaggerating, or is there a cause for concern? Much love, your boy, Abay. I mean, I laid out that Nick wanted to come before, but I did hear that they wanted him on the card, and yes, maybe there's something to that. I would look. I know there were some people who thought, when the Saudi group really started to get into combat sports, they thought, all right, WWE's with Saudi, UFC's with the UAE, and UFC's been with UAE since 2010 when they invested in the company. And so there were a lot of people who thought, like, you can't be with both. And then when the TKO group thing happened, and in particular, I believe Nick Khan was instrumental in this, they were able to make a deal with both the Saudis and Abu Dhabi. But I think there's a jockeying for position here. So they say, you get Khamzat, we want these guys. And we're getting a fight night, not a pay-per-view. This is a pretty damn good fight night. So I say 10-9 Abu Dhabi. Am I wrong about this, guys? Do you not agree? And both are great. Both are great. But I do think that I'm pulling it up here, the Abu Dhabi offering. Okay, so this is the Abu Dhabi offering, and this is the 5. Okay, well, it's 6 fights on the main card, but I'm going to go 5 versus 6. Whitaker Shamaev, Pavlovich Volkov, Walker Ozdemir, Johnny Walker, Gaslam D-Rod, Sharabutin Magomedov versus Jolton Litter. Okay, that's the main card. As opposed to Sanhagen or Magomedov, Diaz Luque, Figgy Cheeto, Dern Lupi, Fergie Tony, Kesa. I mean, it's not even close, right?
Yeah, I'm going Abu Dhabi on this one. Both are great cards, though.
Abu Dhabi.
Both are great cards, though. Looking forward to both of them. Love the main event for the Saudi Arabia card, and just love the entire main card for Abu Dhabi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a real, but there's something. There's something. And, yeah, they want the legends, and Nick Diaz is a legend. He still has 5 fights left, and so let's see. Let's see where he's at. People will talk about it. Man, what a summer. Nick Diaz and Mike Tyson fighting in the span of 2 weeks. Who would have thought? And yes, last I heard, the Tyson fight is still on. I know there was a scare, which is obviously quite concerning. Yeah, it's hard to know what to make of it all. The only thing I will say about that is that the picture that a lot of people are posting is an old picture of like 4 years ago. That's all I'll say about that. But if you have concerns over it, they're all very fair. But just for the sake of accuracy, the one I'm talking about, the one of when he's being like wheeled around. That's from like, I think 4 years ago or 3 years ago. He has a beard in it. He looks a little bit different. So
will that be a 3-week stretch right there? Tyson, Paul, Manchester, and then Abu Dhabi. That's a nice summer stretch there.
In the midst of the Olympics as well.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It lines up right with the Olympics.
Right during the Olympics. Usually some people like to chill out during the Olympics.
BetNat's going to be going crazy on those couple of weeks.
Oh yeah. And right after the Euros too.
Right after the Euros. Copa America as well.
Copa America, golly. Hey, speaking of GC, this is from Patrick. Ask GC how his weekend with TST went. Did GC also go screenless on Saturday?
Yeah, it was a great weekend. Enjoyed ourselves. Curious how he knew that. Maybe he saw Troy like posting on social media or something. Yeah, I mean, Screenless Saturday is a facade that he puts on. When he posts on his Instagram story with a phone. But we're mostly committed. A lot of leaving the phone in the car. Go get lunch, leave the phone in the car. Go to the park, leave the phone at home. But yeah, it was a great weekend.
Where'd you guys, I think you were at the park or something?
Yeah, did Central Park on Sunday into the Rangers game. Rangers won in OT. That was an amazing day. Beautiful weather. Saturday, got some lunch, hung out. Troy demanded we watch the Misfits card, so watch the entire.
Wow!
Misfits
I
card.
didn't even mention PVZ and
PVZ getting dropped. We were going crazy in my living room. Yeah, we got home and Troy was like, "Yeah, let's put on the Misfits card."
He's the one that said this.
Yeah, and I sort of chuckled, and he was just like, "No, I'm being serious. Let's put it on."
Wow.
We watched Le'Veon Bell. We watched
this dude who says he hates boxing is asking to watch the Misfits card.
Oh well, we watched we watched the Catterall Taylor fight before that, and he's dozing off, and then he's like PVZ.
Oh,
He's like, let's get the Misfits card on now.
That was a great fight, Catterall Taylor. What about Bob Arum?
Great fight. Oh, Bob Arum getting the mic out there. Eddie Hearn behind him. Eddie Hearn behind him with the shit-eating grin on his face. Yeah, it was a great card. It's a great card.
All right. Seems like a great weekend.
Can I ask, now that you've aired Troy out publicly, do you think he can drop the facade? Like, do you think this is it now? Maybe he doesn't even have to bother
it's just like I've ripped on him several times for this before. Like anytime he posts an Instagram story where he's like #screenless Saturday, I'm like, this is you're posting on a screen. Like, this makes no sense. It's like you're not completely screenless, but we do a decent job of staying off the phones. It's good stuff.
Back to the questions we go. Evan, hi Ariel, love the show with JDM versus Shavkat for the #1 contender on the Perth pay-per-view off the table. How do you see the welterweight division playing out after Leon versus Bilal in July? Is there any possibility Conor gets a title shot, or will his contract need to be re-signed? Islam title double champ shot, maybe? You know, the thing is, you can never count out Conor, and I do think, honestly, Conor re-signs, not resigns, re-signs. I do think so. Obviously, they're not going to give it to him before they figure that out. I wouldn't put it past. If Conor beats Michael Chandler, let me ask you guys this. Bigger fight, Conor beats Michael Chandler. Would it be Conor versus Leon at 170, assuming Leon retains? Or would it be Conor versus Islam at 155, assuming Islam retains?
Conor versus Islam, not even a question silly to 100%. Even have this debate.
Okay.
Habib versus Conor is the rivalry in all of our sport, and his protege, Islam /brother /cousin /everything, like not even a question.
Okay.
I'm 100% with you. The only reason I even lagged for a second is because I thought there was a world you might say if Dustin won doing Conor Dustin 4 at 155. So I got thrown off for a half second. But yes, I'm with Rick.
If Conor
Habib is in the corner as well.
Conor wins, Dustin wins, becomes champ, and then the first title defense is against Conor?
Yep. Yeah.
Don't hate it.
Oh,
don't hate it.
Yeah, you know who will hate it? Islam and all his fans. That he's not getting an immediate title shot?
Of course. Are you kidding me? But this isn't, the UFC doesn't always make sense. It's about getting the big fights. McGregor in a title fight in a fourth matchup against Dustin Poirier is as big as it gets.
And by the way, this is why I don't like, if Dustin wins, I feel like there's no chance he retires. Zero. You work this hard to become a champion and to reap the benefits of becoming a champion, pay-per-view points and all this stuff. And you can maybe get a Bisping Hendo-like title defense against Conor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no chance. If he loses, I could see 100%. Him maybe saying, okay, adios.
Let's just say as a backup plan, just in case, let's say he does win and he does retire. He lays the gloves down. He's like, I'm done. That's it. Then you call up Conor, you call up Mike, and you say, let's move that fight from 170 to 155 for the vacant lightweight title, and you put a belt on the line for that.
Or 165. What's the more winnable fight if you're Conor? Leon at 170 or Islam at, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leon.
100%.
Also, Dustin Poirier loves fighting too much. Like, to feel like you're the champion of the world at the peak of your powers, I feel like he's not the type to walk away. There are certain guys that you feel like, yes, like the storybook kind of, GSP, right? GSP is somebody who at the pinnacle, right? Now he's won the second championship in his career at a different weight class. Like, it makes sense, right? He was never a guy who really like loved fighting in that way. He did it. In fact, he kind of was terrified of it and hated it and got nervous to the point of sickness. Like, Dustin Poirier is kind of a born fighter. He doesn't strike me as the guy who's leaving on those terms, like having just captured the belt. I feel like he's going to want to defend the hill a little bit against top guys. Leon's the easier fight for Conor. It just stylistically, right? Like, Leon and Conor are going to strike. They're going to stand in the middle and strike, and that Islam is going to want to take Conor to the ground and rip his head off. So it feels like Leon's the easier path. But what fight is going to draw the most money? If you can convince Habib to even be a little bit involved in the promotion of this fight, astronomical numbers for that fight.
Here's another one regarding one Dustin Poirier. Jake, hey Ariel, quick question before the weekend ahead. With a win or a loss Saturday, is Dustin Poirier a UFC Hall of Famer? I say yes.
Yeah.
Rick, agree?
Again, like, UFC Hall of Fame is such a subjective kind of measure and such a like.
Yeah.
It's to me, and I've this is not an original thought by any means, but the UFC Hall of Fame is a team Hall of Fame, right? It's who were some of the best players in the Heat's history, in the Giants' history, in whoever's history, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that you are one of the best ever, who ever did it, and your resume stacks up against anybody who's ever lived. That's what the separate Hall of Fames are for. That's for the sports Hall of Fame. UFC is one promotion that is handing out fights and other things that go into the Hall of Fame that are not necessarily from the cream of the crop where there's a bar and then there's everybody else. So Dustin Poirier feels like Team UFC like 10 million %. He feels like the most no-brainer of no-brainer. He's spent his entire adult life in the UFC beating top guys. So yeah, UFC Hall of Famer, no doubt. But what does that mean actually? I'm not sure what the significance is. You know, like I don't know what that actually means in the scope
but
of
if you're
history.
asking me for UFC Hall of Fame, like, is he in? Is he out? Yes, of course.
He is in. There's no doubt.
What would the argument against be? You know what I mean? Like,
it's like this whole Jim Miller
If
thing.
he never won a title, that would be like the one argument.
But there's so many guys in the UFC Hall of Fame who have not won like the UFC Hall of Fame doesn't mean that.
Here's the more interesting question. Let's just say there was a real MMA Hall of Fame, an independent Hall of Fame.
That is more interesting.
Yeah. Because the UFC one is like, it doesn't really matter. As I've said a million times, it's, you know, who the organization had a good relationship with. It's no different than the Knicks not retiring Charles Oakley's number. His number should be retired, but, you know, they're not on the best of terms. So anyway, MMA Hall of Fame, is he in? I say yes.
I think yes, because I think he's, for my money, the best fighter to never win a title. So I think even though you will, let's say he is not successful against Islam Makhachev, I think the story of Dustin Poirier's career will be one of the best ever, did not ever capture undisputed gold. That will kind of be the narrative around it. But I think he is the best to have never done it. I think he is the best fighter who got that close and never captured it. He held interim gold. I think that's significant, especially how Max Holloway, his career has continued to be on that trajectory, right? Like that wasn't the end of Max Holloway. In fact, we could argue like Max Holloway's kind of looking as good as ever right now. So to me, Dustin is the best to have never held gold. He can change that on Saturday night. And so I think he has to, like, to me, the resume just speaks volumes about who Dustin Poirier was throughout his career. So I would say, yes, he is a Hall of Famer by any metric in anybody's Hall of Fame.
Here's an interesting one from Natan. Hi, Arrow. With the recent videos of McGregor clubbing during training camp making the rounds, it got me thinking. And then it got me really tired. This guy can fucking party. I don't think I can hang. My question is, do you think you can last a night out with the Mac? If not, when are you bowing out? If so, where are we waking up? Love the show. Longtime lurker. Thank you and the crew for all you do. I'll be honest, I read the first line. I thought it was a question like, how do you feel about I didn't think it was, do you think you can hang?
I mean, this was an amazing question. I was dying back here laughing.
What do you think?
I hang
You're the youngest
one night
You're
with
the
the
youngest,
Mac?
yeah.
100,000%. Because the energy that would come from partying with Conor McGregor, like, I mean, there's no doubt I'm making it through one night. Could I live a lifestyle like that? Probably not. He asked where we're waking up. Nowhere. I'm not sleeping. I'm making it all the way through the night. We're ending it. Maybe a little private breakfast at the Black Forge Inn or something.
If it gets to 4
no doubt
a.m.
I'm
and you're like, I just can't. You forge on? Pardon the pun?
I like the pun. There's just no way I'm thinking that if I'm partying with Conor McGregor. I'm not just like, I could use some sleep now. I would just be like, I am just along for the ride. I'm just strapping into the seatbelt and I'm just going for the night. Wherever the ship takes us, I'm sailing with.
On a more serious note, you see that video, do you change your stance on the fight?
Don't change my stance, but I'm just like...
On the result of the fight, on the way it plays out.
No. I still just have thoughts of like, is he taking this 100% seriously?
Right.
Because I've seen some people say like, maybe he wasn't drinking. Maybe he was just enjoying himself. I don't know. I just like still, it's just not really what you want to see someone doing as they're going through a fight camp.
Maybe this will be controversial. I don't consider Conor McGregor a championship top level fighter anymore. I don't personally care that much like what he's doing throughout camp. Like Conor McGregor is more entertainment, more spectacle at this point. He's fighting Michael Chandler. He's not fighting Islam Makhachev. I'm not that worried. It doesn't change much of how I thought about the fight because I probably factored in that there'd be some of that during fight camp. Like this, if you had the vision of Conor McGregor being some buckled down, super disciplined, prime of his career type guy anymore, like I got some bad news. That probably wasn't happening no matter what. But now you can certainly put that to bed. I never really thought that was what we were going to get. So I'm not that concerned because I never had that expectation for Conor McGregor. Like Conor McGregor, who Conor McGregor is at this point, and he's fighting Michael Chandler, like whose UFC career has been, very entertaining, but not super successful from a wins-loss perspective. So like, I'm not that concerned because I never thought Conor was going to be that buckled down guy. And if you did, like, I don't know, I got a bridge to sell you probably.
Two things on that. I did think it was amazing how like the very next day we got like 3 training posts from him of him like lifting weights, of him like in the gym, just sort of like, I wasn't doing anything last night, man. I was chilling. And then secondly, like you say, change how I think. What I think is going to happen in the fight is that there's no way Michael Chandler is just going to go in there and wrestle Conor McGregor. This is the biggest moment of his fight career. He's coming here to entertain the fans, just like he has done in every single one of his UFC fights. I think they're going to stand. I think they are going to trade, and someone is going to get knocked out. And it's like coin flip odds, and I think it should be because I think either dude can get knocked out in this fight. I think it's going to be really entertaining. I don't think it's going to be last long, and I think it's going to be a great night overall. So yeah, seeing the party like doesn't change the way that I see how the fight is going to play out.
All right. Trin, Monsieur Nick Diaz has been announced as back in the UFC. Was there any sort of new contract signed, or is this Nick trying to finish out his contract? I was told in the 4 to 6 range. So I'm saying around 5. It's going to take some work. It's going to take some work to get out of that deal. So I think he just wanted to fight, to be honest. Also, is this a precursor to Nate's possible return after the boxing match with Jorge? No, one has nothing to do with the other. Thanks for the shows, Ariel and crew. You all make the work week better. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Tyler, greetings, Ariel and the gang. First-time questioner, long-time listener, every-time watcher. By the way, question, listen, and watch were all emojis, but I just rolled with it. I'd like to start by saying a thank you to you, Ariel, the crew behind the scenes, and everyone in between. The MMA and Ariel's reporting in general has been must-watch programming for me since he was applying for credentials. To sum it up nicely, it's been a weekly escape from all negativity in my personal world. For that, I'm forever grateful. That means more than you know. Thank you very, very much. With UFC 302 Fight Week going down, and after having the opportunity to see the countdown episode, as a fan, I personally feel more than ever before, especially after an interview with the Diamond, Dustin Poirier, that this is the final walk, the final showcase. It's as if he's reached the final boss, for lack of a better word. If you have had the opportunity to see the countdown, or possibly any insider information as to whether or not this is truly the last walk for DP, I have not. I do not know, and I have not asked that, and I don't think it's something he will even say. I think he's hinted at things, and again, my feeling is if he loses, it could be. If he wins, it won't be. But that's just my feeling. If it is, or even if you believe so, I feel like putting out a challenge to the MMA media as well as the MMA fans. After hearing Dustin's struggles after Gaethje as a fan who respects the sport and all participants, I challenge us to get trending #ThankYouDustin, #Diamonds Last Forever, or something to show appreciation for all the entertainment regardless of win, lose, or draw. To say I won't be emotional if he lays down the gloves is a lie. He deserves it, yet selfishly I don't want to see it now. Cheers to all of you from Vermont. Tyler, great comment. I will just say this regarding Dustin Poirier, and I've said it before, but last stop between 302, it's worth saying again. His relationship with us has been so unique because of Fightville, because of the documentary that we were introduced to back in 2011. Please do yourself a favor. Watch that documentary before Saturday. It is worth it. You already are probably hyped, emotional, whatever for this fight. You will be even more so after watching that. It's very rare that we are introduced to someone at such a young age via a documentary, and that person, some 13 years later, turns out to be, a legend. It would be akin to one of the characters in the Hoops Dreams documentary turning out to be an NBA Hall of Famer. That didn't happen. It happened with Fightville. They didn't know it was going to happen, but we have that, and that's why we became emotionally connected, and we were brought on this journey with him. We are also connected to him because he allowed us to be connected to him. He always showed up. I'll never forget, and again, I know I've told this story before, but worth repeating. Fairfax, Virginia, 2012, I'm working for Fuel/Fox. I'm the backstage reporter. He loses to Chan Sung Jung, #1 contender fight at 145. This is just 5 months into the deal where I'm doing the backstage reporting and the interviews and all that. And he just shows up. We didn't even ask. He shows up and he can hardly speak. He's crying. He's heartbroken. That only makes you want to root for him more. Everything that he has taught us and brought us in on as far as his family, the charity, his wife, his daughter. Even if you're the biggest Conor McGregor fan, I bring up Conor if only because that was probably his biggest rivalry. How do you not respect this guy? About how he conducted himself, about how he treated others, about how he represented the sport. How do you not love this guy? When he lost to Justin Gaethje, when someone loses, I rarely reach out to them. When someone gets knocked out, I never reach out to them. He reached out to me on that Sunday night. I remember it was when I deplaned 3 times after Crawford Spence. They were in Salt Lake City. He texts me late at night and he says, if you need me tomorrow, I'd be happy to come on. I'm like, what? Is this possible? He just got knocked out 24 hours prior. Now, does that say a lot about him as a fighter? No, but it tells you a lot about him as a person and how he always allowed us to be connected to him and why so many people love and adore him. And I say this with 1,000%, sincerity. I really try not to root for people. I try not to root for, results, because I do feel like that is somewhat crossing of the line. But we are human beings and we are getting older, and life and relationships and connections happen. And so a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking at my nephew Jared's school, and I was talking about Dustin, and someone asked me, can he do it? He's my favorite fighter. I'm going to see him in Newark on June 1st. Do you think he could pull it off? And I said, I don't know if he can pull it off, but it seems like he's in the right spot. And I can't believe all the things that have had to happen for him just to get here. The win over BSD, the Armin win, Armin turns it down, the Gaethje knockout loss, Lafayette Street, all these weird little things. And when I was talking about Dustin and what he has meant to this show, what he has meant to me, what he has meant to the community, what he has meant to MMA, I started to tear up because these individuals and their place in our lives don't last forever. And we go on these journeys with them 10, 12, 13 years, and then they just kind of disappear. And it's different than rooting for a team because, I was a Knicks fan when Ewing was on the team, but I'm a Knicks fan now with Brunson. That will always remain. These guys come and go, and then that's it. And then it's just the memories. And you look back on the memories that this guy gave us, from all the ups to all the downs. And the downs were dramatic as well. How could you not have some part of you that says it would be nice if he could go out on top? I don't say that because I want that to happen at the expense of anyone else, but in a vacuum, it would be one of the nicest and most emotional stories in the history of the sport, akin to Michael Bisping against Luke Rockhold. This one feels very different. No one was really saying Bisping retires if he loses, if memory serves me correct, but it feels somewhat reminiscent of that. And so I understand where you're coming from, Tyler. I understand where a lot of the fans are coming from. And I understand the Islam fans who are like, fuck that. I want my guy to keep the belt. And you could all go, have your nice story somewhere else. I get it. And that's what makes this card, which I think the media and the fans have done a great job of selling. No one has poo-pooed this fight. When, let's be honest, if Dustin didn't have this relationship and this connection with the audience, maybe they do, right? The guy just got knocked out. He won one fight. This doesn't seem like a number one contender, a worthy number one contender, but it's because he is so respected and so well-liked, it seems like everyone has gotten on board. And a fight card that's not bad. It's not the greatest. It's got 2 great fights at the top. There's some other names sprinkled throughout. It's all about this main event. And I just can't wait to see how it all plays out. And he's a big underdog, and him winning via guillotine is an even bigger long shot. But holy shit, man. I get it. I get the sentiment. I get the feeling. And we have to appreciate these characters. We have to appreciate these fighters. This is what makes the sport so fun. Feeling on Saturday, if you're a DP fan, if you're a fan that's been watching him since the Holloway fight, since the Josh Grisby fight, since all that stuff, feeling sick to your stomach, wanting this guy to have the opportunity to hold gold, 25 minutes to make life fair. I get it. That's why we love it. That's why we love this so much. So let's see. Buckle up and enjoy it. Roger, I asked about Mike Perry fighting for the BKFC title last week. The response I got from you and your team was very arrogant. My question is, why do you guys act like this? You're all a bunch of journalists covering a sport you have never actually competed in. 99% sure none of you have probably ever been in a fight. 99% sure none of you have ever been in a fight. Why not act humble and grateful for the opportunity you have? Instead of being condescending to listeners, trying to rile up fighters, asking them very personal questions they don't want to answer, a good journalist navigates tough questions and awkward moments with finesse. Instead, y'all do it like a bull in the proverbial china shop. Jeez, why is he so mad? If memory serves me correct, all we said was we'd rather just see him in fun fights than fighting for the belt. Wasn't that it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Daniel, what's good? Hell Warmy. Like it? Apologies for the long one today, but I have a dilemma and I'm chasing the opinions of the people who matter. I live just a stone's throw away from Manchester, so naturally I've been ecstatic since the announcement of the upcoming pay-per-view there. This has only been amplified since the top fights have been revealed, and perhaps even more exciting, rumors of Helwani Roadshow. There will be no roadshow in Manchester. I am sorry. I will be at the Olympics, but one is coming to the UK. I've not missed a UK event since before Till Masvidal and had no plans to miss this one. Come hell or high water. All this to say, my beautiful girlfriend of 9 years revealed to me last week that she has booked us a surprise holiday to Greece during fight week. The flights are non-refundable and we're not really in a financial position to just lose that money. Deep down, I know she was doing something nice and I reasonably shouldn't be upset. But the thought of missing out on this banger of a card and potential fist bump with the goats of MMA media, see, this is good news. We're not going to be there. Has me down in the dumps. Suggestions welcome. Cheers, boys. Danny from Donnie. My suggestion, go on the trip, enjoy it, and just watch the card. There'll be another one. They just built this new arena. It will feel kind of shitty on the day, but you're in Greece with your beautiful girlfriend of 9 years. You're making the right call. And by the way, don't make her feel guilty that she did this for you. This was a lovely, lovely gesture. So there'll be another. And honestly, you want to stay up till 5 a.m. watching MMA? Come on. Just wait for when they come at a normal time. That's what I say. Archie, hello, Ariel and team. Would a DP finish on Saturday rank as one of your all-time moments in MMA? Remember, don't be silly. Jump the gilly. # finish the story. By the way, Rick, did you see our friends over at ESPN MMA use the finish the story stuff?
I did not.
Yeah.
What was the context?
They just said DP finish story. It's all good. Imitation.
Didn't see it, but yeah, it started here, right?
Yeah. It would be up there, right? If he wins via sub.
Well, what's important is not just the guillotine. It's like the context of this story is Islam Makhachev is a pound for pound great, and like getting it done against him in whatever fashion is absolutely incredible. So if he was able to do it in the fashion that he's kind of been chasing and hoping, and everybody in his life has told him not to, it would be pretty incredible. But to me, like beating Islam Makhachev would be just next level. Like Dustin he is up against it right now. Like his back is against the wall, and he has an opportunity to do something special. And Islam has an opportunity to squash that, to just prove that there are different levels to this game. So I'm compelled by this fight more so than fights that would typically have this gap in the odds. But I am compelled in this fight because I think this is a culmination of something for Dustin. So yes, it would be insane. It would be absolutely insane.
And it doesn't need to be a gilly or a sub or anything. If he just wins the fight, doesn't matter how he does it. It would be one of the most insane moments that we've seen.
I would put it up as top 3.
Be crazy.
Easy. Eric Hilwani, who me? He wrote that. Just curious to hear what you, GC, and Rick thought about the unreal promo Bob Arum cut on the British judges after the Catterall-Taylor decision on Saturday evening. Personally, I was blown away, had a good laugh, and loved it. Eddie Hearn's reaction was priceless. As always, thank you for everything you do for the fighters, fight fans, and fight community. Yeah, it was great. Bob is the man. He's 92. I don't even understand how he flies around to all these events at his age. Look, I agree with him. I think there was 117, 111. It was not that, like the discrepancy wasn't that large. I thought Catterall won. I thought he won the first fight. I thought he won the second fight, but it was a lot closer, maybe 2 rounds, 3 rounds. So I understand the frustration where you're like, wait a second, like we didn't even get a fair shake here. And I don't want to laugh at Bob Arum. He's 92. And so I just, all my takeaway from that was like, A, I hope I'm alive at 92. And B, I hope I have that kind of fire and that kind of passion and that kind of will to get out of bed and to just travel the world. Honestly, the guy is like in Riyadh and then he's in freaking Leeds and he's all over the place. He's still there. He's cutting promos. Love it. Legend. What can you say? He's the man. Spud Greg, and just an update. Mike Brown still to come. Craig Jones in studio. We're just getting started, my friends. And to everyone who's joining us at 1 thinking, what the hell just happened? Yes, we started an hour early because I have to go to my daughter's dance recital. But you can just rewind and you're getting the same length of show. So we're not screwing you over here. MVP, Deontay Wilder, and Luke Littler, the nuke, still to come. Spud Greg, hi Ariel and MMA Hour crew. Just a few questions about the Dreamcatcher. What do you think is next for Mousasi now that him and the PFL have parted ways? Do you think he will get compensation from PFL as he lost a year of his career? I don't know about that. I think he finds, a place to fight here or there. Maybe he does a little karate combat action. Maybe he does a little, I don't know, kickboxing action, but he'll be all right. I don't know if he gets, as much money as he was scheduled or slated to make with Bellator, but I think he'll be okay. Honestly, I thought it was interesting that he said in the interview, like, if it was up to me, I would just leave. If I'm not wanted, I would just leave. But I understand that his representatives wanted him to stick around. What do you think of MJF returning in AEW? I knew about it for quite some time. They couldn't afford to have him leave. I think he would be a bigger star with WWE, but I understand the loyalty and appreciate it. And let's see, he's still so young. So even if he sticks around for one other cycle, he's still got a massive, massive career ahead of him. Also, some questions regarding Becky Lynch and her situation. I mean, I kind of feel like she's going to resign. But, I mean, her husband works there. It makes all the sense in the world. But let's see. I would be shocked, honestly, if she doesn't resign. I haven't really checked in on that, to be honest. But I would be shocked. MBE28. Hi, Ariel. Talking about the roadshow. What's the plan with Vegas? Just imagine GC would have so many restaurants to pick from for Fight Feast. Well, he did one for $300. Table Junkie NY Rick can pull together an all-nighter and drive home again. Frankie can find a social club to go DJ at. Lastly, International Fight Week needs Ariel to shoot his 10-7s. There is talk of another roadshow in Vegas the night before, 303. So put it on the calendar. More to come. Let's just get through this one. Matthew, good day from Australia. And by the way, njpack.org is where you can get tickets. Just announced Aljamain Sterling, 2 other surprises. Good day from Australia. I love the Adam Sandler references on the show. Do you know him personally, and would you ever have him on the show? I would faint if he ever came on the show. I've never met him. I adore him. And yeah, I don't know him personally. Curtis, I vote for OG interviews during in-studio guest transitions instead of an interview from 2 days prior. Guess what? You're getting that today. I saw this one, and you're getting one. I wanted to read, I saw one. I saw an update from our youth pastor friend, but now I'm not seeing it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Mikey, hello team. Love the show. My wife just gave birth last week, a girl, and I had your show playing on my headphones during her hard labor. It was soothing. Wow, what an honor. Anyways, if Dustin loses on Saturday, does he retire? This has to be his last title run. So what else does he do? Maybe a super fight? I think he does, but I also think it depends on how the fight goes. I could see, some other fights presenting themselves, but maybe he just doesn't. I mean, there's really nothing else. Here it is, Trevor. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I reached out to my former youth pastor with clips from the show. Unfortunately, we got so caught up in conversation and laughing that we totally forgot to have a question ready, but I will have one soon. Thank you for providing us with a topic and reason to catch up. Similar to you two, he now has 2 sons and a daughter. This week's question. We all know Chael P was recently inducted into the Hall of Fame with Anderson. In your opinion, does he go into the Hall of Fame on his own as a fighter personality in the future? He brought so many new fans, and I honestly feel there's no bad guy personality. There's no notorious one. Also, I need MMA merch, working on it to rock my first live event. That ain't happening. Maybe a jersey with my former youth pastor printed on the back. Hashtag can't let you get close. I don't think Chael gets in solo. I don't think. But nothing would. I mean, again, for the UFC, yes. Independent Hall of Fame. I mean, look. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa. If they ain't in, I don't know how Chael can be in. Just saying. Love you, Chael. Love you so much. Love you dearly. All right, let's get to the first interview of the day. What a scene it is going to be. Oh, my dear, what a scene it's going to be on Saturday, Newark. DP Islam title. We're talking about it. I just wax poetic. Man who will be by his side, the man who has been by his side throughout this entire run, and what a partnership. What a duo they have become, is the former WEC featherweight champion, the great Mike Brown, who's kind enough to join us here for a few minutes. There he is. Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm great. Big weekend coming up, Ariel. Big one.
How do you, like, I was just going on and on, Mike, about like the emotions, and we were introduced to this guy on the documentary Fightville 2011, the highs and lows. He brings us on this journey. He represents the best of MMA. He shows up when he loses. He's crying. It's just, there's so much there. But your connection with him is so different than ours. How do you wrestle with the emotions, the nerves, the anxiety as you're going to see your guy go out there for the belt one more time?
It just makes it that much more special. These emotions and the highs and lows, they make those winning moments so much more special. I say that's like the shame, kind of like fighting when we were fighting at the Apex. There were some fights that were unbelievably good that I couldn't imagine how much better they would have been with a crowd. Like DP against Hooker was an unbelievably good fight, but that was in front of like 200 people. I couldn't imagine what the arena would have been doing if they could see all that. So it's nice when, we got a big pay-per-view and everybody's going to be there. It's going to make that moment, a little more anxious, but much more special.
If we would have talked on the Monday after the Salt Lake City fight against Justin Gaethje, and I would have said to you, in less than a year, Dustin would be fighting for the belt, would you have believed me?
Nothing would surprise me anymore, right? It's every time, after the first, time he lost with Khabib, in his mind, he thought he was never going to get back there. He thought it was going to be this just unbelievable, daunting journey that's never going to happen. And he just doesn't, it's just going to take too long because it took him so long to get there the first time. But once you're there once, you're knocking on the door, and it doesn't take a lot to get back there, especially when you got a style like this.
What's the difference between this Dustin Poirier and the one who fought Khabib in his first title fight?
Experience. Getting better every day in all aspects. But the biggest experience, maturity. You're always learning, you're always growing. It's cliche, but it's true. When each loss you learn so much from, that's when you really go back to the gym and start, making changes, making corrections, adapting and evolving. It's true.
Ultimately, like, he has this line, 25 minutes to make life fair, all that stuff. And ultimately, it's just, you just have to be the better guy for 25 minutes. And I know I'm boiling it down to something so simplistic. It's not that simple. But how do you guys, deal with that And also the fact that this could be the last shot and we are approaching the end of the career and there's all that pressure and you want that moment, you want that legacy, you want to be a champion. You don't want to be the best to never hold the belt. You want to be the guy with the Cinderella story. So not putting that pressure on yourself while you're just boiling it down to like, hey, it's 25 minutes, be the better guy. And then we get to, we get to have a lifetime of celebrations.
But 25 minutes is where Dustin shines. We've always known this. We've always felt this, that he's better in longer fights. 5 rounders, he's much better. He hits so hard and his conditioning is so good that it's hard to go 25 minutes without getting cracked without him landing a big shot, right? In 25 minutes, that's a long time to get through because he's winging shots hard punches, hard kicks. He's looking to sub nonstop. It's a long time to get through because he can finish you in minute 1. He can finish you in minute 24. That's how he is. He doesn't lose his power. A lot of guys, the knockout ratio goes way down minute by minute, round by round, not DP. This guy can crack, put you on your ass any minute of the fight.
How would you describe his demeanor, his vibe, his personality going into this one? Like if someone said, like, how's Dustin been? What's he been like?
Relax, and that's what he was the last 2 fights. I think more at peace than ever before, and I would say that was for the last few fights.
Okay,
maybe the last 2 or 3.
In your mind, is there a chance that win or lose, this is his last walk?
For sure, win or lose, and it may be, but it also maybe not. This is hard to predict. There's times where I thought that he's not going to do it anymore in the past, and I was certainly wrong. And this was a while back, and then there he is again, right back at it. And I just think that he takes a week or 2 off. He might have intentions of like, yeah, I think I'll be content. I'm happy with everything I've accomplished. I'm done with this. I don't need I've got enough money. I don't need to do this. But 1 or 2 weeks goes by and it's calling him. He wants to do, this is what he loves, his passion. And it always brings him back. And pretty quickly, usually. I think it's before the fight, he envisions that he'll want to stop, but it's hard once that fight's over.
I was just asked earlier what I think, and my opinion means nothing compared to yours, but this is what I said. I said, if he wins, I can't imagine a scenario that he walks away. This is like you worked your whole life to get the big payday, title defense, all that. Like, why would you walk away then? If he loses, then I could see it. But wins, no chance. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, but I think you're right. Because now it's like the big payday.
Yeah.
Right, the biggest payday. But he has had major paydays in the past before. It's not like he hasn't had like big paydays, big pay-per-view paydays.
Right.
Right. So he's been involved with that. It's not like he hasn't done that before. That would make sense. So I could see it there where with a win, he's financially stable enough where he doesn't have to do it for the money. And he also has a lot of business stuff going on also. So he's a guy who's smart with his business and money and knows what he's doing. So he's not a guy that has to fight. And at that point, he will have accomplished everything he set out to accomplish.
What was the first fight that you cornered him for?
Jonathan Brookins.
Wow. How long ago was that?
Yeah, this was 2012.
Damn.
Maybe like 25 fights ago, something like that.
I'm putting on the spot here, but in terms of like guys that you've cornered the most and for the longest, would he rank up there?
Probably, yeah. Maybe number 1. Maybe most fights. Oh, definitely most UFC fights. Definitely, probably, because at 2012, I just had a neck surgery and I just started coaching at ATT. And I still came back for one more fight, 2013, lost, and was like, okay, no, it's over for me. Now it's time to focus on coaching. So, and we were the same weight at the time. He was at featherweight, I was at featherweight. So, like, we're also good training partners. We're the same size. So, we meshed well together and became really good friends. Mm-hmm. So, Yeah, I've been probably with him the longest since I started coaching in 2012, and been there ever since, and been busy and yeah, busy with the UFC the whole time.
Clearly, he's coachable. You wouldn't be with him all this time if he wasn't. So, how do you explain the obsession with the guillotine? And does this drive you insane? Do you talk to him and say, "Please, not now, not with these stakes"? How do you explain this?
I mean, this is, 12 years of this. I'm used to this. He does what he wants, right? Like you give him ideas, you advise him, you tell him what, you think he should do, but at the end of the day, he's going to take pieces of it, and then there's pieces he's going to throw away. And when the gilly's there, he's going to jump it. Like this conversation, this argument hasn't been going on just since this last fight. This has been going on for a decade.
And
I've been saying this for a million years.
So, does he ever hit it in practice?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay,
That's
at least that.
And
And
he's got a good one. Gets it a lot in practice, but it's just sometimes in the fight when you're so close to knocking a guy out, you're able to knock a guy out, and you're jumping and you miss it. Now he's on top, but you probably would have knocked him out if you would have just kept it on the feet. But it's DP.
there was a clip that came out from the Benoit Saint Denis fight where you're like, enough already with these. Does that happen often? And we just don't hear it?
I mean, it's happened before. I don't know how many. What means often? How many would I have to say often? But yeah, it's happened before. It's. I remember the one that was really stressing me out was the one with Booker, because he lost the first 2 rounds, and then he jumps the gilly in the. I don't remember which rounds, but at least 2 or 3 more. Jumps 2 or 3 guillotines in those later rounds. So if he gets stuck on bottom in any of those rounds, he loses the fight, because if he loses 1 more round, he loses 3 rounds. So, I mean, he jumps, but somehow he would battle and get back to his feet just in time to throw like a giant combination and wobble hooker or hurt hooker to make sure he secured those final rounds, 3, 4, and 5. But he jumped few guillotines. I don't remember exactly how many, but I would say at least 3 in those later rounds that could have cost us the fight. But he's a gamer, and he can go. He can scrap in round 5 just as well as number 1. So,
how do you think you'd react if he hits it and wins that way?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the earth is going to blow up. The internet will blow up. That's for damn sure.
Do you feel like Islam?
That would be big, and it could happen.
Does Islam have the fighting style to to have some openings there for the guillotine, in your opinion?
Oh, for sure. Anybody looking to take down is open. Anybody who's hurt with a punch is open. Anybody. I mean, there's many scenarios where it can happen. But yeah, there's a lot of things about this fight, that I like stylistically. There are a lot of openings that the team sees, and DP can capitalize. It's just about being on and being sharp in those 25 minutes.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't follow up and say, can you tell us about some of those openings?
Of course not.
Of course. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to, I just had to. The big debate this week, Islam Khabib. You're now preparing for the second guy, the protege, if you will. Who's a tougher matchup in your opinion for Dustin?
And that's a big piece of it is, I think that they Khabib and Islam have similarities where they're both, big, strong, world-class lightweights that win with the majority of their fights by wrestling and top control and, ground and pound and submissions. But the way they do it from one another is very different, right? I think, Khabib takes a lot more shots, low-level shots, singles, double, high crotch. And Islam is more upper body lock, trips, things like this. The style of striking is different. Now we got southpaw as opposed to orthodox. There's a lot of similarities, but there's also a very lot of differences. And a lot of those differences I like stylistically for Dustin.
So when you think of the fight, do you have a sort of vision as to how you think this will play out?
Of course I do. I envision there's a handful of scenarios I envision playing out, because it can be fought and it can be won in several ways.
Okay. Would it be would it not be nice to ask how you think, or at least one of the scenarios in which you think this plays out?
100%. Submission by guillotine.
Okay.
238 round 1.
Fucking 238. Did you just make that up, or is this a number you've actually like envisioned?
238 round 1.
Wow, Mike. Holy shit. That would be
How about that?
okay. Thank you.
Oh,
That would be yes. I think the world and the internet would blow up. The Prudential Center would blow up. It's on Lafayette Street. This is crazy stuff. You see that? The building is on Lafayette Street.
I did see that. Maybe I heard it from you. Maybe I saw you posted something like that. That's cool.
Yeah, that is.
It's in the air, man. It's in the air.
There's something. Do you feel that? Is this one of those? You've been through a lot of these fight weeks. You feel like there's something in the air.
I do. I feel it. I feel it with DP. I feel it with the team. We got Gamrot with us, man. Gamrot is a major part of the team. This guy has awesome energy. The troops are here and the troops are ready, and everybody is just good energy and good vibes. Everybody's feeling good.
I love it. Could I ask you before we let you go? Obviously, Kayla Harrison is another one of your fighters as well. How worried were you about 135? Obviously, she looked great. She won, no problems. And do you have any concerns about consistently making that?
No, of course, I was a little concerned, of course, just because it hadn't been done yet. I was confident. Everything's a percentage game. And I thought the percentage is high, that very, very extremely high. She was going to make it, but it was, how's she going to feel? How's she going to perform? And she felt fine. She felt great. And I knew if she made it and rehydrated well and felt good, what she would do to those girls at 135. Like, I've seen what she can do to those girls, and she's on a different level.
And she exemplified that. By the way, what about Jose Aldo, your old foe, looking that good at 130? Isn't that crazy?
It was great. Back when I fought him, they said, like, I don't remember how old he was, but he was super young. I couldn't even believe that he was that young. I'm like, there's no way this guy is that young, and like whipping everybody's butt. But he was, man. He was so tough then. He's still tough now. What an athlete.
It's when you see things like that, or I don't know if you saw today. I know you're busy. Nick Diaz is coming back. Did you see that? Have you seen this?
I just heard about that.
Yeah, he's coming back in August. When you see these guys that were, mainstays when you were around, how do you react to that?
I mean, it's cool because I'm a fan of those guys. Those were like the guys that, there's different time periods of the sport that you love, and some of these guys are like some of my all-time favorites. So it's always good. I just hope, I'd like to see him in the right matchups. Nothing too crazy, especially with like a guy like Nick. I'd like to see him. It's Luque that he's fighting, yeah?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
It's good. It's a tough matchup for him, I think, but a fight I'm excited to see.
Okay.
I'll pay to see it.
Ferguson is on the same card. Maybe that would have been better. You would have felt better about that?
Yeah, for sure. That would have been great. Yeah, that would have been a good matchup.
Yeah.
Two older guys together.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, everyone just wants the best for these guys. And everyone wants the best for Dustin as well. So again, I'm writing it down. 238 round 1. That's what you said, right? Guillotine and DP, the champ. What a story that would be. Thanks for doing this.
Hey, Cody Law pulled it off.
He did.
Right?
He did. He
Cody
freaking wrote it down on a piece of paper. It's unbelievable. One of the greatest predictions of all time. So I can't wait to see if this comes to fruition. Good luck to you and the team. Good luck to Dustin, of course. Can't wait for it. And thanks for taking some time to talk to us about it all.
Right on. Good to chat.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Mike. There he is, the great Mike Brown, one of the best coaches in MMA, one of the best coaches in the history of the sport, and one of the nicest guys in the sport, the former WC featherweight champion. Can I do something with that? Is there a place where I could put 238 round one? That's impossible, right, GC?
Can maybe do like within the 3-minute mark to the 2-minute mark of round one.
Yo, what is round one submission? Because I know you told me yesterday sub is plus 220. Am I right?
No. Sub is plus 2,200. I found a guillotine prop. But I think recently on DraftKings Sportsbook, it was like plus 2,500 just for any type of sub. Yeah, I mean, right now, 2,200, Dustin Poirier submission. Let's see if I can find a submission round one prop for you.
Yo, submission. I mean, it would just be nuts.
I mean, Dustin Poirier submission round one is plus 5,000.
Dustin Poirier submission plus 5,000. Wow.
Was he saying 238 left in round one?
And I think I think he means like the clock says 238.
Okay, so 238 left in round one.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I just look at it as the clock. Would that be the same? No, that would be two.
Yeah, that would be 238 left.
Yeah. So wait, let's say you put $5 on it.
On what?
25,000. If you put 5 on the
submission?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 5,000. So
$25,000.
No.
Yes.
On 5?
$5,000
$5 bet?
times 5. 25,000.
No. That would be 5,000 to 1.
Is that what you said?
No, this is plus 5,000. This is 50 to 1. So you'd get $250.
Bro, don't ruin my buzz here.
I mean, I'm not trying to kill it, man, but I'm just saying we
offer no financial advice to the listeners of MMA.
Yeah, know yourself. Well, this is a perfect segue for our good friends over at DraftKings. Why not? As I suck at my math. UFC 302 this Saturday. They're back in Newark, 10th time. You know yourself, Dustin Poirier against Islam Makhachev. You know yourself. Paulo Costa against Sean Strickland. Who saw Paulo Costa throw out the first pitch at Citi Field yesterday? I mean, this was incredible stuff. Did you guys see this?
Yeah, dialed. Heater right down
Let's
the
see it.
middle.
Let's see it. Can I see it?
Sure can.
Let me see it. I mean, he couldn't have been wearing tighter pants. Come on, Paulo. What are you doing? You're on the mound. First of all,
No. Those are fine.
Mistake number 1. Don't go to the mound. Go off the mound, Paulo.
Oh, no. I'm going on the mound. If I'm
This dude's Brazilian. He's never thrown a baseball before. Motherfucker.
I need to find a minor league team that'll let me throw.
And then look at that form. See, from that angle, it's like, okay. But I saw the other angle. Do we have both angles or just this one?
No, we just got this one. A little rigid.
Yeah, I saw the other angle.
We're not going to do Bohashinya that dirty.
Nah, we love him. Rick's Barber. Anyway, it's a banger of a card. There's all kinds of big matchups. Go to DraftKings. If you're a new customer, you can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just make a minimum deposit of $5 buccarinos, and you'll get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAR. That's code TheMMAR for new customers to get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500 if your first bet doesn't hit. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available. For problem gambling, call 888-789-7777. Visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. No sweat bet per new customer issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/MMA for eligibility, wagering, deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right, what do we got, guys? Can't wait to see what you guys got planned for us here. What do we got?
We already have Juliana Pena's.
Wow, she is
selection.
back.
She is back,
in
but
a big freaking way. Uh-oh.
Despite her being the one that cost the Parlay Pals last time out, she did say, I said, let's go, easy money. She said, better be, otherwise I'm going to have to start reevaluating my spot on the boys' team for real. I'm wondering if she just wants out, and we're just kind of,
I think she's just being hard on herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Her pick is Aileen Perez versus Jocelyn Edwards over 2.5.
Okay. This is the big rivalry, huh?
Aileen Perez versus Jocelyn Edwards sure is.
Remember?
Yeah, I forgot. They had the fight at the PI.
Yes. I feel like no one's really talking about this.
Yeah, might be overshadowed by
Should have this.
Dustin Poirier
By the way,
going for a title.
If there was ever a fight to happen at the Apex, this should have been it.
This should have been the
They
main
literally
event.
fought at the
Yes,
freaking venue, essentially.
yes, this should have been the main event of UFC Apex 97. That feels like that would have worked properly. All right, let's throw the names into the randomizer. All right, Rick will go first, Frank second, and then I will go third.
Awesome.
There it is. Sorry, the music wasn't coming through. I'm going to take Sean Strickland, Paulo Costa, alternate round total over 1.5.
That is such a great pick.
Bam. Love it.
Why do you love it so much?
Because Frank said, I'm going to take Sean Strickland, Paulo Costa, alternate total round over 1.5. So
Great
I'll
minds think
switch.
alike.
No, I like this,
no, this
Rick.
is
No.
fine. This
What
is
do we have
good.
to cater to Frank every time? Come on.
Here we are.
What do you think?
Only
Frank?
one pick for me.
And it just got taken. What are we doing now?
We got Gelatin Almeida, Alexander Romanov, under 2.5.
Wow. All right. We just got a lot of
And by the way, that's him winning under 2.5, right?
no, just the fight.
Oh, the fight itself. Okay.
All
got it.
right. So we got a lot of pick taking going on here. I was gonna go with old Jailton. Let's see. Here we go.
Wow.
Yep, rerouting on the fly. Didn't really have anything. Didn't think you were gonna go with that one, Frank.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Really put me in a-
Hey, I mean, I can pick another one.
No, yeah, sure you can, man. I'm sure you're just.
I'll
loaded to
take the
gills
one
with
that
them.
Rick
Nah,
told.
I'll go with. I will go with Big Mouth Kevin Holland against Oleksiejczuk. I'll go Kevin Holland gets it done. Like the size advantage. Like that he's never been knocked out. Feel like Oleksiejczuk's KO or bust. I'll go with Kevin Holland to get it done.
Okay. So there's the picks,
Plus
right?
224. Plus 224. A lot of over-unders in there.
Them's the winning ticket.
Kevin Holland
Hopefully.
plus 224.
No.
Oh, the whole
tickets
thing.
plus 224.
Is Kevin Holland a favorite?
Yes, minus 285.
Oh,
Five's my
okay.
favorite.
Yeah. all right.
What could go wrong there? Like, nothing could go wrong with playing Kevin Holland as a favorite.
All right. What about your other picks?
Yeah, let's do it. 5 picks for UFC 302. First one up. Shout out to Brick City.
Yeah.
Alex Morono, Nico Price. Fight doesn't go to a decision. Another fight flying under the radar. Rematch. Questions will be answered. Last time out, Nico Price got the KO at the very end of the second round. I will be taking this fight to not go to a decision, though. Nico Price, since that last fight, is 6-7 in the UFC. Was finished in 6 of those losses. 13 of his 16 fights in the UFC have not gone to a decision. Alex Morono, he does go to many more decisions, but I think he's live for a finish either by KO or by submission throughout this fight. I think both guys are live for a finish. Think it'll be exciting. Think it'll be fun. Think someone gets got. Next up, Cesar Almeida. I'll be taking.
By the way, I thought you were going to say, think it'll be exciting, think it'll be fun, think someone gets done. I thought you were going.
That would have been better. Yeah. I'll keep that in the holster for next time I do a fight doesn't go to decision. Cesar Almeida, have him on the money line against Roman Kopylov. I just don't think Roman Kopylov is going to go for any takedowns. We're just going to make this a kickboxing match. Cesar Almeida, a well-tenured kickboxing career, fought Alex Pereira several times, is 36 just in his second UFC fight. But that does not mean he might be green for MMA, not green for kickboxing. That's how I think this match goes. I think he gets it done as well. Kopylov, I know he was on a 4-fight win streak going into that Hernandez fight, but all his wins come against opponents with sub 500 UFC records. So Cesar Almeida, I think he catches him at some point. To the co-main event of the evening, I am actually going to take Bohashinia as a dog. This price just seems a little off to me. Plus 205 for the underdog. I just don't know how you can't think that he's not at least live to have a chance in this one. Over the course of 5 rounds, he puts up volume. He has KO power. I love the way that he mixes in the kicks. We saw him mixing the takedowns against Luke Rockhold. I like his work to the body. Sean Strickland, I don't think he's going to go for takedowns. He's likely going to make this a boxing match. Obviously, if he stays on the front foot and he's forcing Costa backwards, he's going to have success. Both dudes are durable. Could really see this one going to a decision. Could see it going for a while. And yeah, it's just based on the price tag. I think Paulo Costa is live to get a dub. And then the main event, I mean, there's going to be doubters. There's going to be people that say this is a donation. What are you doing? This is his toughest test to date. But sometimes you just got to do it for the fun of it. You want to be a part of something. You want to be on a team. So main event, big
Damn.
Dustin Poirier.
Where'd you get that?
Both the hot sauces here. We got the KO edition. And
Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that hat?
The internet, man. The internet sells a lot of things. Shout out to
that.
it.
Is sick.
Oh yeah. I feel wrong wearing it just because I'm not a badass like Dustin Poirier.
Nah, it's sick.
But gotta support the guy, Dustin Poirier. Money line. I'm not gonna give you a technical breakdown. But if you did want one, so everyone's gonna say, guys 35 and older at 155 or under in men's championship fights are 0-15 all time. Let me just go ahead and overpower that for you. Dustin Poirier, he's fought many times. When he fights in the month of June, he's 6-0. Bang. Champions fighting on the same card as Paulo Costa when Paulo Costa is not in the championship bout are 0-8. All right, now we've got 14-0 working against us. So let's push this over the finish line. Dustin Poirier fighting in the tri-state area. He's fighting over in Newark. 2-0 all time in his career. 16-0 against 0-15. We trumpet. There it is. Dustin Poirier money line. Is it going to hit? Probably not. But we're going to have faith. We're going to have fun with it. And you want to be a part of something. That's what the greatest moment of all time.
Oh yeah,
we want to be a part of it. And then a parlay, Jelton Almeida and Kevin Holland. Those are the picks.
I love it. All right, so you had Holland already.
Keep it sweet. I did, yeah, I did. But I wanted to back my guy Jelton.
Sure. I love it. And by the way, speaking of Dustin, we have a few minutes to answer more questions, and this is a perfect transition from Hugo. And by the way, coming up at 2:00, Craig Jones going to join us in studio. Is he in the building?
He is not, and I just missed a call from him, so let me go call him back.
And then Deontay Wilder and others still to come. Obviously, Luke Littler, the Nuke MVP. It's going to be a grand old day. How about Hugo, who says, can we give Venom not only flowers, but a whole bouquet of roses for the custom shorts from O'Malley, Poatan, Max, Zhang Wei Li, Justin, and now Dustin, UFC Venom match made in heaven. Yes, we got the floral shorts. I think we have a photo. Or can we not do the photo? Yeah, because GC's not there. Yep, I thought we both had access. In any event, you've seen the photos, and pretty great. I like this. I like this a lot. I want to see more of it. And this is a big event, by the way. The gold gloves, huge. First time we're going to see that. We're also going to see the new gloves for the first time. Rick, what do you think of the floral shorts? Do you think they did a good job? Don't love them.
I don't love any of the shorts that have been done except for Zhang Wei Li's.
Why is that?
Like, they just look kind of like
they look cheap.
They look like a print. Like, they're not really custom. Like, they're custom, but they're not really custom. They're just kind of like clip art type patterns. All due respect, like I don't love any of them. Look, don't get me wrong. If the choice is between flat colors, no personality, none of this, I will take it. But it just doesn't look like an elevated thing. Like, it's just kind of cheapo looking to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone. The only one I really truly liked was Zhang Wei Li's.
I think we have them. We could show them in case you missed them. There they are. Listen, I'll take anything over those, same olds.
Yeah, choice between those two, I'll take it. But
there's some diamonds in there too.
I feel like we can do better. Is that fair? Is that okay to say?
Sure, but the bar is so damn low. I bought right before we went on vacation last year. I bought these swim trunks, bathing suit from Amazon, and they're like 3 sizes too big. They go like all the way down to past my knees, and they're so cheap. And those kind of look like those. Like, they're just.
I was gonna say those look like them. I'm sure.
Yes,
those
they were like $10. Sure. I just needed them by the next day, and so I understand what you're saying. I still do love it way more than.
Oh, no doubt. I don't want to go backwards. I'll say that. I don't want to go back to that. Like, if we're doing this now, I'll take it and run with it. But like, there's crazy artists out there. Like, think about like WWE gear or even
Yeah. Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't know, anything. Like there's just ways that we can enhance this in a major way. I don't know. That maybe I'm just a hater. Forgive me, but I feel like we can do better.
I'm curious to hear from more fighters post 302 what they thought of the gloves. We had Sean Strickland today at the media day. I see say that he hates them.
He went off. He said, "Who designed?" Like basically, he was saying like nerds in a lab designed these and not real fighters, and they suck. And they're trying to solve a problem that does not need to be solved. Basically, was his position. If you are poking people in the eye, close your hands. Is his position. So yeah, he went off. He said, "You quote unquote, like UFC quote unquote dropped the ball." With these gloves, so he went off.
Damn. All right. I have heard some of this from some other people. I would imagine they had fighters work on these to some degree. I mean, I know the Chase Hooper stuff where he said that he got a look at them earlier, but I can't imagine that it was just a bunch of people who aren't fighters that weighed in on the process. I also saw a picture / video of Islam Makhachev getting his jacket for 50 clean UFC drug tests. And that Jeff Nowitzki said, this according to Mike Bond, who's in attendance, that Makhachev's drug test failure in 2016 was one of the biggest mistakes made in the USADA era and not a legit failure. That's fair. I'm just curious as to why they're saying this now. Why do they say this now when the relationship is over? What, like that was 2016. Why did they say it back then? Or even a year ago or 2 years ago? Bit weird, no? Oh, what about this quote from Islam? He doesn't believe he can beat me. His coach doesn't believe he can beat me. Oh, I wish I heard about this 10 minutes ago. I could have asked Mike Brown about it. Anyway, I feel like they think they could win. I don't feel like they're lying about this sort of thing. Jimmy, hola Ariel. I'm a father of two, one 16, one 14-year-old boy. They are growing up and finding out more about the birds and the bees, if you will. Knowing that they're seeing and hearing these types of things, how do I engage in this conversation and try to teach them about it? As an awkward guy myself, I don't know how to bring myself to bring it up to my children, as my parents didn't do to me. How do I even bring it up? What do I even say? Thanks, Ariel. Well, luckily for me at this juncture, my boys are 12 and 10, but I definitely see that they're saying things and listening to things and watching things that are a little bit more advanced than I was at their age. In fact, I even heard them and their friends talk about one of their friends' cousins saying that he, quote unquote, pulls the cousin who's in, I think, 11th or 12th grade. And I was like, what does pull mean? And they're like, gets good looking girls. I'm like, this is how you speak? You're 12 and 10 years old. What is going on here? So all to say, I have no advice. No one really sat down and talked to me about that stuff, but you just kind of figure it out. I don't really think you have to, but maybe you can try to guide them a certain direction. It's a scary world out there. I think the phone, the internet, all that stuff is terrifying. And our parents are lucky that we didn't have that back in the day, because I don't know how you navigate this. I really don't. It's all just so accessible. Terrifying. I'm hoping to hold out until my son is 21. But he might be, the 12-year-old might be the last kid left in his entire grade without a phone. But we're holding out hope. Evan, hi Ariel, love the show. With JDM versus Shavkat for number one contender on the Perth pay-per-view off the table, how do you see the welterweight division playing out after Leon versus Bilal in July? Is there any possibility Conor gets touched or his contract need to be resigned? Did I read this already? I did read this. By the way, what about the JDM? The JDM part I don't remember reading, but what about those pictures where his arm has not healed? Crazy, gruesome stuff. He posted this yesterday. Really, really, or maybe it was today's. Yeah, so it's unfortunate because it sounds like he won't be able to fight on that card, and that's a home game for him. Abe, hello Ariel, quick WWE two-parter from yours truly. How do you feel about WWE SummerSlam becoming a two-night event from 2026? I don't love it, to be honest. I don't love it. I get the money that's there. I personally don't like, as a fan, as someone who's not profiting from it, I don't love the two-night WrestleMania. I think it should just be one night. Make it a super card, make it 6 hours long. But this year it worked because it was a thread between night one and night two. And then you can't deny the money that is being made, the ticket sales, the revenue. And so I can live with it. And I could live with it being just a WrestleMania thing. Now it's a WrestleMania and SummerSlam thing. Come on. I just think that's too soon. WrestleMania in April, SummerSlam in August. That's 4 months later. Like if it was maybe October, and now this is the midway point, an October pay-per-view. But I don't know. I don't love it. I just don't think it's necessary. But again, they will do tremendous business, and what the hell do I know? It seems that they want a summer WrestleMania, hence King of the Ring winners getting a shot, a title shot in headlining SummerSlam, which I like as it makes the King of the Ring important again, King and Queen. I agree. Also, thoughts on the end to the bidding war of 2024. Do you know if there's truth to reports WWE was first choice, but they wouldn't meet his demands to be top 3 earners, while Tony Khan happily was able to make him AW's highest earner? I don't know exact amounts, but websites all suggest WWE top earners are Roman, Brock, Rock, Rollins, Cody Orton. For me, MJF's young age and huge ceiling in WWE may suggest he warrants that money. What do you think? Much love, your boy. But again, even let's say it's a 3-year deal, 4-year deal, 5-year deal, he's still going to be very valuable. So I understand. I think it would have been a huge blow if they lost him. And so I understand Tony Khan doing everything in his power to keep MJF around, because I do think he is worth it, and he's their biggest homegrown star. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with their TV deal. There was some report that Tony was unhappy with the initial offer from WBD, and they're going through all kinds of transitional stuff with the NBA potentially leaving. So yeah, let's see what they're offered and where they stick around. By the way, speaking of the NBA, I can't get enough of the Bill Walton content that has emerged over the last couple of days. In case you missed it on Monday, Bill Walton, one of the greatest players of all time, and then one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, unfortunately passed away at the age of 71 from cancer. Never met Bill Walton, but was always a huge fan of his work as a broadcaster because he was such a unique individual. He was such a happy-go-lucky guy. He did things his way. He was so fun to watch. I love the hyperbole. I love the way he dressed. I love the way he talked about the Grateful Dead. I love the way he talked about life. But as someone who adored and adores the history of basketball, I know about 1977 and the Blazers and Jack Ramsey, Dr. Jack, and then the Clippers, and asking to be, moved from Portland after the multiple foot injuries, and then the Celtics run in '86 and all that. Obviously, UCLA, like he is one of the greatest players. But then all the stuff that has come out, just from colleagues and text messages and unique stories, and how he treated Mike Breen's father. I saw that story yesterday, which was just incredible. What a guy. I just can't get enough. I can't get enough. And it's a shame that a lot of this stuff comes out. I mean, we all knew how unique he was and how special he was while he was alive, but it's kind of a shame that it all kind of floods out after someone passes. But there's just something so admirable about the way he lived his life and how he appreciated life despite all the injuries and the aches and pains and the surgeries. Really a sad day in the basketball world, in the sports world, in the broadcasting world. And I mentioned this on Twitter yesterday, and this is why I thought of it. If we are in fact losing inside the NBA, that show's going away, the greatest studio show of all time, we are really going to miss them on days like yesterday or the day before, because no show in sports, and in particular in the NBA, honors these moments, talks about these moments, treats these moments with the respect that they have treated them with, and gives, the topic and everyone at the desk a chance to breathe and express themselves. It's authentic. It's real. It doesn't exist. And that's what's made that show, among many other things, the camaraderie, the theatrics, all that stuff. It has made that show so special. And so when I saw them talking about Bill yesterday and the way in which they spoke about him, it was great once again, but also made me think like, damn, we're going to miss this. We're going to miss this when it's gone. All right. Thank you very much to everyone who sent in questions. Let's get into our next guest of the day. And what a pleasure it is. Talk about going from the outhouse to the penthouse. He said, yeah, sure, I was on the Rogan show, but now I need to go on the real program. And that's this program. I'm talking about Craig Jones. There he is, my man. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What a pleasure. Have a seat. Is that true? You said that, right? That's a rinky-dink show. I need to go on the A show, the Helwani show.
We start at the bottom and we work our way
That's
up.
right. That's right.
That's why I'm here.
Welcome. Welcome. Oh, it's so good to see you in person.
Yeah, I haven't been on the show in person, right?
No, just Zoom from random places around the world.
The video calls and the random outfits.
Yes. This is a nice one, by the way.
The B team, yeah.
Who makes that?
Evil Knievel inspired. This is our own gym's merch.
No, I know what the B team is, but like this is what is this like velour? What is this?
Some beautiful
This
velour.
is nice. Look at you.
We got the matching pants.
Wow.
Too. Shout out to StreetX for making this for me.
I like it.
It'll need to be bulletproof after this tournament, I think.
You think so?
I think it could happen, you know.
Okay, well, we will get into that. By the way, what brings you to New York?
What brings me to New York? Just to see you, really.
That's it. And
Yeah.
you got so much money right now that you could just fly all over the place.
Well, I didn't bring it to New York. We had to leave
Yeah.
it at home.
I saw that. I saw that you had a bag of cash, $1 million. But what was weird about it, as you put it on his table, like usually you get $1 million, it's like tied up. It's all like stacked. Yours was just like falling around all over the place.
Just loose. We needed some loose bills so you could see that it was real. You know?
Okay, that was done on purpose.
But I mean, I thought the million would be bigger, but it was a bit underwhelming.
Why?
I just thought we'd have
just
a bigger.
That was your first time seeing it?
First time seeing $1 million, yeah.
Okay.
30 pounds, weighed 30 pounds. I was very concerned, but I didn't wait to post pictures with her. I probably should have waited. There was no home invasion.
No. Okay.
Found my address, but there's a slight concern.
And where is that money now?
Where's that money now?
Yeah.
Mysterious location.
You can't
now
say.
we're saving it, obviously, to give away at the tournament.
Sure.
Some of it went missing, a couple strip clubs before I left.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
largely, half of it's still there.
Okay. Okay, so let's get into it because this is fascinating. So you have announced the CGI tournament.
The CGI, yeah. CJI. I fuck it up as well. CJI.
Fuck. Yes. CGI. You're Jones. God, I screwed that up. CGI is that thing in the movies.
CGI,
Yeah.
that's it.
The Craig Jones Invitational.
Craig Jones Invitational.
August 16th and 17th.
Yep, Las Vegas, Thomas and Mack Center. We'll have the tickets out hopefully by the 31st.
31st of May.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2 days. Okay. But what's fascinating about it is, and you just alluded to this, you're going head to head with the ADCC. Very prestigious ADCC, which is also happening in Las Vegas at the T-Mobile.
One of us is going out like Tupac did in Vegas, I feel like.
Okay. There's another reference to getting shot. All right. When did you start thinking about doing your own tournament? And you could have picked any weekend, but you're going head to head with the big bad, entity. When did this all kind of start?
I mean, luckily, ADCC was at Thomas and Mack 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I just happened to check the schedule and it was available, strangely, at this time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what a beautiful...
And you competed.
I competed the last one, yeah.
And it was incredible. Wasn't like one of the best attended ADCCs?
For sure, incredible. I think we had maybe 10,500 plus people there, which is hard to do for grappling.
Sure. And why do you think they moved to T-Mobile?
I think for the prestige of it, kind of just to say you're in the UFC venue, but T-Mobile's fucking expensive.
Yeah.
As we kind of looked into it, and one of their event guys even posted online when I was sort of complaining about grappler pay. He just said, "Man, T-Mobile costs $2 million alone just to rent the venue," and I'm
wow.
like, "Oh." So I mean, from my perspective, athlete pay in general in grappling's pretty bad, but ADCC's existed for over 20 years. And it hasn't even kept up with inflation. It's remained $10,000. But obviously that wasn't a problem. That was a gift up until the point at which the sport started to blow up. And then as far as I can see, and I'll find out as I'm running my own tournament, as ticket sales and streaming rights revenue increases, it just went back into production and really not any extra money for the athletes themselves. So for me, who started in 2015, competing in ADCC in Brazil, we're on a basketball court, maybe 200-300 people in the crowd, to now 10,000 plus people, and then lined up for T-Mobile, but no increase in grappler pay. I decided we'd put our own event on. And we built this basically Jiu-Jitsu doesn't make a profit, so we built a non-profit, Fair Fight Foundation, and what we did was we decided to host this event, compensate athletes, and give basically all of the ticket sales to charity, and we're gonna put it free on YouTube.
Jeez.
We want it on free on YouTube just so more eyes on it. I don't want it behind any paywall. I want it just easily accessible, so we can steal regular fans.
So there's a lot there, but the 10,000 that you referenced, that was going to the winner.
Yeah, ADCC is, what is it? It's 1,000 for fourth place. It is, I believe, 3,000 for third place. Sadly, I know all too well it is 6,000 for second place, and first place is $10,000.
That's nothing.
It's not much, and that's why I really went out of my way for this event to guarantee show money of $10,001.
Just to stick it to them.
Well, I mean, it's just good. You know,
Yes.
like I personally contributed that singular dollar out of my own account. Very generous, but
So everyone who shows up gets 10,001.
10,000.
That's just to show up.
Yeah.
And then the million is what? How does that get distributed?
It's all or nothing.
So it's a tournament.
A 16-man tournament, first place is $1 million. Everyone else, $10,001.
Okay, so you're all good. You'll make the same exact in $1 if you are at AC, and you have the opportunity to get $1 million.
Yeah, you should. I mean, really, like, it's opportunity for athletes to stand together with really not much to lose. Really, all they got to worry about is, like, obviously, they miss out on opportunity to have an ADCC title.
Sure.
But, I mean, they shouldn't worry. I've done all right for myself with that one, you know? Choose the money every time.
And is there a weight class in this tournament, or is it open weight?
Under 80 kilos, over 80 kilos. We're working on a couple super fights, and I'm actually competing as well.
Yes, I've heard this. Yes,
So
this is legit.
I dip my fingers in many things. So obviously we've got promoter, and I'll compete for the same event. And I'll be competing against the giant woman, Gabby Garcia, 6'4", 240 plus pounds, 11-time IBJJF world champion, 4-time ADCC world champion. So should be an ADCC Hall of Famer. We'll see if she gets invited to that ceremony this year. I'm not sure, but that's who I'll compete against. We'll test the battle
That's
of the
signed.
sexes. Signed, done.
You two have been going.
Signed in crayon, and then she ate it.
You two have been going back and forth for quite some time. What like for those that may not know, like what is the impetus of this feud, if you will? Like, why have you wanted
I'm
this?
not impotent for the match, but this one started because we're at a flow grappling event, who's number one, and one of the other girls in the event called her out, and Gabby went full WWE mode and was like, I'll take anyone on. Anyone that calls me out, I'll take them on. And I was like, I'll take that bet. You know what I mean? So that's where it sort of instigated. That's where this whole 2.5 years of foreplay has really led to.
Okay, and why hasn't it happened in the past?
I mean, great questions. Obviously, when I first suggested it, promotions were scared.
Because it was man versus woman.
Man versus woman. Man versus giant woman. I thought should have really sold it there. They were scared until really they saw the impact on social media. And then they came crawling back to me for little money. And I was like, well, yesterday's price isn't today's price. Amen. You had to have some skin in the game on this. I took a big risk, obviously challenging a woman. So it just really, the price wasn't right. We tried to do it in Japan, never came together. And then I saw this as a perfect opportunity to really, I mean, it's the fight for equality. It's like we're truly equal.
Sure. This is like Billie Jean King back in the day.
That's the tennis
match. Yeah. And so will you get 10,000 as well?
I'm doing it for free.
For free. What about her?
I can't disclose the price, but there's cash on the table, and I had to do a few favors for it, you know?
Yes, and I'll ask you the same question that Joe asked you. What are those?
It involved knee pads.
Okay.
I'll say that much. But yeah, we got it
what?
done. Knee pads.
Knee pads, okay.
At the time on my knees to get this done, under the table.
Yes. Have you ever, I'm assuming you've rolled with women before, right?
For sure, yeah.
Have you ever rolled with anyone quite that big as far as a woman?
Not on the mats. I've made some bad decisions on the weekend, but...
How are you so quick with the zingers?
Well, I mean, it's a giant woman. We're set up for this, you know?
So how much do you think she'll weigh?
Good question. She has some things in her contracts previously where they're mysterious around her weight, you know? Sensitive subject. But for sure, she's bigger and stronger than me.
You think what, like, do you think more than 265?
Honestly, I haven't seen her for a while.
Okay.
I don't know, you know?
How much do you think you'll weigh?
I'm 205 right now, give or take, depending on a couple benders between now and then, we'll see. I want to look a bit smaller for it, you know?
Just for the visuals?
Just for the visual, yeah.
Do you think you'll juice up in a big, I know you generally juice, but like, will you up the dosage for this?
Well, I video called her the other day and we were both taking Anavar on the video chat. She was popping a 25, I popped a 50. I was like, you're gonna need more than that, you pussy. So hopefully neither of us has a heart attack.
The promos leading up to this are gonna be fantastic. Are you making, you're the content king, so there's probably some great stuff.
For sure, some behind the scenes, hopefully I'll make a cameo on her OnlyFans. That's the goal.
Sick. She has an OnlyFans?
Don't pretend you don't know.
You subscribe to it?
I don't, but I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it for sure.
Wait, you're stealing the content. That's not cool.
Well, I've borrowed it.
Okay.
You know, like temporary. Didn't need it for long.
And so what would be the rules for your fight as opposed to the tournament? Is it this? Because
Basically the same. But we're trying to do 3x5s. We're trying to use traditional jiu-jitsu scoring. Like the 3 judges will sort of score it traditionally as jiu-jitsu matches, but depending on the points discrepancy, they'll represent that score as a 10-9, 10-8. And my idea was that it appeals to MMA fans. But then I was like, wait a minute. Half the MMA fans don't even understand the judging, but at least they'll see a 10-point must system in effect.
Okay. Is that non-traditional?
Yeah, no, it's as close to traditional while doing something new. I'm trying to get the best of both worlds, and we're going to do open scoring because
I love that.
Jiu-jitsu guys don't like the surprise.
So after every round, everyone will know.
We'll have to compile it, so it'll probably be like we'll have a 1-minute break, and through that 1-minute period, by the time you roll up for the next one, the next round, you'll know kind of where you're at points-wise.
Will the finals be 5-5-minute rounds?
5-5s, yeah.
Okay. Well, but yours is 3-5s.
Yeah, 3-5s. Gabby's cardio's not good, neither is mine. Hopefully it doesn't take 5. I'm hoping we come out, cigarette in hand, I rest it on the side of the structure we've created, and I can go back to smoking. It's going to be that quick.
What do you mean by structure we've created?
So we were inspired by karate combat. I think Dave created basically that angled wall's the best thing for grappling.
You would know. You competed, right? The Phil Rowe sub?
Phil Rowe, yeah, and then Renat, I can't pronounce his name, but yeah, I've competed twice for him, and I think it's the best. It punishes you for backing up, and there's very little referee interference. Jiu-jitsu guys just back up, they end up out of bounds, dangerous, they crash into the tables. I want as little referee interference as possible. The cage is good, but you can back up and kind of stay vertical and neutral, and there can be long exchanges of cage wrestling to get a guy down. But if you back up off the pit, you're going down. So if you try to stall and evade your opponent, it's going to be detrimental to you. So we want to punish people for stalling, backing up, being boring.
Also, it looks better, right? Like it's easier to watch.
Way better to watch. But I tell you what, if you think about it's elevated, it's fucking expensive to build the stage around it so people can look down into it. If you know what I mean? Because obviously most jiu-jitsu events have an elevated mat or just a mat space. We could have saved a lot of money if we committed to that. But obviously this venture we're doing isn't really about making money, about growing the sport, helping the athletes. So I want to keep it safe for the athletes and showcase that an angled wall is awesome. And we're calling it the alley. Because of course, you only go in the alley for two things basically. Fighting or fucking. So it's obviously for Gabby, it's both.
When you say we, who's we?
My business partner, Seth. So he's a man behind the scenes.
Is that a real name?
It is. I mean, I'll give his name, Seth Belial, but we won't give the anonymous stoner's name.
Okay.
We're trying to keep him secret. There's a lot of mystery.
Okay, so that's what I was referring to. So who's Seth?
Seth, he's my business partner at gym, at the B-Team gym.
Okay.
And we're basically trying to run this tournament ourselves, setting everything up.
But he's not the money man.
He's not the money man.
Okay, yeah, so who's the money man?
That's top secret.
I have a theory, a guess as to who the money man is.
Really? Go for it.
Can I throw it out?
You can throw it out.
And what happens if I'm right?
I'll still lie.
I think it's Mark Zuckerberg.
If it was Zuck, I would ask him more than $3 million.
Well, it's a good start. You know why I think so? He doesn't want to have his name attached. He doesn't want to take the limelight. Volk, Zuck, you guys are all pals. He loves jiu-jitsu. He wants to give back to the fighters. Am I onto something? Is this the Zuck tournament?
Nah, I mean, I won't confirm or deny, but I mean, there's a few sugar daddies I have around the world. It could be any one of them.
Is he involved at all?
No, but hopefully he keeps hearing people think that he's involved and he throws us some extra money.
It would make sense.
Because we're trying to book some extra super fights and stuff, and it would be great to just have a little more.
How about Zuck as a super fight?
We thought about it, but I believe he's still coming on for ACL.
Oh, you don't think he'll be ready?
I think he can't train until August or something. He's coming off ACL surgery.
Yeah. How many super fights are you hoping for?
I'm hoping maybe 2 on each day because we're 2-day events. So we're hoping 2 on each day.
Okay. Do you have any of the other super fights booked?
We've got Fionn Davies. She was one of the first to come aboard. She's former ADCC champ, gi world champ. She was kind of unhappy with grappler pay. She made a video explaining it. So she's come on board. So we're going to book her at the biggest super fight we can get. So we're kind of negotiating that now. So we're working on something cool.
Okay.
I can't say
Would
yet,
it be female versus female? Or?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And so when you say $3 million, is that the cost of the entire event?
That's our budget. So $2 million for first place in both divisions total, and then 10,001 to show. So we've got about 700 for production. Haven't taken any sponsors or anything yet. So obviously we haven't sold any tickets yet. So obviously that's going to boost a bit. But we're trying to do it bare bones to prove a point that you can put on a good show for low production costs. Like we don't need guys on the bongos or fireworks or anything too over the top, you know? That's the goal with this. Still do a really nice production, but spend it really more or less on the athletes.
How many people are you hoping will attend?
Ooh, I think capacity will be over 10K. So I'm hoping. I mean, hopefully people...
Because you're drawing from the same audience who's going to be... Will you be at the exact same time, or will you be like in the morning while they're in the evening? Or are you going to try to go head to head?
Good question. We'll be on Friday, Saturday. So say if you're a fan, you've already bought tickets for the other event, you'll still be able to see the other event's finals. So you could go to us Friday, Saturday and see their finals on Sunday, or you could go to us for Friday and a little bit of Saturday. You could mix up Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday, there'll definitely be crossover.
How long has this been in the works for?
Ooh, not long. Maybe, I mean, seriously, 6 weeks.
That's it. And so why make the nonprofit? Like why not? I understand that you're trying to prove this point, but why is that a necessary step?
Well, we do want to basically we're building a nonprofit. Like we've been traveling around doing some charity work we're using jiu-jitsu and combining it with a bit of charity work, trying to help kids around the world. Like we're working with basically this slum area in Bali. We've got a guy out there called Jeff, and he teaches jiu-jitsu to underprivileged kids. So we're trying to do some filmmaking involving that while giving back along the way. So this is a great platform to launch the nonprofit. A lot of people online just like, oh, he's doing some crazy tax evading situation. But the goal is definitely to use filmmaking and charity work for this nonprofit.
You were just overseas somewhere working with kids, right?
Yeah, Philippines.
When was that?
That was 2-3 weeks ago.
How, like you're traveling. Do you have a home?
I'm homeless. I'm a homeless guy, you know?
Where does your mail go?
Good question. Hey, I mean, it's mostly digital, you know?
No,
plus, I mean, a lot of people out to get me. We keep the mailing address pretty secret, but I do have a house in Austin, so...
That is considered home?
Semi-home base, yeah.
Okay.
But I've been to like 13, 14 countries this year. You know, we've got to gather the funds somehow.
Yes.
You got to go to the odd war zone and sneak a missile out of there.
That's right, Ukraine,
yeah.
Is that terrifying over there?
It's pretty scary.
And where do you fly into?
So you obviously can't fly into Ukraine, but you could fly into Warsaw, catch the train or take a car across the border.
How would you describe it?
I mean, it's obviously intense. I mean, you're in Kyiv. It doesn't feel too bad. You get the air sirens. There's the odd missile strike. But we went to the front line. So we were like, I think we went 7 kilometers from the front line in sort of a village that had been captured by Russia and then liberated by soldiers. They took us to the front line.
And who's they?
My friend Roman and his sort of battalion. Because I did a charity jiu-jitsu seminar there to give back to the soldiers that are in the military. And a lot of those soldiers train jiu-jitsu. So I wanted to do something for those guys. But then Roman sort of planted the seed. He's like, well, what about the guys on the front line that can't come? And I was like, fuck it, I'll come to you.
Jeez.
So we went out there.
And so you went all the way out 7 kilometers away from Were you scared?
I mean, I probably had too much faith in the people around me, you know? He did tell me, he's like, you have a good time. I can't promise you won't die. And that's the sort of adventure we're going to pursue, you know?
You like that?
I like a bit of excitement for sure. Obviously, I'm fighting a woman. I like a bit of excitement.
Sure. Were there any like close calls? Any scary moments?
I mean, the closest call that probably wasn't, in retrospect, a close call, but one day we went downstairs in the hotel, heard a huge explosion in Kyiv, and the building shook. And I thought that had been a missile land, but it was the air defense system shooting a missile down, and it was only 5 minutes from the hotel. So it was like, what I thought was actually the missile landing was it being intercepted, and they took us to the site where just part of the missile had landed and left a huge crater in the ground. But going to a place like that and posting about it just opens up the door for so many people on social media just going nuts, conspiracy theories, everything. So it's like...
You enjoy that?
A little bit. I enjoy a little bit of the light trolling, provoking, but yeah. That's why I wanted to make so many jokes how I went to Ukraine. I was like, thank God the US funded him again. Now we can run the tournament, you know?
Oh, yeah. Perfect. And how would you describe the people there? Just curious. Like what's the vibe like of the actual population?
I mean, if you would actually put a lot of thought into it, it's kind of what you expect. It's like life has to go on.
Yeah.
You know, like there's all this crazy stuff going on, But their attitude and energy is kind of like, well, I'm not going to let the enemy change the way I live my life. So there's really like stoic bravery to these situations where like a coffee shop might be blowing up, the person's still going to be serving coffee. You know, like you hear the sirens go, they don't go to the bunker. They don't want to live their life in fear.
Wow.
I feel like that's what the enemy sort of wants to disrupt life. But it's surreal. You got the Air Alert app and it'll be like planes launched, kamikaze drones heading this way, or a missile might change direction. It'll be like, expect impact in this timing. And then either it does or it doesn't. And it's like, you kind of look at that, you're like, what are you going to do? You can't hide forever.
Damn. How long were you there for?
Maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Why so long?
Just hanging out, you know? Hanging out with the people.
What a life. What has been the reaction of the jiu-jitsu community to your announcement?
I mean, initially, disbelief. No one believes anything I do anyway.
That's true, yeah. A lot of people thought you were just trolling.
Well, that's why I brought the $1 million in cash on Rogan. That was sort of to prove it, because people were like, this guy doesn't have $1 million. And it's like, well, I don't, but you have the right friend, they will. So I brought the cash to prove it. So, I mean, it went from like disbelief to shock to now many athletes jumping on board. So it's been like, I took a big gamble that we could put enough money on the line that they would choose to basically unionize together and come together as athletes and turn away the pre-existing sort of prestigious medals and come together to support something new. So I took a gamble on that. Like if I gave $1 million away to a bunch of purple belts that showed up, it kind of doesn't prove the point. But if all the existing champions really come together, we can really make a statement about grappler pay in the sport.
Are you surprised by the reaction, or is this what you were expecting?
I mean, there's a few key people that I really did expect to come across, and they have, or I'm talking to them. What's entertaining, though, is the people that I definitely knew didn't like me, but were like, hey, brother, is the $1 million real? You know, like, oh, thank you so much. We'd love, you know what I mean? Like,
wow.
You throw
like
some
who?
cash on the table. I won't name any names.
Okay.
Obviously not the real enemy team. We still haven't secured any of my former teammates towards the new event, but I feel like the pressure builds. If all the stars are in one show and you elect to do another show where they make less money, and really it's no longer as prestigious because the talent's moved.
Right. Have you heard anything from fans being like, man, you're screwing it up. You're screwing up a good thing here. Like, we had everyone under one roof. And so what is your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an adequate argument, but I would say you kind of have to make the athletes and fans make a choice. You know, like it's like we're donating a lot of the money from the ticket sales to charity. So it's like, all right, if you've already bought tickets to one event, at least you're knowing that if you're going to dip into your pockets to spend extra money, it's either going to charity or the athletes. And I think we should all remember at the end of the day, the athletes are kind of what's most important, what holds everything together. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a good thing to support. But I do feel sorry if you've really stretched your budget and now you're forced potentially out of viewing my event.
When you say most of the money going to charity, what do you mean by most of? Like is it 50%?
Well, we're trying to work it. We're going to try and do different charities.
Okay.
So that's why we've been able to leverage some of the athletes. So it's like we want to leverage them, to give them an opportunity. Obviously, I don't want to get too political, but we want to give them an opportunity to be like, hey, I'd like to support this group. So we're going to spread it amongst a bunch of charities.
Okay. Obviously, the ADCC knows about this. What has their reaction been, and what have you heard from them since this has come out?
I haven't heard anything.
No one's reached out to you
on a one-to-one level. No.
No one has said, "You mother effer, how dare you?"
No, not yet.
Who do you think you are?
Not yet. I mean, that probably concerns me. You should get a couple of angry messages and not just a knife in the back. Yeah, nothing. I don't know what the conversations are like with the athletes. I don't want to get too involved on a personal level, but I do say to the athletes, I'm like, hey, if you're going to do this event, have a proper conversation with whatever you need to pull out of before. Mm-hmm. Get ahead of that. Don't just say, Craig, I'm in, and then the other organization finds out about this. And I say also, if you're going to jump in early. Give them time to find a replacement. So we're trying to disrupt the industry while also trying to make it as fair as possible at the same time.
Did something specific happen between you and the founder of the ADCC tournament? His name escapes. I don't want to butcher his name, but I've seen you post about him. Can you tell me his name? Sorry.
Oh, Mo Jassam, yeah.
Yes. And you wrote, "Don't tell no lies about me," and I won't.
Oh,
tell
yeah,
no
we wrote
truths
the
about-"
rap battle into
That's
it.
right.
yeah.
That's right. And then he wrote, he looks forward to seeing you and talking face to face. Did that meeting ever happen?
Never happened, but I wanted to do a podcast together so we could talk about it because I initially was apprehensive about doing ADCC because I just said, guys, it's like you can make so much money doing other things. You know, it's like for me to commit so much time at the chance of winning 10K is just, it's a huge investment of time. And you're going to have to fight for all the best guys in the world. And if I did those as super fights, I'd make so much more money. So it just came to a point in time for me where even though I had never won it, I'd never accomplished that, it still was like, even to have it, it was not really worth the amount of energy I'd have to put in. And I wouldn't really gain anything in terms of my position in the sport. I don't think I'd be able to pull more money by suddenly having an ADCC gold medal. You know, like I really feel like that's the thing about the sport is just winning a high-level tournament doesn't guarantee you any financial return. Many of the champions of the sport struggle to get by financially. It's about how you market yourself. And really, it's about how well you can articulate the techniques you want to teach in English. And that's where we get most of our money from, seminars, instructionals. So there are people in the sport that are at a disadvantage already. So to think you can just accomplish your goals of winning a medal and that's going to translate into financial return, it's just simply not true. And I think that'd be true even some UFC champions later in their career. It's like you don't win UFC gold and you're set for life. So it's really like, but at least I'm trying to do something in this sport where $1 million will be life-changing. $1 million US obviously would set you for life in a place like Brazil. Probably not, depending on your spending habits in America, but at least compensate them for the performance they put in.
And he hasn't reached out. Do you have any idea how he feels about this?
I imagine he's not happy, but I wanted to get ahead of it earlier. I said, let's do a podcast on it, just explain the business decisions. Like if I'm an idiot, I don't know anything about business, just break it down for me. You know, like, do we need a $2 million venue? Do we need the guy selling hot dogs to be making more than the athlete that loses on the first day? That's really, I wanted to have that out in the public. I guess his argument online would be that spending more on production is going to grow the sport more. And I say that's probably true, but we shouldn't leave the athletes behind completely. At least let's have some token appreciation, double the pay. You know, you go from 10 to 20K for the winner. At least give something back that shows some form of appreciation that the sport has grown from basketball courts to T-Mobile. If we can afford T-Mobile, we can afford to pay the athletes.
And so when you threw this out, like, did he say no? I don't want to go on a podcast with you. I don't want to talk to you.
I mean, I kind of provoked him on his live to say, let's do a podcast, let's catch up. And he was kind of like, I don't want to do it because you're going to give me some gotcha questions and stuff. So I really wasn't interested. I would say personally.
I feel like I'm neutral. I'm not really a jiu-jitsu guy. Like, invite him on this show. You guys come together.
Yeah, Mo, come on the show, brother.
Oh, we come in peace.
Come out to New York.
Let's do it. You guys could, it'd be like a presidential debate. We could have like little stands for you guys.
Yeah, we could do it, eh?
It would be nice.
A different velour tracksuit, though.
Yeah. All right. So you say that you don't really know. You would imagine that he's not very happy about it. There are guys who have left, defected over. Do they have contracts with him? Or is it like, correct me if I'm wrong, like Nicky Ryan's coming over, right? How do they do that?
No contracts.
No contract. So what is he selling to you? Is he selling to you, meaning the athletes, like, this is like the Olympics? You're doing this for the prestige, the honor? Because the 10K number blows my mind.
It's shockingly low, you know, and I don't believe it is the Olympics. When you say it's the Olympics of our sport, that's kind of a marketing strategy because you could go anywhere in the world. You could walk in anywhere and be like, I'm an Olympic gold medalist. That's a universal currency around the world. Being like, hey, I'm an ADCC gold medalist, I'm an IBJJF gold medalist. Tiny % of the population cares. So it doesn't have the same value. And if we can sell tickets, we can compensate a little more.
Is your goal to sink ADCC?
No, the goal always was to try to leverage everyone in the sport, not just ADCC, to give back a little more and to really start to think about where some of the money, some of the profits go, especially streaming platforms. Like, we don't have much leverage as athletes in the sport because all the analytics are hidden. Like, if you put on a grappling event and you host that on a streaming platform, they'll be like, you did good, you did bad, but they won't tell you the metrics. Let alone if they did tell the promoters the metrics, they wouldn't tell the athletes. So we really don't know how many eyes are on this sport. So it's also one of the reasons I want to put it free on YouTube. That's going to be artificially inflated because it's free. So more people will watch it that don't, but we'll still have an indication of how many eyes are on the sport. And that gives the athletes a bit more power to look at the peaks and valleys and be like, hey, I deserve a bigger piece of the pie. Look at how much I bring to the table in terms of viewers.
Is your goal to do this once a year?
Once a year, yeah.
So every August, same weekend as ADCC for the foreseeable. Well, actually, they're every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
So next year, you're solo.
Yeah, I didn't just come in to just sink an organization. I came into.
But you went on that same day in city on purpose, right? It's not a coincidence.
I mean, it's no coincidence, but to basically disrupt an industry, you have to do something. Like, if I just did it on another weekend, is that a statement? Does that give the athletes any leverage if they just do both? Like, there's got to be a point where people have to make a choice, you know? Like, we're kind of unionized. And again, it's on the same weekend as ADCC, but it's a message to every organization. It's a message to every event that, hey, you gotta play ball. Like, there's tournaments out there that thousands of people register. They have memberships, have all these things, and it's just like nothing goes back to those at the highest level. They, again, paid in exposure.
Right.
Paid in exposure is such an obnoxious thing to say.
You can't go to a bank and deposit that and feed your family. Do you think this will force them to change their ways?
I would hope so. I hope it just is a bit of gives some power back to the people that I think are the most important in the sport. I hope it just gives the athletes a bit more leverage. If
they change it to, say, 50K or something like that, do you say, okay, cool, job's done, I'm out?
That would be awesome, but I feel like these guys it should have happened already before it came to this point, because, like, again, let's see what happens with this show. Let's see how much money there is available to this show, because 50K might not end up being enough. You know, I think the token price rise should have came about when athletes started talking about grappler pay again, because it is, say for this a tournament, it is only 10K. It's like, if you do a full training camp, it's probably below minimum wage if you win it. And of course, you get $0 if you lose on day one.
So I'm being told here from the guys in the back, ADCC announced today that Gabby will compete at this year's ADCC. So, and that do you know this?
I don't know this yet, no.
Oh, you don't know this? Serious?
No.
There's an article right here. I will read it. It's from Jits Magazine, May 28th. So that was yesterday. Gabby Garcia will now be competing in the over 65 kilogram division at ADCC
I think it's wrong.
2024.
I think it's wrong.
It's wrong?
I think it's wrong, yeah.
She's just been invited to return to the tournament that she has won multiple times.
I think it might be slow. I think she was still talking with him yesterday, but...
They put, I see ADCC official posted on their Instagram, Gabby Garcia steps back on the mats as she tries to earn her 5th title.
What date was that?
Let's see.
I think they posted that video, but...
You think it's old?
I think it's old news.
Now they're saying something's wrong when I click on it. Maybe they took it down?
Yeah, they might have taken it down. I hope she's not...
You think she's getting cold feet?
Another woman running away, leaving my life.
Leaving you at the altar? Come on, Gabby. Can we call her up too?
We could call her, yeah.
This would be so good, you versus her. Would it be on the first day or the second day?
Second day.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends on the scheduling, you know, because, like, if we put it on the first day, I got to enjoy Vegas Friday and Saturday night, not just Saturday.
That's true. That's a good point. So you're not worried about this?
I'm not worried, no. We got the contract. We got crayons and paper, yeah.
Signed on both your ends. Luke Rockhold is involved.
Luke's in, yeah.
Are some people scoffing at that because he's not a traditional jiu-jitsu guy? And if so, what's your reaction to that? Yeah, because
they're like, hey, you're trying to change the sport. You're trying to put in the best athletes in the world. And they're like, you're just throwing in an MMA guy. And I'm like, he ain't no regular MMA guy.
Yeah.
Like, guys like Gordon and Bishesha have spoken about training with him. That guy is very, very, very tough. I've trained him. I know he's tough. So what might be perceived as just a clout-chasing decision, I would not put an athlete in there that I didn't believe could do some damage to the division.
And Luke you've rolled with him, and he's tapped you out, right?
Yeah, I've rolled with him recently, he's tapped me out. So I look at it like, that's the best of both worlds. Former UFC champ, and he's a great grappler. And people need to remember, he's training with DC, Cormier, Khabib, Islam. He spent a long
DC
time
and Cormier,
training.
same person, by the way.
Sorry, DC Cain Velasquez.
Yeah.
So it's like
Not anymore, but I get your point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like he's got the grappling background.
He's also so good looking.
Too handsome, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a.
That's I threw him out there as a distraction to Gabby, you know?
Sure.
She's looking off in the
By the way,
distance.
can you compete on both events? Or is there an exclusivity? Like, could Gabby compete against you and do the ADCC?
No. We will have because I mean, it's too risk of injury. Like, I think, like,
Why can't you do yours on Friday and then them Saturday, Sunday?
I mean, it would be unfair to them. What if I broke her leg or something, you know?
Sure. But if they're willing to take that risk for 10K.
I mean, I don't think,
Maybe that's what is she trying to double dip? Is that what's happening?
I'm not enough for her.
Yeah.
It's a two-man job. It's a two-tournament gig. Nah.
But is there exclusivity?
We will have exclusivity for that weekend because I believe if you're investing money into any event where we require those people to participate, it would make sense to have a contract to guarantee that they do participate. I think it would be a very silly decision to invest millions of dollars into an event and not have a contract. You know, contracts exist for a reason, so you can plan around their planned participation that unless there's some unforeseen circumstance, they can't do. Like, logically, from a business side, irrespective of what's in the contract, it's like, hey, if we're investing all this money to an event, you should probably have a contract with the athletes.
Sure. And so, to the best of your knowledge, has ADCC told anyone if you go and do this, like you won't be invited? Are they strong-arming people like that?
This is just what I've heard. I don't know 100%. I don't know if they've posted it, but I believe if you were invited or you won the trials and you've turned it down to do something else, then you would then in turn have to do the trials again to re-qualify for ADCC.
Oh. And it doesn't seem to bother some people.
Well, I mean, some young guys, like I know the Tacker brothers, they're the first guys I put in. They just said, okay, we'll do the trials again.
Yeah.
They're like, we love earning our place.
Yeah.
And the trial, what's crazy is for them to win the trials, I believe they won 7 matches. So they would have had to go through 7 matches and then 4 matches, 11 matches at the chance to win a whopping, life-changing 10K.
Can I make a suggestion? I'd like to see Dylan Dennis involved. Can we make that happen?
I did message him, actually.
You did?
I did. I messaged him. I emailed his manager.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything, though.
Nothing.
Well, actually...
Did he leave you on scene? He had to have looked at it because he's on his phone 24/7.
Let's see what he said. I got the message, yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully he's watching.
Yeah, no, for sure he's watching. Just the fact that I mentioned his name will result in...
Dylan. What's his Instagram? Is it just...
I think it's just his name, Dylan Dennis.
I can't even type. He messaged me, something about it. Let me invest and we make it the Dylan Dennis, DJCC.
Wait, what's the change of name?
He wants in though, I guess. But I said, let's have a call, but no response. But it'd be cool to have Dylan in, I reckon. Because he did do good at ADCC against Gordon. At brown belt, he was really, really good. First year black belt, really good. And then he became really good at having a good time, which I respect as well.
Yeah. So, like in your perfect world, is he a super fight guy or is he a tournament guy?
I mean, either or. Like, if he wants to be in, he can be in. But we won't change the name, though.
Sure. No, of course not. But, which lane, do you think it's a shame? Do you view it as a shame what has happened to him? Because you speak of him in glowing terms, the potential that he had. Now he's not really competing in jiu-jitsu or any type of combat. Do you think it's a waste?
I think potentially we lose athletes like that because there's probably more money being an influencer than there is in the tournaments.
Crazy.
You know, so it's like for him, having a good time, being an influencer is probably paid significantly more than his grappling. And who knows if a tournament like this had existed early in his career, he might not have felt the need to not compete. Mm-hmm. It's crazy to think there's potentially more money just not competing, doing other things.
Now, what about Gordon Ryan? Have you reached out to him?
We're not on speaking terms.
No, just through representatives.
We haven't spoken. We haven't spoken since the team split up. Obviously, it's back and forth online.
Yeah.
You know, but...
You haven't thrown it out there?
Well, I mean, we'd have him. We'd have him for sure.
Would you like to have him? Do you think he would do it?
I don't think he'd ever do it.
Why?
Because the tournament's named after me.
So it just, from an ego perspective. What if I mean...
That's the funniest thing about the whole thing is like... it's called the Craig Jones Invitational. I'm taking a bunch of real champions and they're competing under the name of a guy that's never won anything. That's the poetic part for me.
And why did you call it that? Just for that laugh?
Just to be, obviously, he's a hat tip to guys like Eddie Bravo Invitational, like a little bit of a hat tip for his contribution to the sport. Also another guy that never won ADCC. I respect it. But really, it's sort of tongue-in-cheek when the promoter makes the event more about themselves than about the athletes. You know what I mean? So it's like a bit of tongue-in-cheek. Hey, it's the Craig Jones Invitational.
Who are you referring to?
Could be anyone.
Okay. Because like ADCC isn't named after a promoter, right?
No, but it's sometimes the promoters get
Sure.
You know what I mean? Too involved, I think.
If you could have like sort of like a pie in the sky wish participant, who's someone that would, just be incredible to have on board?
I mean, Marcelo Garcia would. That'd be incredible.
Have you reached out?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay.
Marcelo would be amazing because he is...
We're talking legends.
Absolute legend of the game. And we're talking about a guy he's just the man. He was the man. Like, most of his techniques, like, everyone else has stolen, reinvented, renamed. Like, his own style is still so effective today. And he's had some personal issues and stuff that have pulled him away from the sport, but he's always spoken about coming back. So if we could get a guy like that back, that would be amazing. A personal favorite for me would be if we could get Cron Gracie to potentially do the under 80 division.
Okay.
I would love that. Love Cron back.
Have you talked to him?
Might have spoken to him as well, yeah. It surprised me how many people reached out about it, Obviously, some people saw the money and were like, hello, But some people sort of got a sense for what the event's about and wanted to be involved.
You weren't planning on being a part of ADCC this year, were you? Before all of this?
It was a 50-50, but honestly, I couldn't really be bothered.
Yeah.
I was doing so many other things, having fun.
Right. Do you think at this point you'll never be invited back? Again, you may not be bothered, but do you think this is the end of your relationship with them?
I mean, who knows what happens? I wouldn't think they would. There might be emotional reactions now, but 2 years from now is a long time.
Sure.
So much could change between now and then. I would never, at the end of the day, if it is a business and they are making any money off it, it's like at the end of the day, I wouldn't imagine the personal vendettas to come in between them and the potential to make more money. You know what I mean? You can see past a lot of personal problems if you see some dollars on the table. So who knows what ultimately happens, but I wouldn't imagine they would spite potentially any of the names in the sport to, you know what I mean, make it more difficult for them.
And obviously, the Gabby match is something, but would you classify yourself as retired or not? Like, I think that's somewhat up in the air as well, no?
Oh, I would say I'm like a stripper that's a bit old, for the right payday. Okay. I'll come back every now and then, yeah.
But you're not looking to compete on any type of circuit. You're just looking for a good time and good pay. Interesting
match I'll do. But like, you get to a position in the sport, I guess like where I might have to face someone that like is a name. It's a very talented, not very well-known guy. And in terms of the payment structure, that doesn't make business sense for a promoter to pay for, because it's just it's like heavily weighted in one direction. It's all risk in one direction, and like I would want to be compensated for that because you're bringing more to the table in terms of selling the event. So as long as it's an opponent that sells, I'd be interested, because then I have the motivation to do a training camp. But I'm not just going to stick it out for the love of the game. I love training more than I love competing. Competing I do for money, training I do because I love.
If we would have talked like 2 months ago and I said, like, who's your dream opponent, would Gabby Garcia have been number one?
Yeah, the one that got away.
That's the one, huh?
The one that I haven't lost to yet.
Have you ever met her in person?
Yep. We had an arm wrestling match.
Oh, that's right. And that's where you sort of...
felt her power, yeah.
You had eyes. You did say on Rogan's show that you felt like you needed to get some sexual attention out. Do you think she feels the same about you?
I hope so.
Okay, but you haven't asked her.
Not directly, we're dancing around the subject.
That's right. It's part of the game.
Flirting. That's
right. That's right. All right. So I mean, this is what's crazy. It seems to me like in the back end of your athletic career, whatever you want to call it, it's like you're having more fun. You've become more popular. You're recognized in the MMA world, not just the jiu-jitsu world. Why do you think this is? Why do you think you are having such a great time and such a popular figure with so many different fans?
I think just because I don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
have you always been that way?
I mean, obviously, the better position you get into a sport, the more people in the sport need you, then you need them. You know, like if you enter on the undercard of a professional grappling event, it's like, hey, you better shut up or you might lose this opportunity. But when you become the opportunity, I feel like you have a lot of freedom. You have a lot of liberty there. You can talk to promoters in a different way, event organizers in a different way. You can demand more things because now, hey, they're starting to need you more than you need them. And I think if you find yourself in a position in your sport like that, you owe it to the next generation to try to make things a little better, a little easier for them. I competed for many shows for free. I paid my own travel to many shows. I helped, in my opinion, grow modern grappling. And from that position, I want to leverage that position to make it better for everyone else. I don't want to have contributed to the growth of the sport and everyone else get fucked over the same way. If I can't win the big tournaments, I'll at least leave a legacy of helping the next generation.
Who introduced you to grappling?
It was actually my cousin who was training at the time, Matt Jones, yeah.
How old were you?
15.
In Australia? And he's just like, hey, I'm doing this thing. Come check it out.
Come check it out, yeah.
Did you ever do any kind of martial arts before?
Not really. A little bit of judo, nothing serious.
Okay. Did you play any kind of sport?
Australian rules football.
That's your thing.
But yeah, I wasn't very good at that.
Is that the one that Volk played too?
He played rugby. Rugby's big in the northern states.
Okay.
AFL, Australian rules football, is bigger in the southern states.
I'm a big Adelaide Crows guy.
Oh yeah, Adelaide.
That's your
Adelaide.
team?
Yeah.
That's your squad too?
That used to be the team I supported.
You fly as one. Why not anymore?
I mean...
You just don't follow it?
Yeah, I don't follow it.
Okay. But that's your team?
That was the team. That was the team. Adelaide represent.
So you get introduced and then you just like kind of dilly-dally with it?
Yeah, for many years. You know what's funny is actually I just didn't even train that seriously and I just by happen chance won a tournament that I probably shouldn't have won in America and I was like, fuck, I better give this a proper crack, you know? That was the way
How
it
old
went
were
down.
you?
21 at that time.
And that's when you go kind of all in?
Yeah, that's when I was like, shit, maybe we give this a crack.
That's crazy. And did your cousin pursue it?
Yeah, I believe he still teaches in Adelaide. We had a bit of a falling out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The old school, you train at a different gym sort of stuff. But
so much politics, huh?
So much politics in the sport, for sure. Like the old Creonte thing, they really don't like, generally speaking, when you train around or switch teams.
Really? Even though you're a kid, you want to go out there, see the world, experience different things, your own family is going to stop talking to you.
Yeah, that's the type of guy I am, you know? Like, I bring that out of people. I inspire that in them. They're like, fuck Craig, I'll never talk to him again.
And you don't speak to him?
Not for over 10 years, I think.
It'd be a nice story if you invite him to compete on the tournament.
Compete on the tournament, yeah. I'll be like, hey, let's connect back up. Come see me fight a woman. See how far I've come.
No, probably won't.
No, probably not. I think he's blocked me.
Oh my God, it's that bad? Jesus, Craig. Are you bad at keeping relationships?
I would say so. It's hard to keep up, you know?
I mean, but like, you know, all the stuff with the team, I feel like there's a pattern brewing here.
That's true.
ADCC.
Yes, that's true. You know what? We changed things up, that's for sure. And hopefully for the better.
Are you loyal to anyone?
Loyal to anyone, for sure. I mean, for sure you have loyalty, but like, obviously I want what's best for the sport and the people of the sport, and I would always choose that over personal relationships. Right. You know, if there's a bigger picture here, I'm not going to put my own personal friendships in the way of what's for the greater good of everyone.
When did you start to feel like something's amiss here? This is not, like, we're putting in way more than we're getting out of this.
I mean, I guess when you compete in front of thousands of people and you think, obviously that's amazing, that's special. You're like, wow, look at all these fans. Look, they're so passionate, they've showed up, they've come here to view this. And then when you sit back and think about it and you're like, that looks successful. That's successful. Why are we not getting compensated more? Why are we forced to rely on that platform and exposure to figure out ways to make ourselves money? Why are we not cutting on that action?
And so you said it's going to air on YouTube, the event. Who's going to produce it? Are you working on that now?
I'm the ideas guy. My business partner, Seth Bilal, he does the production meetings. We've got a production crew working on it.
So it won't air on Flow or any of those because they're associated. Do you like them?
Neutral, indifferent. You know, I don't feel a sense of loyalty to any of those promoters. Like, you know, most of the time, and I probably imagine this is the MMA world too, when a promoter needs something, he's your best friend. When you need something, it's just business. So I try to be as neutral as possible. If I see something a streaming platform's doing that's good, I'll compliment it. But if I disagree with it, I'll publicly disagree with it. I'm just going to try to call it how it is.
Yeah. And so will you do like some big press conference with all the guys up there? Are you planning some big kickoff thing? What do you have in mind in terms of
We're going to be creative on that for sure, but you can expect something with me and Gabby Garcia before the match.
Hopefully she doesn't, stab you in the back here.
Oh, with it running away?
Yeah.
I'll chase her down. She won't get away. Look at her. She doesn't move too quick.
You want to call her right now and ask her?
We could call her.
Let's see. I'm worried about this because you're going to do a whole interview and then I'm going to go online and all of a sudden I'm going to hear, the fight's off. You want to call her FaceTime? What are you looking to do?
Let's see. Hopefully she's not naked like usual.
Oh my God. Gabby Garcia against Craig Jones.
That's the fun, Gabby.
Yeah, come on, Gabby.
She might be training. I'd hope so. If she's facing me, she should be training.
Yeah. Does she train a lot?
I don't know. We'll check out how she's looking. No, she's not answering.
No. Yeah, you hung up pretty quick there.
I know. No. I mean, we'll try it. We'll leave it. Let's see what happens.
Steroids and autism.
Steroids and autism, yeah.
Those are the keys to being successful.
The problem and the cure,
Are you considered autistic?
Maybe.
I don't know. There's different spectrums.
I think I never won a gold medal, so I think not enough. Too low on the spectrum.
Where have you come up with this?
Well, I mean, I think there's a correlation between eye contact and success rate at jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
Oh, different guy.
I got so excited.
I bet this bastard's fucking watching
probably
this.
watching.
And he's like, oh, cool, yeah.
Come on. We got to keep the lines open. Are people ever offended by that?
For sure. I mean, if you're autistic, you might not get the joke. I don't know.
Sure. When did you, how do you come up with this stuff?
I don't know. Hey, I'm just trying to keep it entertaining. The sport's just a bit silly, Like, it's a bit of a funny sport. So it's like we try to just have fun with it. You got to embrace it, You got to roll with it. People that can't take a joke,
right,
are the dream.
Right.
They're the ones you want to provoke because you get a strong reaction. So it's like what we do is inherently funny. So let's roll with the punches, Do
you think we'll ever see it in the Olympics, jiu-jitsu?
Who knows? I don't know.
Is there any serious push? I know it's been talked about here and there, but do you feel like there's any push? I mean, we've got breakdancing this summer in the Olympics. We've got skate. Why can't we have jiu-jitsu?
I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, the Olympics, it should have probably joined when it was in Brazil, right?
Yeah, that would be great.
Olympics, but
2016?
If it didn't make it to the Rio Olympics, probably not going to make it to any of them.
Okay, is that something that is of interest to you or you don't really care?
I mean, an Olympic gold medal would be nice, but I don't really, at this point,
Who says you're going to win the gold medal? You didn't win the ADCC one.
Very true.
Amazing.
Very true. I definitely wouldn't, but a silver would be nice. Silver nice to cabinet.
Did you watch MMA?
I do, yeah.
You're an MMA fan? This weekend we have Dustin Poirier fighting, and a big thing for him is that guillotine choke. What is he doing wrong? Why does he never hit it?
He's going for it. That's probably the problem, It's a bold move in grappling,
Right.
That's like you're all in on a guillotine, It's like that you're rolling the dice, That's like not pulling out. It's a big win or a big negative, So he's a gambling man, and I think I wouldn't do it, but I probably would, Islam shot a double. I probably would because what the fuck else am I going to do? But I think it's a dangerous strategy. If you miss it, you're on bottom. Potentially rest around.
Do you like his chances in this fight? Islam, obviously, you helped Volk prepare for him twice.
I don't know enough about Dustin's grappling. I haven't seen enough of it. I don't know enough of it. I mean, if he were to win, I'd imagine probably on the feet. But Islam on top of you is going to be super difficult for anyone. But it would be so funny if Dustin missed all these guillotines in his last fight. Everyone was like, fuck you, you suck, what's wrong with you? And then he guillotines Islam. So maybe that's the strategy. Because that would be the ultimate to all the fans that were like, look at this idiot. Doesn't even know how to do a guillotine. And then he gets Islam.
And you have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the Dagestani crew, right?
I love them. I'm a fan of them. I steal their moves to sell it in instructionals.
Yes.
I love it. But
what moves?
All of them. I'll take anything from them. The way they hold people down, pinning, all of that stuff. I'm obviously massive fans of those guys. But I'm also a massive fan of taking the piss of people that don't take it too well. But Islam took it really well after the first fight. I was making many jokes, many Sambo jokes. And he had a good laugh with me after the fight. So,
you saw him?
Yeah, he came up to me.
Really?
He said, why? He's like, you got to teach your guy how to escape back control. And I said, mate, you got to learn how to finish a rear naked choke. I didn't really, I was scared.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
But you think he doesn't take it seriously? based
I
on
don't
that.
think so. I don't think so. I mean, it seems like who knows? I imagine they get a good sense of humor. You're in the gym all day. I imagine
Sure.
between each other. I think if you have their respect, they'll joke around with you. You know what I mean? In some sense. So I think if you cross some boundaries with that humor and you lose their respect, they probably won't joke around with you at all. But I feel like they seem to have taken that pretty well.
Better grappler, Khabib or Islam?
Good question. I mean, define what we mean. I think Islam might potentially, I don't know. It's so difficult. Khabib seems like when he takes someone down, they never get up.
Mm. That move that he does with the hand on the handcuffs. I mean,
What
does he call that?
The Dagestani handcuff. It's like a wrist ride.
Yeah, but then he also puts his hand over the mouth.
Gives him a smother, yeah.
That's crazy stuff. Not a lot of people do that.
No. I like it. It looks cool.
Yeah, have you tried that?
Smothering people?
Yeah.
For sure, on and off the mats, you know? Some people deserve it. I usually put a finger in Gabby's mouth, but...
Right. A little, you've never rolled with her, have you?
Not on the mats. Mistakes were made.
So you think Khabib or Khabib or Islam in terms of...
Good question. I wonder, Khabib's he's like, I mean, if they trained with each other, if they roll with each other?
Yeah, who's the better grappler?
Habib's probably still got that big brother syndrome, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's probably always been a step ahead, and it's very hard mentally in the training room, if someone's beaten you up for a long time, for you to overcome that. Right. So I think if they were to train with each other, I think Habib probably still has the edge there. But
how's Big Bulk doing?
Good. Yeah, he's out in Thailand right now, training with the boys.
Oh, nice. Any word on his return?
No word. I'm out of the loop on all of it, eh?
Yeah, you don't want to get in trouble.
No one calls me and says, what do you reckon we should do, Craig? Because
they just say, come over here in 24 hours, right?
Yeah, they're like, we need some grappling. Can you help us?
In terms of UFC fighters, you corner him. Who else?
That's it.
Just him, huh?
Just it.
None of the other guys from...
Anyone calls me up, I say title fights only, brother.
Yeah. Wait, so if Volk doesn't get a title fight, you
No,
won't?
I will, for sure. No, I'm probably out the corner, because what do you get? You get 4.
You get 4, huh?
Yeah. I was the last one to enter, the first one to get kicked out, probably.
Unless he's the main event, then you still get 4.
Oh, you still got 4?
Yeah.
I imagine he'd be the main event, yeah.
You think he'll be on the Perth card? Would make sense,
Oh,
right?
I don't think so. I don't think, probably a bit more time.
You think more time, huh? Interesting. What about that Carlos Elberg? You see him? You ever train with
Speaking
him?
of handsome dudes, yeah, that's another one. That's crazy. Every time, a few times I've tried to watch him fight and I've looked away and missed a knockout. I'm like, fuck, bro.
He's incredible.
Who's he got? Jamal
Hill.
That's a cool one. That propels him if he takes him out.
Especially on a Conor card. Gigantic. He'll be right there.
Crazy.
You think Conor wins?
Do I think he wins? I think he wins the after party no matter what.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so August 16th, 17th, Thomas and Mack, legendary venue. Love the Thomas and Mack. Tickets on sale
Is that where Pride was when they came to Vegas?
Yes. Yeah, good call.
Historic, yeah.
UNLV, obviously, back in the day. There were some early UFCs. I'm pretty sure the Tough Finale was there back in the day. The Forrest Griffin, Stephen Bonner fight.
Hopefully we can recreate that for the grappling community.
Oh, yeah, it'd be great. So 16th, 17th, tickets go on sale Friday, potentially?
I'm pretty confident, yeah.
Okay, where do people get them?
Just the UNLV website.
Perfect, all right. 2 tournaments.
Yeah, under 80, over 80, spread out over 2 days. I'd expect 2 to 3 super fights, 2 guaranteed. Third one would be a massive one. We're working on that now.
Stressful to do all this?
Oh, yeah, very stressful. Phone's off the hook. Crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, not Gabby calling me back.
Yeah, geez Louise. But people reaching out, they want to inquire. And you're the one fielding these calls, you and Jeff.
Well, man, I'm getting so many calls that will be like, hey, I'm a 3-stripe blue belt from fucking Sydney, Australia. Give us a shot. Put me in, man. And I'm just like, I don't respond to them, but I read them, that's for sure.
Is there someone? No.
No, Gabby, sadly.
No. Did anyone reach out and you're like, holy shit, I can't believe this person?
Oh, yeah. In terms of old school grapplers, Bryce Mitchell wants in on the tournament. He wants in on the tournament.
Any interest?
For sure. We'll let him wear his camouflage shorts. So
yes. Oh, even better. What about John Danaher?
As coach or
No, why not?
To compete?
Yeah.
I mean, we let him compete. I think his body's messed up. He can't train.
Oh, okay. Damn. GSP?
That would be cool. But I think he's probably leans towards ADCC just because of the Danaher-Gordon connection.
Okay, fine. I'm trying to...
Throw some names out?
Yeah, Diaz brothers. I don't know, something to really...
Ooh, Nick's fight.
Nick's coming back. Yeah, Nate might be free. It's after his fight.
Nate'll be free. I imagine it'd be pretty expensive though, but
Are they getting a fee in addition? No, it's not expensive. You're getting your 10K and then it's $1 million.
I mean, that'd probably be a super fight guy, you know.
Oh, so that's extra. Interesting. Okay. So he probably needs like the Gabby Garcia
Unless
rate.
they're feeling real charitable.
That's
Obviously,
right.
I am getting down and dirty with Gabby. I'm very
That's
charitable.
right.
But
What will you wear for her, the match against her?
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, it'd be red panty night, so maybe I'll roll there in some red panties. It'd be good visuals.
All right. Well, what a pleasure this is. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Be safe out there with that $1 million. You know, a lot of crazy people.
It's spent. It's gone.
It's gone. Okay. So then don't worry about it. There he is, Craig Jones, joining us. Go check out the CJI, not to be confused with the CGI, the Craig Jones Invitational. If you're in Las Vegas, what a weekend that's going to be. Holy smokes. You will definitely not be in Perth because I think that's the same weekend of that.
I know, that hurts.
Look at you. You're going up against everyone.
Against
You're
everyone.
pissing everyone off.
My home country, yeah.
That's why Volka's in on the card. Because
Yeah,
you won't be
maybe.
there. Now it all comes together.
Now it makes sense.
Tremendous stuff. Good luck to you. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. Here's a classic conversation with Paulo Costa when he was in studio and he cut Rick's hair. And then we'll be back with Michael Venom Page. All the way from Brazil, he is the Chen killer himself. He is Borrachinha. He is the eraser. He is Paulo Costa. There he is. Oh, Paulo. So good to see you.
Very nice to see.
How are you? Please have a seat.
Man.
Tamara, how are you? Hello.
Tamara is there.
She's in the shadows.
This
as
is
always.
my brother.
You even have your own videographer.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Talk
What's
to
this guy's name?
I forgot.
You don't even know his name?
Yeah, I forgot because
He's the one making all your videos.
He's new.
He's new to-
Say your name.
Just met the other day.
Yeah.
And you're just following him around.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Because his name is not so common. He's Italian.
Okay.
Now I am part of Italian gang
Okay.
from New York.
Oh, that's
You
right.
understand?
By the way, one second.
Yeah, please. And this is Low Peak, the Italian guy. I don't believe that. How you get this? No. How you get this?
Yeah.
This is the real one?
Go to this camera right here, guys. This is the real one. This is the secret juice.
How you get this, motherfucker? How you get this? No.
My friend make it for me.
Who?
In the back, Connor.
This is not the real one. This is the fake one. I have the real one. Okay, you are a nice guy.
Yeah.
You besides you try to threat me.
Yeah.
This is not the
No, I
the
just
real
was
one.
I was just telling you that I like to drink the secret juice. You were
Do
quick
what?
on the draw.
Okay, I will get this for me because
Okay.
this is not for everybody yet.
All right.
But I have the new one there.
Okay.
Tamara, please.
Oh, she's
call me.
actually has it. By
Yeah,
the way,
she
can we
has.
talk about my hello Tamara, how are you? Good to see you. What about
This is the fake one and the real one. So you motherfucker. This is the real one. And you see, the color is different.
It looks pretty damn similar, by the way.
A little bit similar, but the secret juice become more red because I'm still, getting the real formula,
Okay.
the safety formula
Okay.
for
Legal formula.
skin
this?
people like you.
I'm working out lately, Paulo. Do you see it? Feel it.
Let me see. Yeah, you need a lot. You need a lot of this. Okay, I will let you try a little bit.
No, it's okay. I'm a bit of a germaphobe,
Yeah.
Paulo. That's the problem.
Let
Now
me
you drank
put this
mine.
yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, I thought you would appreciate that. It's so good to see you. By the way, it's hard to focus on you because you got your shirt open. It's a very sexy look that you've
Yeah.
got one
You
button.
like this?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I'm on shape, and
Yeah, oh my gosh.
I am my all propaganda of by myself,
Yes.
and the secret juice, make you look like this, Ariel. You
Tremendous.
need this fuck shit.
Okay. Now, what is going on with your hat over there?
My head.
Your hat. You've got a hat here.
I have a hat. You
Yeah.
don't know about this? This is a Chechen gourmet hat that I stole from
right.
your friend Shimo.
Yeah.
You know him?
Yeah. We're very
Yeah,
good
he
friends.
has the best podcast.
Number one?
MMA, number one.
Wow. You come in my house and you say that? A bit disrespectful, no?
No, this is not because.
Was he interviewing you in
he asked me.
2017 when you had no fans and couldn't speak English?
Yeah, yeah. But he told me to ask to
Okay.
say this for
Okay,
you. He
fair
said, Ariel is my big friend,
Yeah.
and I have the number one podcast. I will let you go to number two,
Number
but
two.
I don't agree.
Thank you.
This is the Chechen hat.
Yeah.
Take this.
Thank you.
Look this.
It's a great hat. Oh, wow. There he is. There's Hamzat right there going to sleep. This is you, I think, burying Hamzat.
Yeah.
This was his hat?
Yes, his head.
This would look very nice in our studio. Look at all the great memorabilia we have here.
You want to add this hat here?
No, it's okay. I think you like this hat very much.
Yeah, man. Look, I need to. I don't store for always.
He left it there
for forever. I need to give him back, but he need to come back. He need to meet me to get back.
Did you see him in Vegas?
One time, just one time.
No, I know that time, but afterwards, have you? Because you were there.
No, after.
Oh, no.
No,
Never.
he was scared. He hiding.
I saw you with Li Jingliang.
I saw Lee.
This guy, he's got nice style, huh? I mean, like the
nice
shorts,
style,
the
yeah.
shirt.
Yeah, very nice style. Very nice style. Lee is a good guy. My friend of mine. You like him?
I love him.
I love.
He's
him
one of my
too.
favorite guys.
Yeah.
I like the glasses that you were wearing at the Contender Series. It said "robbed" on it. Did you put that in there?
No, no.
That was Photoshop.
Oh, okay. The lights.
Yeah.
Oh, I put these.
Oh, it's real?
It's for real.
It wasn't meme?
No, meme.
Okay.
This is real. I'm so happy to be here, my friend. Sorry.
Wait, are you leaving?
No, not yet.
Okay. Not yet.
If you want to keep this,
Yes, that would be great.
yeah, maybe we need to schedule with Chechen
Okay.
to he come back because I don't like to steal something from
Okay.
somebody.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But you can keep
keep
this
it?
for a while. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Just
put
smell before. Just smell this before because I put some fragrance.
Yeah,
My-
okay. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah. Look.
Oh, it's nice.
It's nice?
Yeah.
I think so.
This is like the Luke Hockhold fragrance.
Oh, yeah?
Lauren.
Oh,
It sounds-
you
it
know,
sounds like-
you know,
yeah.
you know everything, man.
What a sight this is.
This guy is so smart. Huh?
Yeah. No, I was looking at the screen. Look
Oh,
how good we look.
Oh, there.
No, this one. Look how good we look.
Who?
Me and you.
Oh, yeah. What to think about to be? I can be part of this for
I mean, this is fantastic.
whole.
This is a lot different. The last time you were here, you were a little bit nervous, shy.
I'm nervous.
You're nervous right now?
I'm nervous.
Come on.
I am.
You have fought in front of thousands of people.
You are my idol. What I can do?
Why are you in New York, by the way?
I'm in New York to. I came
Come
to
closer.
watch
Come closer.
Here.
So we can see you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I came in New York to watch my friend Giovanni. He's a boxer fighter.
Okay.
And he fought in Brooklyn.
All right, so that was legendary stuff with Paulo Costa. Later on, he cuts Rick's hair. You guys asked for classic interviews. That's a classic one from September of 2022. Quick update. Just as we were leaving, Gabby Garcia did, in fact, call Craig Jones via FaceTime. I saw her. It was her. She says she's in. She seemed a little stressed, if I'm being honest, but she said she's in. I said, are you going to compete against this guy in August? She said, I'm going to smash him. So there you have it. She did confirm that she is going to be a part of the CJI. Gabby Garcia I just spoke to her right over there. And I was like, oh, look at this mess. Well, what have I done? What have I done here? I've just knocked everything over. I got so excited about all of that. But let us move on. All right. I'm also excited to talk to our next guest. Ooh, this is spicy stuff. All of a sudden, we're approaching a month out from 303. And then we get the news on Friday. MVP versus Ian Garry on 303. We heard maybe 304, July 27th. No, it's June 29th in Las Vegas. Had to talk to MVP about it. He's kind enough to join us right now on the program. There he is, Michael Venom Page, my man. Good to see you as always. Fights like this.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Michael, fights like this don't get announced a month out. So why is this happening so soon?
So where should I start? So after the last fight, I was feeling really good. I was asking, roughly when they think I'd be coming back. Obviously, I knew about Manchester and I thought that'd be a great card to be on. And they were kind of like, yeah, that'll probably be around the time that, we'll get you back. And then they kind of confirmed, yeah, Manchester's probably going to be that time. So, that's plenty of time, ample time. So I was away just enjoying myself. Got back. I was in Abu Dhabi, or Dubai, should I say, sorry, and then got back. And then I actually had asked for Ian Garry, and they said he's not available because he's fighting Colby. Then found out that, then I heard that Colby, I think there's like a medical issue or something. He's not going to make medical something. I didn't really look into it too much. Said that he's not going to be able to make it. So, you can take that fight and we'll do it for June. And I was like, yeah, let's go. And then realized the time. I was like, oh, actually, to be fair, can we just do it on Manchester? Obviously, you guys already told me it's going to be Manchester. can we just do it there? It makes sense. He's Irish guy, English guy, it makes sense. And I think Ian Garry was like, he's not doing it on any other show apart from June, and was kind of bragging that he accepted the fight. And I found it funny because I think he thought I was turning the fight down, where I was just asking for it to just be pushed. A month later just gives me a bit more time. So he seemed a bit, excited about me supposedly not accepting the fight. And I was like, no, for that fight, I'll do it on short notice. It's not a problem for me, but I would have just preferred to just push it a little bit, 1 extra month just to give myself a little bit more time. But, that's why we're here.
I had heard him also say that maybe there was some concern that you couldn't make the weight. Was there any truth to that?
No. Again, it was literally talk with my team of giving myself the maximum amount of time that I'd normally have. As you say, it's a bit of a quicker turnaround, considering I've just come off holiday. Speaking to my coaches, like, just speak to the guys and see if they're happy to just push it 1 month. They already told you that's the card you're going to be on. It gives us time to sort out a weight. It gives us time to, prepare. And yeah, he was just, he made a thing, like a massive thing of that. I can make weight in a couple of weeks. It's not that hard for me.
Why do you think he didn't want to wait a month?
I think he dick rides Conor McGregor. He's kind of like he's like the fake version of Conor McGregor. Like if Conor McGregor was like a natural, pretty woman, he's like the BBL version. That's just a bad BBL version. You know what I mean? BBL Garry, yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying, but just for those that may not know, including myself, what does BBL stand for?
Tell them to go and research it.
Fair enough.
It's a popular thing.
Okay, fair enough. And so you think he really just wants to be on a Conor card in short to like get the rub from him, like to get that shine? Is that basically it?
Yeah, it feels like he's just grabbing on coattails of the coattail of Conor, because for me, it doesn't bother me either way. Like obviously being on a card with Conor is amazing. Yes, we know there's going to be loads of eyes, but I love this. Create my own shine. It doesn't bother me either way. I can be on the worst card in the world, and if I'm on it, I'm gonna bring eyes. I'm gonna make noise. I'm gonna do big things. I'm gonna create attention for that show. I don't need anybody else. But for him, I think he's trying his quick fast routes to the top and fast routes to fame, which only lasts so long. So I'm glad this has happened, because I'm looking forward to derailing this hype.
Is there animosity between you two? Because I saw the video that you posted, and I've heard his comments saying like, "No chance you beat Kevin Holland" and all this stuff. It feels a little bit more personal than some of your other matchups.
It's weird because no, not at all. For me, no. His persona that he puts out, I don't like. But I've never met the guy. I've never had any form of interactions or negative opinions about him in any way, shape, or form. So it feels like he may have an issue with me. I don't know. Like I say, a lot of people are worried about other shining stars when you're trying to create your own stardom, should I say? So maybe it could be that. But I don't know what it is. But for me personally, no. It's me. I like to have a bit of fun, be cheeky with it. But I don't have nothing against the kid.
When you say you don't like the way he acts, what do you mean by that?
You can literally just see by how much people online dislike him. His antics, again, it just feels a bit fake. It feels a bit forced. Something that I've said about Colby before as well. I think they're trying too hard. I don't really believe that's his personality. I'm sure he's probably actually a cool guy, but he's trying to create as much attention, whether it be negative or not. But for me, it's just like, just be yourself, wherever yourself is, your style outside. Don't get me wrong, try to market yourself correctly, but just being the bad guy because it seems a bit fake. It seems a bit forced. But It is what it is. Like, he's obviously created a lot of noise for himself, but like I said, that kind of stuff, that behavior, in my opinion, won't last too long.
All this being said, would you agree that being on the Conor card is bigger for your profile? Forget about what it means for him. Like, just being on that card is bigger for you than being on the Manchester card.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I'm not disillusioned, or I'm not making any like misunderstandings about it. Conor McGregor brings so much hype, so much attention. The reason why the gate is the biggest gate already sold is because Conor McGregor is making his return. He is the king at marketing, PR, just his energy, his attention creates waves. And, you know, as everybody has seen what he's done for the sport of MMA, for himself, for many other people, for many other athletes. So I completely understand that it's gonna bring attention. And yeah, it's still a great opportunity. I don't feel like I need it in the same way.
And so I'm wondering, this hasn't been officially announced yet. Are you the co-main event? Do you know? I would imagine you are. You should.
To be fair, I haven't a clue, to be fair. I haven't been told that. It's more, for me as well, it's more because it's short notice, so to speak. It's just me getting my head down and just focusing on just being in shape and make sure I'm the best version of me come that night. So I'm not really paying attention to, I don't care if it's the first fight of the night. It doesn't bother me.
Okay. The reason I asked that was because obviously so many people are going to be watching. If you're the last fight before Conor's return, even more people will be watching. And I said at the top of this show that I think it would be a huge blunder if they are trying to make Ian into the next big thing from Ireland. And I certainly think that he has that type of talent. He has that type of skill. Having him at the press conference on Monday in Dublin would go a long way. There he could get the rub. Have they told you that you are being requested, that you guys will be a part of that press conference with Michael Chandler, or is it just Conor and Chandler from what you know?
So one of the excuses, I'll say, as to why he doesn't want to be on the Manchester card, supposedly he's going to have visa issues, which doesn't actually make any sense to me. And he's got issues with certain clubs in the UK, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make sense to me, but, you know, if that's the situation, that's the situation, which would mean that he's probably not going to go to Ireland. And I haven't been asked to go over. And to be fair, I'm kind of happy that I don't need to be there, because like I said, I like to just be head down, focus on what I need to do. I'll create that hype come that fight night.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, curious, who do you think Conor's rooting for? His fellow Paradigm stablemate or his fellow Irishman?
To be fair, I don't know their relationship. I know we have no issues. I know the Irish like to stick together as well. So, you know, if he's rooting for him, I don't take these kind of things personally. I'm still cool with Conor. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me. If I've got a friend in the sport and, you know, he fights another friend, but I've got a better relationship with this person, or for whatever reason I'm a bit more attached to this person, it is what it is. Like I can't make a big deal out of it. But yeah, couldn't tell you.
Okay. Two little factoids I wanted to share with you. When you made your pro MMA debut, Ian Garry was 14 years old. And did you know that when you fought Paul Daly at Bellator 216, he made his MMA debut on the Cage Warriors card, 101, on the exact same day? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's mad. And it's funny because I was speaking to, you know, a few of the teammates, and I said, there's, you know, guaranteed when, you know, on his rise to the top, he would have seen all of my stuff. There's no way he wouldn't have been in that sport in the UK at the time. I was creating so many waves and so many things at the time. He would have seen that. That kind of stuff is going to be difficult to get out of his head. And I'm going to obviously, I thrive in those kind of moments. I felt a similar kind of nervousness with Kevin Holland, and he showed me a lot of respect. I'm not saying he's not, Ian's not going to come out all guns blazing, but in the back of his mind, he's seen that kick, he's seen that jump knee, he's seen all these kind of things. So when certain things are happening during the fight, it's going to knock his confidence like way down faster than somebody that doesn't have that kind of relationship, should I say.
What is your assessment of his skill? Do you think he is worthy of the hype that he has received so far?
100%. He's a talented guy. From the Cage Warriors days, you know, having looked at some of the fights that he was doing from back in the day, very talented, very, very talented. The reason why he's there is because he's got the right attribute. I don't know if he's got the right mindset, but he's definitely got the right attributes. Doesn't bother me. His attributes for me, like I put myself against anybody standing, and I feel like I'll come out on top. So yes, I have to be on point, and this is why I want to head down just and train. But yeah, I still, you know, fancy myself coming out on top.
When you question whether or not he has the right mindset, what leads to that question? Like, why are you bringing that up?
I feel like he just seems a bit like scattered. I don't know. And I've seen like interviews of him and you know, short clips that I've seen of him. He just seems a bit all over the place. I don't know if I'm just making a rash judgment. It's not gonna, like I said, it's not gonna affect how I train. I'm gonna train like he's the best person in the world. But I don't know. There's just aspects of him that I've seen that I just feel like he's a bit all over the place.
Okay. Do you think that all this is not, you know, maybe he's coming a little too soon for him? Do you think he's not handling all the fame well?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think he's maybe not handling the pressure of it. Fame is what it is. Just a few people knowing you, but that can move on very, very quickly, you know, in these kind of times. But maybe just the pressure of it, you know. Obviously, unfortunately, a lot of his personal stuff on his side keeps coming out and all that kind of stuff, and it's a lot for anybody to be able to deal with, especially somebody, you know, a young man like him. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is, what could be leading to that, but he's decided, like I said, to just play this role as the bad guy, which is okay, but I just don't believe it's 100% him.
Mm. How do you feel about his striking style?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. He's got like long, good distance control. His kicks are really nice. He's got some really nice high kicks, really nice low kicks. Obviously, we've seen that with Neil Magny, you know, landing those leg kicks. He looks like he's got a good squeeze on him as well. He's got long arms, so when he's actually in clinch positions, he seems to be quite strong there as well. Again, yeah, like just great attributes, 100%. Like, definitely can't overlook somebody that has shown talent like that.
If this fight wasn't going to come to fruition, who were they talking about you fighting on the Manchester card?
But that's the thing. They wasn't really. It kind of seemed like everybody for some reason wasn't available. So, like I said, I had asked for Ian Garry initially. I just thought that would be us. That would be a great fight. And they said he has Colby. I think Gilbert Burns is still a bit banged up from his last fight. We spoke about him. I had actually, there's a few other names that had flashed around. I just forget the names now, but a few other names that flashed around, and it wasn't like nothing confirmed. They kind of said we'll get back to you on this, and I was like, oh, let's see. I was looking at the list, like who else is there, and I was like, maybe Usman, because he's number 1 ranked. I told you I'm not here to play games. I'm like, might as well go shoot for the top of the hill. So I asked for Usman. I didn't hear anything back, and then when they got back to me, they had said Colby wasn't going to be available. So potentially this fight could happen.
I reported earlier today that Nick Diaz was asking for you, but it obviously didn't come to fruition. Did you know about that?
Who? Sorry,
Nick Diaz.
Nick Diaz was asking for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
So you saw today they announced that he's coming back against Vicente Luque, right? And my understanding was that after your win over Kevin Holland, he asked for you. They said, it wasn't going to play out. You were slated for UK. He didn't love the idea of fighting overseas. I know now he's eventually fighting overseas. As for Kevin Holland, as for Colby, and then eventually they, the cookie crumbled and they landed on Vicente. But I'm just wondering, A, if you knew that, clearly not, but B, if that was a fight that was of interest to you. Obviously, you're in different points of your career right now.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, again, just for the fans, just to make some noise. That's a great one on his return. I can't say I'm not a supporter of them, the brothers, man. So seeing him come back is great, and actually, being able to welcome him back would have been great as well. So yeah, maybe next fight. So let's see how he does against Vicente Luque. He has to get one back now as well because he just lost. So yeah, let's see how that pans out. But yeah, that's great. Just having more people like that in the mix is great. Let's see how he is. What level he is when he comes back.
Right.
Obviously, like he's been a long time. Hopefully he shows up. And there's aspects of the old Diaz, and yeah, that's a great fight.
Silver lining to not fighting in Manchester, you don't have to fight in the middle of the night.
That's the only thing. But weirdly enough, my coach actually said this to me as well. He said, out of everybody on the team, you would be the only person that he wouldn't be worried about, as in me, wouldn't be worried about fighting at that kind of time because I'm a bit of a night owl. I run on like Batman time, and I can be up at random times of the night. Don't ask me why. My sleeping has never been the best. This is why even like traveling and stuff, I never seem to be too phased. So yeah, I don't think it would have bothered me too much outside of just the annoyance of having to just be up that late for this to fight.
Yeah, I mean, but your whole body clock, especially if you're living in the UK, it screws up everything, right?
It does, but like legit, I don't know what it is about me. I think there's aspects of me that are extremely undisciplined, but it's worked in my favor.
And I mean, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you actually can peak at 3, 4. You would be fighting in the co-main or something. You'd be fighting at 4 a.m. I feel bad for those guys, honestly. Like for Tom and Leon, like these are title fights, and you're fighting at ungodly hour.
As to why that's happening? Because I haven't actually looked into it as to why that's even happening.
Well, historically, they always feel like the 10 p.m. Eastern main card start is better for pay-per-view sales. So they always try to cater it to the United States, that main card start. And I was told, so I asked about last year, Leon fought Usman at the O2 in the middle of the day here, prime time in the UK, but I was told it was because of the trains wouldn't be able to run late at night. So they couldn't do it to cater to us. The trains outside the UK, but I guess the ones in Manchester do run. They did Bisping and Hendo there back in the day in the middle of the night, UFC 204. But I think the UFC is so big and so popular, and they don't, just like I watched, I know it's not on the same level, but I watched, Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall this weekend. Like they weren't catering that to, it's. Oh, it was a great fight. It was a great fight. Those guys are magic. But you know what I mean? Like I watch a UK fight, it's on UK time. Yeah. And I think it's crappy for not only the fans, but more importantly, the fighters.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know why we're still at this stage anymore. I think, as you say, the Americans don't necessarily have to, adjust that much. And I think they'll happily do it every once in a while for a good show. And there's so many big names on that card. I don't see anybody that wouldn't adjust their timing just to make sure that they're available to watch that. So I don't know. Obviously, whoever's making the choices to do that is making it for a reason. But yeah, I don't agree with it.
By the way, Leon Bilal, who do you like?
Yeah, I spoke about this a few times, and to keep it short, I'm edging towards Leon. I think. Weirdly enough, Leon's slower paced style actually would suit Bilal better, especially being the grappler he is. But I just think everyone's still underestimating his level of grappling, his strength in clinches, as we've seen with him against Usman, him being able to take down the likes of an Usman and in such confidence fashion. Yeah, and I think the striking over the 5 rounds will slowly edge towards Leon, although Bilal has gotten, miles better in his striking. I just think, as he gets more and more tired from having, unsuccessful takedowns, or maybe takedowns where Leon stood back up and that, physical battle over time, the striking will still be comfortable for Leon, whereas for Bilal, not as much, but only just, I'll give it to Leon.
By the way, you and Hamza, cool stuff. How did that come about?
Yeah, obviously, he's fighting Rob Whittaker, and he Robbie's got that style, that bouncy style. So myself, it was mainly for Norbert Nevenyi, who's a Bellator fighter. It was mainly for him to go over and work with Hamza, but I happened to be over there already. Like I said, I was on holiday. So my coach was like, this is the only time he'll tell me this. He's like, this is the only time I'm going to tell you this, but extend your holiday. So I stayed, the extra, I think it's like 4 days, just to make sure I was around for sparring and doing some work with him. It was amazing to just see Hamza in person, like how he works. It was just great to just be around and be present for that. Norb actually went back again like a couple of weeks later, so I literally came back the other day. They had some, again, great rounds, and he's the perfect replica for someone like Rob Whittaker.
Oh my gosh. Is he as advertised in terms of his strength?
Oh man, that guy is an absolute beast, like absolute beast. So more than as advertised. So it was great to see someone such high level in a completely different element. It was great to watch.
Well, that is coming up on the 22nd of June. You're coming up on the 29th of June. You're now in the UFC 5 video game. Congratulations. You're hanging out with Offset and Metro Boomin. I may not know who they are, but that's great. That's amazing. And you have something planned for us as far as the walkout is concerned?
Oh yeah. You know me.
Yeah?
You know me.
Have you nailed it down yet?
I got a few ideas.
I hope they don't squash them this time.
Huh? Yes. You know what? I'm now. This is how I'm going to be doing it from now on. I'm now planning for a walkout. It's going to be big, but I'm also planning the A, B, C, D, just in case. Not allowed. Is this allowed? Is this allowed? Is this allowed? Is this allowed? Until we land somewhere. So, but I love to have fun. I love to entertain. So that's just gonna be a thing.
Oh my gosh, arguably there'll be the most amount of people that ever watch you fight live, right? For this, because it's a Conor return fight, it's going to be gigantic. So this is a chance to everyone will be talking about. Think about all the people that became a fan of yours who maybe didn't watch the Bellator days. It's going to be exponentially bigger now. So I'm delighted that you're on this card and that you're getting this opportunity. And I would think that it would be a no-brainer that you'd be the co-main. And I like the spiciness between you and young Ian. I think there's something there. I don't know. There's something there.
Makes it fun. It makes it fun. Like I said, I have no malice against him whatsoever. I just can't work like that anymore. I just love. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy making noise. I enjoy kicking people in the face, and he just happens to be the guy I need to kick next.
And for the record, are you still ranked below him, or has that changed since it's been announced?
Yeah, I'm still. I think I was 13 when once I first jumped in, and he's number 7, which is why I actually wanted that fight, because 7 is my lucky number.
Amazing. Michael, appreciate the time as always. Good luck.
Always.
And looking forward to it next month. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me as always, man. Take care.
What a gent. Michael Venom Page. Tremendous stuff. What a fight. What an addition to the card as well. Love everything about it. And can't wait. Can't wait. All right. In a matter of moments, I think, maybe 5 or 6, 7, 8 minutes, we're going to be joined by Luke Littler in studio. I can't wait for that. That is the darts phenom, Luke Littler. I know I don't take for granted that this is a combat sports show and that a lot of you may not know who he is. But is it possible to be a sports fan? Especially not, if you're a European sports fan and in particular a UK sports fan, I can't imagine you don't know who Luke Littler is. Luke the Nuke, who a year ago, was not even close to being on the scene. He was 16 years old. He was a youngster in the darts scene. And then all of a sudden, he goes on this magical run in the championship at the Ali Pali. Everyone loses their mind. And all of a sudden, we've got a sensation on our hands. and he makes it to the finals against Luke Humphreys. And then the very next day, they put him in the Premier League with the best guys in the world. And then he goes on a great run, and then he wins the Premier League. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's crazy. These are some of the stats here regarding this young man, who again is just 17 from Warrington, England. Currently, he's ranked 25th in the world. He just won the 2024 Premier League darts. He won $275,000, pounds. Became the youngest player to win a major PDC tournament. That's the UFC of darts, owned by the Hearn family. Hit a 9-darter in the final. Going into this Premier League season, he was the lowest ranked player. Multiple-time World Youth Champion, 2023 British Open and Classic Champion. And he is here in America because he is competing in is it the US Darts Masters? Let me just see here. US Darts Masters, yeah. We went to it last... we went to it last year. Last June. Unfortunately, it coincides with our live event this Friday, and it coincides with UFC 302. So I don't think that I will be able to attend. Last year, you'll recall that we had Michael Van Gerwen and Bully Boy, Michael Smith, in studio at the same time before the event. Now we have the Premier League winner. I mean, come on. This is unbelievable. This is amazing. And speaking of our live event, njpack.org is where you can get tickets. We just announced earlier today that Aljamain Sterling is also going to join us. We've got Aljamain Sterling. We've got Kayla Harrison. We've got Ally Quinta. And we've got Armin Sarukian. Yes, there he is. Aljamain Sterling. njpack.org. There they are. Incredible. Armin, tickets on sale right now. Friday, May 31st. This Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. In Newark. njpack.org. The New Jersey Performance and Arts Center, a stone's throw away from the Prudential Center. It's going to be great. Right after the ceremonials. If you're going to the ceremonials at 5, come check us out. Right after, get something to eat, get a sub, get something, and then come hang out. Armin, Kayla, Aljo, Al, plus 2 surprise guests, maybe 1, possibly 2. Surprise guests. What? Yeah. Giveaways, meet and greet, Q&A with the fighters. And do you know what the best part is? Do you know what the best part is? The best part is, Frank, the best part is that all proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation. Do you know what the Good Fight Foundation is?
I do, and I'm excited that you're doing that. That's awesome.
All proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation, the charity headed up by Dustin and Jolie Poirier. They've done great things for their community in Lafayette, and we wanted to help out. I've always admired what they've done with the community, and we wanted to help out in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, he's a great story from this this whole build-up to UFC 302 and the whole career. And so all net proceeds, we won't make a dime off of any of this. It all goes, whatever that number is, it all goes to the Good Fight Foundation. I'm very excited. Biggest venue we've ever done. Nicest venue we've ever done. You know, we've done it in some cool places. Much respect. Shout out to all of them. But this is next level stuff. Next level stuff. This is like super class. Have you ever been to the NJPAC, Frank?
I have. In fact, this time last year, I was there.
You were?
Yeah. I got to watch The Empire Strikes Back Are you familiar with that?
Oh, live Star Wars concert.
They had the live orchestra playing the score while the movie was going. Beautiful venue.
Is that true? Is it the same venue that we're doing? Because there's several ones. There's a
No, I don't know if it's the same room. I would think not.
There's several. We're in. I mean, there's one that's like several thousand. Thank God we're not doing that.
Actually, little breaking news: we are doing that one with thousands,
and we've sold 10,000 tickets. Yeah. I've never actually been in it, but I've seen the photos. Looks incredible.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Oh yeah. Amazing. Okay. I'm excited. I'm also excited to have Luke Littler in studio here.
Yeah. Are you thinking that you might play him some darts?
Oh yeah.
Are you ready for that though?
No.
I mean, okay. Because as I was trying to say before the show, like when you're doing this, you represent more than just yourself. And I'm having a good day. I really want to.
Well, that makes one of us.
All right. Let's lose that before you throw the first dart.
Yes. And so you're saying no pressure. I have to beat him. I have to beat the Premier League winner.
We're all behind you.
501.
We're all behind you.
Well, thank you.
Just don't get too cocky.
I'm not cocky at all. You think I'm going to beat this guy? No chance. But we haven't played darts in a while with our guests, and so it seemed apropos to do it with Luke the Nuke. What a great nickname, huh?
Yeah. I'm sure you're going to ask him the genesis of Luke the Nuke. Like, did he come up with it? Did someone
I
give it to him?
actually wasn't going to ask that.
Oh, well, I have a couple other ones if you don't mind.
What do you got? Thank you.
What is your favorite color and why is it blue?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
If you were to play a song on your outro from the premiere, what would it be?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it the Beatles?
What do you mean by outro?
You know, like you have your intro music. That's great.
Yeah, that's Green Light by what's his name? Pitbull.
Right, but I think a Hey Jude on the way out.
I love it.
You know, it speaks volumes.
Okay.
And then the last one is, can you take a handicap on our darts game so I can win?
Oh yes. Okay. All right. Let me write. I'm writing all these now.
I don't think you are.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to do is understand this Deontay Wilder situation, which is a total joke, and it's not the fault of the PR people involved. They're incredibly kind. But what has happened is this is a microcosm into what it's like to book this show, which will at some point be the end of me. You book something, you wake up, and then they say they need to change it, and that affects all the other guests because there's back-to-back guests. And then they say this time is maybe okay. Then they say no this time. Then I have to move people. Then apparently they come on early in the middle of our MVP interview, and what is going on here? This is the worst. And then he's been there early, and then he leaves. Apparently, is that the understanding? He leaves. He was there 15 minutes early, and then he leaves. And now they're saying he waited, and everyone was fine, including him. But the manager said, "We're not waiting anymore." They showed up at 3:05 for the new time of 3:30, and then he just left. What the hell? I'm trying to figure this out as we're talking. Is that accurate? Am I getting that right?
I feel like I only heard a marginal piece of that, trying to figure out other things, but I feel like you got it right. Yeah.
So I'm trying to now see if they can.
Yeah, he was early, and got mad at us for that. Didn't want to wait any longer.
He was early to a time that they changed.
Yes, to a time that they agreed on, and we're aware
to a new time that we had to then change other people's time to facilitate his time, which I was fine to do. It's just a bit of a pain in the butt. I get he's fighting, other people aren't, all good. And then he comes earlier than the time that he had agreed to change it to. And now he's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not going to wait. What? By the way, I tried to go earlier, and they didn't want that initially.
And then we told Luke the Nuke that it might be a little bit late for him.
Oh, yeah.
And now we could have actually used him early. And now his driver has taken him to the wrong location.
Okay, and that's the other thing. So what happened?
Reports that I'm receiving are that his driver took him to the wrong location. They now have the correct address and are on the way.
What does that mean?
And they're about 13 minutes out now.
I mean, this is all right.
A symphony of errors here.
Yeah, I would say so. But this is the life. This is what we love. This is what we love.
We'll laugh about this soon.
All right, let me try to figure out the Deontay thing. Let's go back to the Paulo Costa interview. Can we resume that? It's hard to do this while you're sitting here, and then we'll come back in a second. Is that in? Is that good? All right. Right, the boxing thing. There's a guy, good friend of mine. He's actually a good friend of mine, Winderson.
Is your friend?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Chris Cyborg this Saturday is in Curitiba.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone's doing it.
This Saturday?
This Saturday, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You gonna go?
I'd like to be there, but I can't.
No. Where in Brazil are you from?
Who?
What part of Brazil are you?
Me, I'm from Belo Horizonte. It's a state like Texas and Arizona.
Oh, okay, very close.
Yeah.
To Rio or São Paulo?
To Rio, São Paulo, same. The three states are very connected.
Okay.
Yeah.
The UFC has done some shows there.
In Belo Horizonte, twice.
Twice, yes.
Yeah. The first time that I saw in local a UFC show was on my city, Belo Horizonte.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were there as a fan?
I jumped the wall because I have money to go to the stadium. So we jumped. Oh man, it was crazy, but was very good because I was there watching the whole fights, and when everything finished, I still there for more 1 hour, and the people came. Hey, you need to go out. You need to clean everything here, and I still there look for the cage, and man, I will be there. So it was like 2012, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
10 years ago, and you were thinking one day I'm going to be there.
For sure, man. My brother was with me. I told him, man, we will be there one day.
And now here you are.
It happened, yeah. I think this can be a good example for everybody who dreams something, because everybody has a dream, right?
Right.
So if you keep doing, chase your dreams, something will happen. Maybe not 100%, but if you target for the clothes, maybe you'll hit the moon, something like that.
Wow, how do you know that saying? Reach for the stars, even if you fail, you'll land. No, sorry, reach for the moon. Even if you fail, I screwed it up. You'll land among the stars.
Yeah, you guys.
That's a good one. Yeah. Who told you that one?
I saw something.
Yeah.
Saying that, I don't remember who.
It's a good one.
It's a good one, for sure, but makes sense.
Yes, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
Who taught you how to speak English so well?
No, man, I learned for myself, watching your show,
Thank you.
Yeah, and listening some movies. Yeah.
Just yourself. You didn't go take lessons?
And when I came to New York, a place like New York, and the people called me to take a photo, I use the people to learn more English, because I start to ask something, and it's like a good conversation. So I think this is more by this way. I asked Tamara, let's try talking English.
Yeah. My friend Joe's going to help you out here.
What do you want?
No.
He's just going to help you.
Okay.
He doesn't want any problems. What's happening? Oh, it's because we're changing the mic? Oh, we're going to put it on. Wow. Good thing you have no hair.
You want to touch my chest, right?
Yeah.
I know you.
Is that better, Joe? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now it looks like you...
I'll do some propaganda here, okay? That's okay?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay.
Now it looks like you're like one of those guys who works for the FBI. You come in with the wiretap here on this thing. That is incredible. So I was just curious because I was reading, you used to have a job where you worked in Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel.
Yeah.
A desk job.
I
Tech.
How you say?
Technology.
Yes.
IT.
Yes, IT.
Yeah.
IT, yeah.
How long ago was that?
How long? I did this for 1 year or something.
So you were a very smart guy.
No, too much.
How did you know to do it?
Yeah, man. I think I'm really smart, but it's so simple, Every fuck stupid can do this.
Really? It's a tough thing.
No, it's not tough. You know how
Microsoft
to
Excel?
do
No,
this.
I don't know how to do it.
No.
What were you doing? What kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's just I teach people. How you say? Teach people.
Teach people. Yeah.
I teach people how create some files and write something on Word and edit that and format that and.
Why did you stop? Why did you stop doing it?
Because I came to start training.
Okay.
For more hours of my day.
When you were younger, who was your favorite fighter? Like, who did you look up to?
My favorite fighter? On the very beginning, Wanderlei Silva.
Really? Why?
Yes. Why? He was on the Prime.
Yeah.
In Pride.
Yeah.
And he shows a lot wildness.
Yeah.
Will,
Axe murderer.
Yeah.
Like this. He would go like this.
Yeah.
Scary
I used
guy.
to do this
You used to do
my
it?
home together with him. Let's go for the day. Let's go.
Would you stay up middle of the night to watch his fights? Yeah?
The night until 6 a.m.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Crazy.
And your brother was a fan too?
The same time of New York, yeah. Yeah, the same time. Brazil, my city is the same time of here. So it started around midnight and go on until 6. You remember this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And your brother's a fan also?
My brother's fan also. He used to watch with me. And
he fight?
He fought. I think 3 times in professional MMA. He fought couple times, many times in jiu-jitsu, gi and no gi. He's a grappler. But now he's retired for competition. Okay. He focuses his time on teach me and teach another young guys on city.
So he teaches you?
Yeah, he continues.
Where does he live?
He lives in the same city.
Okay.
The same square.
Belo Horizonte?
Belo Horizonte.
When's the last time you were there?
The last time, when I came to New York, I think August 10, I was there.
Wait, you were in New York in August?
No, sorry.
No, America.
Before I came to America.
So that's your home?
Yeah, it's still my home. I be mostly part of my time in the year there, but I go to another states in Brazil and Vegas, and I travel a lot.
When you were younger, you used to get into a lot of street fights.
Man, I had a lot of problems in the school.
Why?
I don't know. The people doesn't like me.
The kids picked on you?
Huh?
The kids were picking on you? They were bullying you?
Yeah, bully a lot.
Were you a big kid?
I was big, but they always had a group.
Really?
A gang.
And they would jump you?
Yes, a couple times.
Really?
Really.
Did you ever get beat up bad?
One time. The problem is because the kids there in favela, it's close to favela, very close. So they are sons of drug dealers. So I was scared to real fight then. And next day, the dad comes with guns and a lot of stuff.
That happens?
Of course.
Wow.
Of course, a couple times. And the worst time, I don't know if Tamara know that, but...
Oh, wow. She's learning new things.
Yeah.
Tamara's filming this. You're filming the whole interview tomorrow. Is your arm going to get tired? Yes. We're going to be here a very long time, I just want you to know. 4 hours we're here. Paulo, is that okay?
She will be strong.
Yeah, he does. You need to pay. By the way, speaking of payment, I'm trying to look at her hands. I don't see anything, Paulo.
What?
I'm trying to see if there's anything glistening, but nothing.
Yeah.
I saw nothing. What's happening?
Where?
In the finger. In the I said I was trying to look at her finger. I was trying to see if there's any jewelry on her fingers.
Oh, here?
Yeah, no, on hers.
Oh, yeah, I got you now, my motherfucker. Don't say that right now. I am avoid this part.
New York, perfect place for something.
You think that?
Central Park, you go at night, you get a guy, you get the horse.
I didn't
clip clop.
Good money.
Oh,
I didn't expend so good money. It's so cheap, right?
It's very cheap, yeah.
Cheap, okay. So let's see.
Just give her one of your rings on. You have look at your ring. Look at
my rings.
Look how many you have.
Yeah, I have 3 rings right now.
From who?
That one is from Omega Wave, from UFCPI to measuring my sleep, my training, something like that.
That's
you know that?
Yeah. All right, back on the MMA Hour. Great to be back. We are awaiting the arrival of Luke the Nuke Littler. They, in a comedy of errors, went to a different location, not their fault, driver's fault, took them into a completely different part of town, which is problematic when you're in New York City. This is also problematic for me, who promised my daughter that I would be at her dance recital shortly after the show, which is why we had to start the show early. You don't care about any of this, but it is quite stressful for me. So we're hoping to figure it all out. Unfortunately, no Deontay Wilder. Didn't care to wait, and so we can't do anything about that. That's how it works. Sometimes it's a bummer. I apologize. I hate promoting someone being on the show and them not showing up, but this is what happens when it's live, and you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So back to the questions we go. It's great that it's a Wednesday, because we are able to lean in on some of these questions, and luckily we have a lot. So hopefully everyone gets their question answered today. Here's Cole. Good day to Ariel and crew. First off, for GC, did your weekend with Troy come to fruition? How was it? Someone asked that already. It sounds like it was a good time. For the whole crew, out of everybody at the MMA Hour, who is most likely to climb Mount Everest, like our man Yair did this past weekend? Yeah, congratulations to Yair. He climbed Mount Everest and posted about it, which is an incredible feat. Well done to him. So who is most likely to climb Mount Everest? I would say, I think the obvious answer is Connor, right?
Yair Rodriguez did Mount Everest?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
No.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah, he posted about it like
oh, yeah, here it is.
2 or so days ago.
All the way to the top. Summit. Highest in the world.
Incredible. For an athlete.
I'm seeing some base camp pictures. I mean, yeah, if he made it to the top, that's unbelievable.
So,
I
yeah.
used to climb some mountains back in the day. Yeah, I'd be down to do it.
I think
costs a lot of money.
You're the guy.
I think GC would even become a Sherpa.
No, not Sherpa, but
what is a Sherpa again?
Like that would be the guy that would help you up the mountain.
Oh, Jesus. So that means you have to do it over and over again?
Africa? Oh, yeah. Over and over. Everest is super populated, though.
What do you mean by populated? Meaning like there's
a lot of hikers go there.
Oh, yeah. Why? Do people not like that?
Cool thing to do. I think it causes like more problems on the mountain because there's so many people up there.
Oh, really?
It's like there's not supposed to be that many people at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, lines to get up to the summit.
Imagine like you're that tired, you just climb the entire thing, and then all of a sudden you have to wait in the line. Like you're right there. You're right at the top. You're
like it's a Disney World thing.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't want to poo-poo on Yair, but it feels like he just went to the base camp.
Wait, you don't mean you mean he didn't go to the top?
Yeah, I mean I don't. Yeah, it feels like he's just like was in Nepal and went to the base camp.
Wow.
Which I'm not saying. I mean, I still think that's at like 16,000 feet or something.
So you're calling BS?
I don't know if he even claimed that he climbed to the top. I mean, he didn't post a picture of him at the top, and he didn't say like, climb Mount Everest, check mark. He just said, don't climb the mountain so the world can see you, but so you can see the world.
And everyone just ran with Everest.
Oh, he's definitely at Everest. Everest base camp, though. I mean, I feel like there would be a picture of him at the very tippy top, 28,000 feet.
I wonder what the elevation is of base camp.
I actually got it for you right here.
Oh.
Put it in the picture. 5364 meters. So, like 16,000 feet.
It's pretty incredible.
Oh, it's still impressive. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from the guy. I just don't know if he went all the way to the top,
All right. Well, I'll say, well done. Maybe he's not done. Maybe he's still working on it.
I could be missing something here.
Now, my overall MMA question this week from Cole. It seems that Dustin may be getting custom fight shorts ahead of this weekend's pay-per-view. I'm not sure if it's just merch for the UFC store, but assuming it's legit, what do you believe is the bare minimum requirements for each fighter to achieve such a request? Popularity, ranking, only title fights, consistency, love of the fans, all of the above? Could we see more exclusive shorts in the future? That's a good question. We were talking about that earlier. Like, is it just title fights? No. Is it there's no rhyme or reason. It's sort of like the 5-round fights. Like, why is Strickland cost a 5-round fight? That I don't know. Is it a number one contender fight? Has it been labeled a number one contender fight? I think there's a very good chance the winner isn't fighting for the belt next. So, I don't know. It's up to them to announce it, but I say give everyone custom shorts. I love it. I think it's an incredible addition, and look how the people react to this. You know, these like Sean O'Malley's wearing pink shorts, and everyone's going crazy over it. So, the more, the better. There they are. Rick didn't love him. GC didn't hate him, just didn't love him. I feel like you like him more.
I definitely like these more. I think they're one of the better ones. I love that the diamond is overlaid within the floral of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to have some misses now that they're kind of putting out some volume on the custom shorts.
Yeah.
But please keep doing them, because when they do hit, they hit nicely.
Oh, I mean,
Get anything to give fighters personality.
100%.
Plus, like these are such Poirier shorts. Like, I swear he had this exact print on a shirt one time.
He does love those shirts.
Yeah.
They've become his thing. Mean Tangerine, dear Ariel and crew, happy El Diamante Fight Week. Every summer, my father hosts a barbecue and a dart competition named Arrows and Ales. He desperately needs a new dartboard and figured who else to ask but you guys. The current dartboard is looking close to condemned. Where can a son get a real proper dartboard, and what sort of accessories would you recommend? He's a great father, and I know he'd appreciate this as a gift for Father's Day. Thanks for everything you guys do, Mean Tangerine. The main one is, what's it called? What's the main? It's on our thing right over there. Dart board, the pro one. Windmow. That's the main one.
Yeah.
Windmow is the main one. Get the Windmow. It's all
Right.
nice and soft.
And then get one of those big foam circles that goes around it, one of those thick ones. Because I did some damage to my walls in my apartment, missing the dartboard.
Oh, like the
holes all over
Yeah.
my wall. And then I got the foam thing, and then I never added anymore. So yeah, definitely get the big foam thing or wooden box, whatever. Don't just put it up there.
So happy, is it Father's Day or what? No, well, happy Father's Day. It's a good Father's Day present, but happy whatever to your father. Michael, hey Ariel and crew, huge fan. Who me? LOL. If Dustin wins on Saturday and doesn't end up retiring, who do you want to see him defend the belt against, and who would you also want to see? Conor and would you also want to see Conor versus Dustin 4? I think you have to. I mean, I know he didn't get a ton of defenses, but I feel like they'll go back to Islam. If it's not Islam, I could see if Conor wins them trying to do it. If not, it's Armin, and then you've got a crazy story there with the, with the ATT connection. But I feel like they go back to Islam, but maybe I'm wrong. It would be crazy. It's a crazy thought to ponder. Ryder, what's up, Ariel and crew? For each of you guys, what is your most anticipated fight of the future? Try to pick a fight that isn't booked yet and is down the line. For me, it's an eventual fight for Sean O'Malley to fight Poirier in Spain. Thank you guys for answering everybody's questions. Damn, that is like really down the line. The first one, I'll say the first one that just came to mind right now is Aspinall Jones. I feel like that would be gigantic, but I don't know, maybe as pie in the sky as O'Malley versus Poirier. What else?
Give me Jack Della versus Shavkat.
Jesus, that's really. Actually, that's not too far down the line.
5 versus 3. You could do it right now. I know Jack Della's he's had the complications from the surgery. Hopefully, he gets a speedy recovery, but I don't mind that. Don't mind that one bit.
I was going to say Merab versus Suga, but every time Merab does one of those videos with the guy who looks like Suga, I always think it's Suga for a second.
Yeah.
Like he just did one in the parking lot of the Sphere, and I thought it was O'Malley. Like it's uncanny, the resemblance. DDP Izzy, but again, these are not very pie in the sky.
All right, let's go pie in the sky.
Per Aspinall.
Prayer Aspinall would be great. Carlos Olberg versus Yuri Prohashka would be fun.
Leon Gary. I feel like that'd bring a fun little storyline. Tatiana Zhang Weili.
Took the words right out of
Serious?
my mouth. Yeah, I was literally just looking at that, thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, it's not pie in the sky, but yeah, Max Ilya in Spain is probably the fight that I want more than any other fight that the UFC could make.
Oh, yeah.
Ilya, Max, Spain.
Has to be in Spain. Ilya Max, great. Ilya Max, Spain, infinitely cooler.
Ilya Max at the Bernabeu, as cool as it possibly gets.
Outside with it, Ariel, you once mentioned that a 10-10 scorecard is allowed for judges to score. Was looking to see if you had any insight as to why this is not more common practice. Would possibly help for close fights, but would certainly make draws more likely. Yeah, they just don't do it. I don't know. I guess they're just kind of programmed to give 10 to the winner and 9 to the non-winner.
Can you think of a time that you saw a 10-10 round in the UFC?
I have one on the. I bet someone like Casey knows this. He'll write in the group in a second. I know
because there have been several times over the last few years where I'm like, that should just be a 10-10 round because it was just so close. I can't determine a winner of that round.
Okay, this is according to MMA decisions. The first recorded one am I getting this right? 10-10 report. The first recorded one seems to have been at UFC 33, Tony Weeks. Matt Serra against Eve Edwards. They don't have a breakdown here. Is that possible that they did this? Am I reading this correctly? Oh, Douglas Crosby, the second one, on the same night. What? Jens Pulver against Dennis Hallman. Seemed to have been a lot more, if I'm reading this correctly, seems to have been a lot more. Now, are these just, no, they're not. Seems to have been a lot more prevalent in the early days, 33, 33, 35, 37, 39, 41, 43. Tough finale. 1. Is this possible? And then you go to the later stages and there's nothing. The last one recorded here seems to have been Cyril Gane against Tai Tuivasa, ESPN.
Oh, that was UFC Paris in 2022.
You're looking at this too, or you remember it?
Gomi Aarons?
No, Gane versus Tuivasa.
Oh, I see the fight was.
Oh, yes. I'm looking at the yes.
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm on the same thing as you.
Here it is.
Decision 10-10 report. There was one on Dos Santos.
10-10. The Christophe Chapuis gave the third round a 10-10.
Chapuis, legend. Shout out to him. Should be more of them.
Okay, so that was Gane Tuivasa was 2 years ago, right? Yeah, it was 2022. That's the last one. Prior to that, the previous one was 4 years, December of 2018. Then there was one in October of 2018. But they're few and far between in the early days. Sorry, in the later days here.
I was gonna say, and it doesn't look like Douglas Crosby. Never mind. I was gonna say it feels like none of these judges are really mainstays. Yeah, I mean, you go back like 5 or 6 of them. It's already back.
Chris Lee is up
World
there.
Series of fighting.
It is crazy though. In the early days, it's almost every single card. There's one. So what does that say about the evolution of judging? Are they less inclined these days to do it? I guess so.
Yeah, 2 back on 33 is wild.
2,
3 on John Jones versus Chael Sonnen in UFC 159.
No way! Wow.
Oh, they all came in the Owen St. Preux John Vellante fight.
Holy crap! 3.
All 3 judges scored round 3 a 10-10 in that one.
Wow.
Those are some wacky scorecards. 30-28, 29-29, 30-29. For your winner. By majority decision.
Oh, yeah, it was the same fight, yeah.
St. Preux. That's incredible to see across the board, 10-10s.
I have no recollection of this. What about, wow, this might be the most.
In Newark, New Jersey.
Yep. I was there. I remember that fight. What about this is probably the most high profile one. Johnny Hendricks, Robbie Lawler, main event of UFC 171 for the title. Doug Crosby gives the 5th round a 10-10 in a title fight. The internet would explode if someone gave a 10-10 in a title fight. In the 5th round of a title fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Doug Crosby. Shout out. He went from giving 10-10s to 10-8s.
Yes.
He gave a 10-10 and still ended up with the exact same scorecards as the other two, despite them not giving 10-10s. 48-47s across the board.
Yeah, that is weird.
He gave round 2 a 10-8 and round 5
Oh, wow. He was just wilding out.
Nah, respect. I respect that. Shouldn't just be 10-9s.
All right, well, there you have it. For Connor, what is the biggest betting line movement that you have seen that was directly correlated to what a guest has said on the show? I don't know. I don't know if anything.
Yeah, I can't think of anything where a guest moved the line. It's really just on massive bets.
Yeah.
The Derek Minner, Cheyenne Norton-Becca will always go down. Hopefully one day we get the full story behind that. Go to like -130 to like -450, 20 minutes before the fight. Sketchy.
We've had things happen as a result of the show, obviously, like the Mousasi situation of just last week.
Oh, yeah.
But no, nothing.
Yeah, no betting stuff.
No. Dear Ariel, any insight into why the Masvidal-Diaz fight got pushed a whole month instead of 1 to 2 weeks? With Chael P saying if you move a date, you just canceled the event 3 weeks ago on your show, and Nate saying I don't want to do none of this. I never did want to do any of it. Then walking out of last month's press conference. That was referring to the press tour, not the fight. Is there a chance this completely falls through? Thanks. No, I mean, they're selling tickets. It's a thing. It's not going up against anything. I think it happens. There's a lot of money tied to this. There's a lot invested in it already. So I think it happens. I just think, it's, I think what Nate and Jorge are realizing that, it's hard to put on an event without the well-oiled machine that is the UFC. The UFC does a lot to market these events, to get the word out there. And when you're a UFC fighter, you could just show up. And so, I think they do a hell of a lot. And when you go on your own and you do this on your own, now you're taking a lot of the burden and the pressure and the stress of promoting an event, and you're putting it on your shoulders. So, yeah, it's not easy, but I think that it goes through, and Nate wasn't referring to the fight; he was referring to the press tour. And yes, that is semantics. They did cancel one date and make a new date, so what does it really matter? Juan Sanchez, hey Ariel and crew, quick one for all of you today. Beyonce has the Beehive, Taylor Swift has the Swifties. What name would you give to the MMA Hour fandom? Would love to get you and the crew's take. I don't know. I mean, someone suggests here, in the case of Ariel, we the people are the healers. Heelwani, maybe. To the mysterious one in the back, we're the little Frankies. If that works.
I'm here for it.
Beyonce has the Beehive test. Yeah. I used to have the Hell Wannabe Nation way back in the early days, but nothing really of that sort anymore. I'll let you guys decide. How about that? Rob, hey Ariel, can you speak on the prices of UFC tickets nowadays? I'm a recent fan, 2020, and I cannot blame them for setting the prices so high since they sell out. But were they like this back in the day? I get inflation as a factor too, but $450 to sit in the nosebleeds is wild to me. Yeah, I mean, we talk about the big gates. Part of the reason, some people were writing to me as I was talking about, I was giving them props for the big gates. They were saying like, yeah, I mean, it's easy to break a record with Derek Lewis versus Rodrigo Nascimento if you're charging that much. And it's true, but they're still selling them out. So it's just an expensive event. And you can get away with it in Vegas and whatnot, usually. Harder in some other states, but as you're seeing, they're not having any trouble selling tickets or getting events to come to town. So, yeah, they're crushing it. But I get it. Matt Moe writes here, I paid $450 for nosebleeds at UFC 297. $450 for nosebleeds. That's wild. That's more than I paid for the Knicks playoff tickets. And those were pretty good seats. Not the greatest, but they were like mid-tier.
Going back to the previous question, I would like to vote for the Jerry Parksters.
Okay, I like that.
Like a play on Merry Pranksters.
I like that. Frank, if you could do me a favor and get ready for Luke, because I'm up against the clock. So
I'll be away from the board.
Yes. But he is in the building, and we will get to him. I don't know if I'm going to make my daughter's thing, and I hope you all know she's going to be very upset, but I will deal with that. In any event, we move along. Ethan, hi, Ariel. Wanted your thoughts on the famous quote from GSP, the champions of tomorrow will always be better than the champions of today. My father and I always debate this when it comes to boxing. I am of the mind that Tyson Fury would beat the likes of Ali, Frazier, Mike Tyson. I also think Canelo would box the head off of Hagler, Duran, and the greats of that time. He says I'm crazy. Let me know you and the crew's thoughts on this as it pertains to boxing/MMA. Note, have all the respect in the world for the champions of old. They were the best for their time. I mean, this comes into play when people debate the NBA. You know, you debate Bill Russell and you compare him to Jokic or Shaq and Wilt Chamberlain or Cousy and Steve Nash or, I don't know, Magic and Doncic. These are debates that happen in every sport. I just kind of choose not to make those debates. I think sports evolve and change, and they're almost completely different in some regards. Like the way people fight, especially in MMA. You look at MMA in the early 2000s, and it's a completely different sport than what we see today. And so I almost feel like it's unfair to the ones of yesteryear and the ones of today. So I understand where he's coming from, but I tend to think if you took Matt Hughes, let's say, welterweight champion, and you took that exact same guy from 2006 and you put him in there against Leon Edwards, I feel like the athletes of today would generally prevail because of the evolution of the sport and the talent and whatnot. That's what I feel. So who the hell am I to disagree with GSP? But I tend to feel like the modern day athlete is going to prevail. Matt, hey Ariel and crew. TKO president Mark Shapiro stated there's a possibility traditional monthly pay-per-views could end in the next broadcast deal, and fans could instead pay a monthly price of $30 to $40 for the subscription service instead. I would obviously love to save money instead of paying $80 for just the pay-per-view each month. But would the depth and quality of numbered cards suffer knowing they could rely solely on subscriptions instead of traditional pay-per-view buys? What are your thoughts on this and the upcoming broadcast deal for the UFC? I think they're looking at all options. I think they've talked to everyone under the sun, and they will continue to talk to everyone. I know there's an exclusive period, but they will do their due diligence, and you see what happened with WWE and Netflix. You see that WWE is with Peacock, and with Peacock, they offer like a monthly rate for the PLEs. I don't think that works as well with UFC, just because with the UFC, you don't see the same characters every month. So you're selling yourself short. I think what you are more likely to see is the UFC just selling the exclusive rights to someone like they did with ESPN Plus, and it could remain ESPN Plus, and that's just the exclusive home, but you still have to pay for it. The UFC is still very much thriving in the pay-per-view business, so why would they give it all up? WWE was seeing a dip in the pay-per-view business, so they wanted to get ahead of it, and it ended up being a very smart move. But now, times have changed, and I feel like it would be, at least from my vantage point, in their best interest to not do that and to still have it as a pay-per-view model. The fans wouldn't like that, and I totally get that. And it is expensive, $80 a month. And in June, you're getting it for 2 months. It's $160 if you want to buy 302 and 303. But they're just doing so well. They really are. So I don't see why they would change that. But let's see. That's going to be the biggest story to watch next year. 2025 is going to be gigantic because we're going to find out. And, live sports continues to be the dominant entity as far as the thing that people are going to pay billions of dollars for. Everything is changing with streaming and scripted and all that stuff. But the one thing that remains appointment television, even if you love a show, even if you are the biggest fan of Game of Thrones or something like that, sports is the one thing you have to watch live. And so with that, you can sell advertising, you could do all kinds of things. So, yeah, they're going to do very well. Hey, Ariel and gang, this is from Vicky. Question for all of you. If you could compete in any sport at the highest level, which sport would it be? A few years back, I did Wimp to Warrior training program, now called Train Alta. I did the amateur MMA fight at the end, first round KO, if you wondered. Well done. It was amazing, but a tiny glimpse into the life of an athlete. If GC is still thinking about doing it, he definitely should. My pick would be basketball, just because I feel like I'm the best at that. But I also suck at everything else. Perhaps it would be darts. Perhaps I too could be a dart sensation. Let us talk to a dart sensation now. Is he really there? Is Luke the Nuke there, the 17-year-old sensation who just won the Premier League? Is he in fact there? Ah, yes, there he is. Hello, my friend. How are you?
All good.
Everything good? Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I heard you had a hellacious day in the car just now.
Wow.
Welcome to New York.
Thank you.
Yes. Are you stressed out?
I thought London was busy.
This is bad.
Yeah.
Midday New York is a bad place to be. But thank you so much. This is your first time in New York?
In New York, yeah.
First time ever? When did you arrive?
Monday.
Okay. What do you think of it so far?
It's been good. I went on a boat trip, see the Statue of Liberty, the Brooklyn Bridge. It's just been a good experience.
Very sort of overwhelming, right? All the buildings and all the cars, but somewhat reminiscent to London, no?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay.
These are so much bigger.
Everything's bigger and everything's crazier. Competing MSG, I know is this a thing for you? Because sometimes we make it into a thing, and then I speak to people who aren't from America, and they're like, "Yeah, MSG, it's a building. Who cares?" Does it matter to you? Is it a place that you've thought of in the past?
It's just crazy from watching on TV, like the boxing, the UFC, and everything that happens there. And obviously, that's been there for a few years, and I'm here this year to put my name. I can say that I've performed here.
Yeah. I actually had a chance to go to the event last year at the theater. It was my first darts event. I'm somewhat of a darts aficionado. I don't know if you know this. I'm a bit of a sensation phenom myself, but we'll get to that later. And I was blown away by the crowd. Like, I've watched the events in Europe at the Ali Pali, but I didn't think that it crossed over here to the United States in the same way. And I don't know what they've told you about it, but the Americans really love it. So I was wondering what you were expecting from the crowd.
I don't know what to expect.
You don't know?
No.
It's kind of reminiscent. I won't say it's as great as some of the stuff that you've experienced, but it is kind of reminiscent. And what's fascinating about it is you just won the Premier League. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. You don't get time off.
Not really.
It's
no.
back at it.
Back at it.
It's like, imagine, you finish up in the Premier League, the actual, the soccer football Premier League, and then you have to go and continue doing it. I know there's an FA Cup here and there, but you don't get a little vacation. You don't get a holiday.
Next week, we're going to Orlando.
Okay.
Just for a week off. There is a competition on the weekend, but I just said to my manager, can I have the week off? I don't want to play. Go on holiday.
Do you feel pressure every time you go to a new market that you have to be there?
Not really, because I can pick and choose what I want to play from now on, because my rankings is good.
Yeah.
And I've qualified for almost every event, so I can just pick and choose. And if I'm not up to it and the travelling's killing me off, then I'll just have a week off.
And right now, you're currently ranked 25th, right?
Yeah.
Well done. Is that surreal?
It's crazy.
Everything's surreal, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like this time last year, May of 2023, what was Luke Littler doing? School. And you're no longer in school, right?
No.
Is it because you graduated or did you withdraw?
I could have gone to college after high school, but I just chose not to because I won my PDC tour card and obviously got to the World Championship final. So I can just be a darts player.
Yeah. And if I would have talked to you in May of 2023 and said, like, well, what do you think the next year is going to look like in your life? What do you think you would have said?
doing what I'm doing. Maybe probably be in college doing some coursework.
Just messing around.
Just messing around.
Yeah. You didn't expect any of this, right?
Not to get to the World Championship final.
And then to win the Premier League and all that.
Everything else. Not a chance.
Madness. How do you the thing that I admire so much about you is that it doesn't seem like any of it goes to your head. You're very even keel, like you just are having a good time. How does that happen? How do you stop it from getting to your head?
Just enjoy it. Obviously, I'm so young, I don't really look at what I've done, but I know deep down what I've done. And like you said, it's just on to the next non-stop.
Mm-hmm. Do you get nervous?
Not really. I just love playing in front of thousands and thousands and just vibe off it.
Is there something that you do to put you in a mind, in a mind frame where you don't, like a Zen mode, a state where you don't get nervous, or is this just your general demeanor and you're just unfazed by? Because usually thousands of people would equal nerves. You turn up.
Just turn up.
It's unbelievable. It's a joy to watch. What about all the attention? Do you like that?
Sometimes, but when I'm getting stopped in the street constantly, I just think to myself, just let me get on with my day. We've all got lives to do.
Yeah.
I do like it sometimes, but it does get a bit over the top.
Do you have security now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need that. But for the most part, I feel like people are generally like very, very happy to meet you.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind,
Some
supportive.
of them are kind, but when you meet the drunk ones, it's
out and about.
Yeah.
And so making it to the finals of the World Championships or winning the Premier League, which accomplishment means more to you?
Winning the Premier League.
Because you're the champ.
Yeah, and I'm the youngest one to win the Premier League.
Right.
And youngest player to win a major competition.
And you also beat the guy who beat you in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah. You stuck it to him. You know what I love? When you hit the 9-doubter, you were just like, you reminded me of Razor Ramon out there. You know Razor Ramon? Like you were just so, like you're just like, yeah, of course I nailed that. And you have a showmanship to you that's very impressive. And that was a great performance once again. What was your, when you made it to the final, and the next day I think it was that they announced that you'd be a part of the Premier League, right?
After the final, yeah.
Yeah. That was a bit of a polarizing, should you be in, the video that they posted was tremendous with you coming on at the end.
Yeah.
Your expectations for this season was what? Like, what were you shooting for? What kind of a finish were you hoping for?
In the World Championships?
No, in the Premier League.
Just to make the top 4. If I made the top 4 and lost in the semi-final, then it is what it is. But obviously I finished top by quite a few points and obviously went on to win it, and I'm just really happy to win it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Do you go back and watch some of your matches?
I've not watched any. The only time I did was the World Championship. Whenever I won my games, I'd go back to the hotel and rewatch it.
The final?
When I missed double 2 in the World Championship final.
Yeah.
If I hit the double 2, I would have went 5-2 up. But as soon as I miss that double 2, I always switch off. So I'll watch up until the double 2.
Make it up to there. Yeah, it's too painful.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself still thinking about it?
It's just one of them crucial moments where if I took it, then potentially I could have went on to win it because I was only 2 sets away, so 6 legs away.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
In that moment, did the nerves get you? Did anything get you?
It was just a miscount.
Yeah. Of
one of my checkouts. But like I said, it is what it is, and I'm a Premier League champion now.
Yeah. And so you have this this tournament in the US, and then it's Orlando. Like, do you get an extended break, or is it after Orlando, is it right back to it?
After Orlando, it's land back Tuesday, and then Wednesday fly out to Poland.
Sheesh. Is there no off season?
There's no off season.
Golly.
So like I said, you just got to pick and choose what you want to play in.
Orlando's a special place for you. That's where you went to see WrestleMania, right?
That's where my walk-on song come from.
Yeah. The green light from
Pitbull.
From Pitbull. That was WrestleMania 33. Did you fly just to go to WrestleMania?
We went over WrestleMania and then Raw and then SmackDown on Monday, Tuesday.
So you're a big-time fan?
I won't say big time now, because
not anymore.
When lockdown hit and COVID, I just fell out of love with it.
It was tough when they had it with the screens, right?
Yeah.
You didn't like it as much?
Not really, but I kind of know what's going on.
Was that the only WrestleMania you've been to?
Yeah, I've watched near enough from 29 up until now.
Okay. And I saw a video of you. I think you were imitating John Cena Like you were walking out with the belt?
In my hotel.
Yeah. Was that your guy?
John Cena, yeah.
He's your favorite?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet him?
Never.
Did you see when he posted a picture of you?
Yeah, he posted on his Instagram.
Yeah.
Just picturing me with no caption.
With nothing. With no explanation.
Nothing.
Is that surreal? There it is, right there. He just posts a picture of you. You're like John freaking Cena. Did he slide in your DMs too?
I don't know. I don't think he did, no. Just posted a picture of me.
He clearly knows who you are. Amazing. And so when you were a kid, was wrestling your favorite thing to watch on TV, or was it always football as number one?
A bit of everything. Wrestling, football, darts.
Did you watch darts as well?
Yeah, all the time.
Who was your hero?
Phil Taylor.
Phil Taylor, the man. Yeah. He's showing you love. I've seen some comments from him.
Yeah,
he's very complimentary.
Really nice things.
I'm assuming you met him.
I actually haven't.
You haven't?
Oh wait, once. Our sponsor Target, who make our darts and stuff. That's when I met him.
Okay.
But I've not seen him after the World Championships or anything.
Has he reached out to you?
I've seen his interviews when he's speaking about me and other things, but not actually met him after the Worlds.
Of all the people who speak about you, is that the one that means the most?
He's just a legend of the sport.
Yeah.
And to be talking about me, it's just crazy to think.
I feel like someone needs to figure out a way to do like a sort of like a one-off legend versus phenom match between you two, right?
An exhibition.
Yeah. Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
Is anyone talking about this?
Not really.
We need to figure this out. O2 Arena, Wembley. I feel like we could do this at Wembley. You versus Phil Taylor. Stream it on Netflix. Sorry, Eddie, cutting you out of the deal. Sorry, Barry. I mean, this would be incredible. The old generation versus the new generation. This is the one, right?
I'd love to play him.
Because you're kind of like LeBron James coming into the NBA when Michael was still around for a season or two. You get that reference?
Yeah.
You know, like you're the phenom and then he's the old guard and you take him out. That would be incredible. I also saw, did WWE send you like a belt or something?
No, they sent, I think the wrestling was on in London.
Okay.
Or somewhere, but I was away playing darts, so I couldn't go.
You couldn't go. Damn. Such is the life. But now you got all the footballers who love you. But I have a somewhat of a bone to pick. You have to be nice to them. Declan Rice, Ramsdale, all these guys, James Madison. But you're a United guy.
I am.
So is it a faux pas to take a picture with them?
No, it's just a picture of a footballer.
You're just being nice. You're just being nice. United through and through.
Yeah.
That's your squad. Congratulations. FA Cup. Big one.
Needed it.
Should Ten Hag stay because of that win?
I want him to stay no matter what.
No matter what?
Even if we lost.
Really? Why is that?
I just think, if you look down the line of managers we've had, like Louis van Gaal won the FA Cup and then he got sacked after a season.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mourinho's the only one who's had like 2 or 3 years. But like David Moyes, he only had like 10 months. So I just think we keep him because we're getting these managers for a year or two and they're not doing anything. So if you give them time, then something might change.
Do you like him as a manager though? Like, let's say he was a guy who was around 10 years. Like, do you like his tactics? Do you like his style?
I like what he does, yeah.
You do? Okay. Because a lot of United fans seem to be growing a little bit impatient.
Yeah, it's probably because we haven't won a lot since Ferguson.
Yeah.
But just give him time. Give him for next season. If he doesn't do it, then let him go.
Do you think he would have been sacked had he lost that game?
Probably.
That's crazy.
I think so.
That it all comes down to one. Unbelievable.
But then there was like news saying he's getting sacked either way.
Oh.
But then nothing's been said at the minute.
Okay. Have you met him?
Yeah, I met him at the training ground.
They invited you?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Just crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, McTominay and Maguire, they were the big ones who were excited to see me. And then some of like the foreign boys like Martinez and everyone, I just shook their hand and spoke to the manager.
Unbelievable.
Crazy.
Do you ever have moments where you're just like, what the hell is my life? How did this all happen?
It's just like Rashford walking past me, shaking his hand, Martial, Varane, Casemiro. I'm just like, what's going on?
Yeah, and they all know you.
Shaking their hand.
Yeah, and they all know you.
Yeah.
And they're happy to see you.
Yeah.
You're not just some like
got
nuisance.
a signed shirt off Garnacho.
Amazing. Is that your guy?
One of them, but now Kobe, Mainoo's coming through.
Yeah. Great performance on Saturday. Unbelievable that they did that. Shocking stuff. Does that make the whole season like okay? The fact that it ends like that?
Yeah, we've ended on a high
Mm-hmm.
through a tough season. But if you end on a high, it's always a good thing.
Sure. My favorite United game of the season was right before New Year's. They were at the world-famous City Ground against Nottingham Forest. What a scene it was. Did you watch that one? You were busy.
Which one?
That was the one where Morgan Gibbs-White scored the winner and Forest beat United. Yeah! I'm a big Forest guy, as you can see over there and over here. I love Forest. Do you like Forest?
I don't know. They're okay.
They're just
okay.
They're non-factors in your life. I was just trying to talk trash to you about my one lone. We had a couple of highlights this season. We just barely survived.
Yeah,
I don't know if you heard the news, but we got screwed because they said that we didn't play by the rules, the financial fair play.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Man City has 115 charges and they're up there winning Premier League titles.
Crazy.
It is crazy. How do you feel about the Euros this summer? I feel like you guys are going to win.
I feel confident. The squad's good enough, and I think he's picked the right players.
You say good enough. I think you're unbelievable. Bellingham and Saka and Declan, Harry Kane.
Foden, Palmer.
Foden, geez Louise. Palmer, what a season he had. Holy smokes. Rashford out though, huh?
Palmer scored a few penalties.
Yeah. That's okay, fair enough. They do put him in there. Rashford out.
And Gordon in.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Like Southgate
Gordon
said,
had a great year.
Like Southgate said, Rashford's had a bad year. He's been putting the numbers up, and that's why he's in the squad, so I agree.
Yeah. I like Ollie Watkins.
Yeah,
You like him?
really good.
Do you play fantasy? I know you're a big FIFA guy, but
I played football fantasy this year.
Okay.
And I don't know, right?
Did okay. I played it with my kids. They really enjoyed it, but they kind of forgot about it towards the end. And I was sticking with it because I really wanted to beat them.
Yeah.
And I beat my son on the last day by 8 points. I was very excited about that. So I had to get rid of all the guys that I love, like Brennan Johnson and Morgan. And I just had to try to get the big. Yeah, I needed the points. I needed the points. And I beat them, and then I stuck it to them. And so what a time for you, man. It's unbelievable to see you, and the way you handle all of this is really impressive, because we don't often see people who are your age get this type of notoriety, this type of fame and attention. And I feel, correct me if you feel otherwise, I actually love UK media, so I listen to Talk Sport all the time and all that.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone is quite kind to you. I know they could be quite mean and tough on people, but everyone, it seems like the country really got behind you and supported you. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yeah, it's like the Talk Sport and all the other bits are nice to me. And then you got the papers who make stuff up.
Yeah.
We know what's there.
Sure. But for the most part, and I know I'm not living in your shoes, it's nice to see them, for the most part, try to get behind you and support you. I saw you do the pod with KSI, the Sidemen.
Yeah.
Was that cool?
That was just another, obviously looking up to all of them.
Yeah.
But getting to meet JJ, Harry, and Ethan.
You call him JJ because you're boys.
Yeah.
My bad. Put me in my spot. You've been to a Misfits fight, right?
Yeah, the one in Leeds.
Was he on it?
Early this year. No, it was Ed Matthews against Pineda.
Okay. Do you like that stuff?
Yeah.
Influencer boxing.
Yeah.
You like it? Do you like it more than the regular boxing?
I think the influences are just like they've come from nowhere, and some of them have got a bit about themselves.
Yeah. Would you ever do something like that?
Boxing?
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to.
You would?
Yeah.
Oh
why
my
not?
God. Mams is going to freak out now. Has anyone approached you about this?
No.
Have you ever tried it?
I tried it like once or twice.
Okay.
When I was younger.
Luke the Nuke in a boxing match. Who would you want to fight? Who's come on, who's I know you got a list.
I don't know.
Who's it, MVG? Bully Boy. You'd rough him up.
I don't want to say anything.
You don't want, but there is someone in mind. Is he out of the tour?
Oh no, it's like a proper, it's not a dart player.
It's just a regular person.
Yeah.
Just one dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, you don't like him?
Nah. Bevo.
He's a piss take?
Bevo.
Bevo.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Do you know who he is?
No.
No.
Fuck.
Just swallows potatoes whole on TikTok.
This guy, you don't like him?
No.
He swallows them whole.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's his thing. How do you spell his name? I have to see this for myself. B-I-V-O?
B-E-double-V-O.
B-E-double-V-O.
I think that.
Oh, here it is. Bevo TikTok.
Can't believe you don't know who he is.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, I am 41. This dude, he's just eating his What
It's like a Sunday roast, like whole as well.
Yeah. And you don't like him
No.
for this reason?
Yeah.
Any other reason?
He actually messaged me on TikTok saying, "Do you want to eat a kebab together?" I just ignored him.
Because you thought he was just a loser. So this is the guy you want to fight. I feel like we can make this happen. This is incredible.
Well, someone will beat him anyway.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is he in that world? He hasn't fought before, right?
He will soon though. I don't think it's been announced yet though.
Beef dinner, KFC. So he's just scarfing things down. That can't be good for you. By the way, he's got a lot of followers on TikTok.
He's dropped off a lot though.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
He's fallen off.
He used to get millions of views, but now he's only like getting like 100K, 200K.
And what was the turning point?
I don't know. Just fell off.
People got tired of him.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it. But we could introduce you some great trainers. I'm sure a lot of people will be backing you. Look at this. This is weird stuff. Teeth. You've just exposed me to a whole weird world here. Are you on TikTok a lot?
I bet, yeah.
Is that your favorite one?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some funny stuff on there.
Right. Instagram too.
Yeah.
Beckham writing you. Which is the one where you showed all your friends? You wrote to them.
Beckham.
I see. It's Beckham?
Yeah.
You're like, man, this is the guy. Look at me. Do you still talk to him?
He sent me a message. He just said, "Well done on the World Championships." And he was like, "Once a red, always a red."
Yeah. But since then, have you talked?
No.
No. That must have felt good, right?
It's just like, it's Beckham.
Yeah. Do you ever see him play? He's a little bit
No,
before your time, right?
Before my time.
YouTube,
I
though.
think my dad
Yeah.
witnessed it, yeah.
Is it true that you wanted to be a footballer and your dad said, no, you need to focus on the darts?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that in retrospect? I think it worked out.
It worked out.
Dad knows best?
Just a bit.
Yeah. Were you a good footballer?
I was all right, yeah.
Yeah? I saw the video where you were doing the crossbar challenge.
With Ginge.
Yeah. You hit, I think, 2 out of 3, right?
From the furthest
Here it is,
one
right?
back.
Boom.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're so calm. You got the show. You're doing the Razor Ramon right there. That was the furthest one? The first one?
Yeah, this is the furthest one.
This was it. Look at you.
Left foot. Ding.
Left foot. Are you a lefty?
Lefty, but right-handed.
Wow. That's special. Look at that showmanship. This one you just missed. What happened? What went wrong?
Not enough. Just a bit off.
Has anyone ever hit all 3?
Oh, this was the furthest one back. That was that one.
Oh, yeah, that was nice. What position did you play?
I think the last time I played was 7-a-side, 9-a-side when I was a kid. So we were just switching it up.
Okay.
But I think we did play a few school matches against like different schools. I was a good centre back.
Oh, yeah, that was your thing. Okay, I like that. You're the anchor back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. And you've been to matches, right? You've been to Old Trafford and all that.
Yeah.
I read that you wanted to go to the FA Cup final, but it got too crazy.
Yeah, it was just after winning the Premier League as well. And then it would have been 2 days after. I think it would have just been crazy.
Yeah.
So it just came
There was no
back
chance
home.
that you could just be secluded, like, because it's a shame you want to experience these moments and you feel like you can't.
It's just, I just don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
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 But I'm sure when I'm older and everyone gets sick of me, I can just go and do my thing.
You think it's going to happen?
I don't know.
No, it's not going to happen. You're smashing it now. I mean, Scott, there is a thing where it's like, okay, are you the type of person that thinks, how am I going to top this? Okay, year 1, Premier League final, like now, you have to try to do.
Yeah.
Do you think about that? Do you worry about that? I think about that. I worry about that. Like after every show, I'm like, well, how am I going to top this? And then I get depressed. Do you feel the same way?
Not really. I just want to win the next thing.
I wish I had your demeanor. Man, imagine you win it next year. Do you think about that at night? I got to win it next year.
Not really.
Jeez. What do you think about at night? FIFA points and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard it was controversial that you like garlic with your kebab and not gravy.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise with the kebab?
Yeah.
You dip it in or you put it on top?
It's just all in.
Oh my gosh. So what's the order? It's that plus some chips and the
Chips
kebab.
with red salt.
What's that?
Red salt.
What's that?
Just red salt on chips.
I never heard of that. That's not a thing
It's
here.
good. Just red
salt.
Red
It's
salt.
just salt that's red.
Yeah.
Does it taste any different?
Yeah, it's better than normal salt.
Spicy?
No? It's
No.
just normal.
I'm not sponsored by them, but everyone I talk to from the UK says you got it. Nando's.
Mm.
You like them too?
It's all right. A bit overrated.
Yeah. I like a good lemon and herb. No, I'm kidding. I like
Surely
to rile
not.
people up. I like to rile people up. I also tell them I like my steaks well done, and they get very upset.
Gotta be medium.
Yeah, medium. You're not a medium rare guy.
I am.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's your order. I like my steak well done with ketchup.
Ketchup.
Yeah.
Surely not.
Oh, you're so calm, cool, collected. But is there any footballer who, if they ask you for a photo, that you would say no?
Any footballer?
Yeah. No, I can't do it. As a United fan, I can't be in a photo with you.
I've not really thought about it.
Like if Erling Haaland says, "I want to take a photo with you," do you say no? My allegiance is with the Red Devils.
I'll take a photo with Haaland.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. Foden?
Yeah.
KDB?
Yeah.
All right. So there's no one that, because like I'm a big Knicks fan, basketball. There's certain guys, if Tyrese Halliburton asks me for a photo, I tell him, piss off. I don't want to be in a photo with
Is
you.
he on a different team?
Yeah. I don't like him.
Fair enough.
WWE going to Glasgow. Did you hear about this? Big
I've
show.
heard about
Clash at the Castle. Can the schedule work out?
When is it?
Let's find out. I want to see you there in the front row. You need to be there. When's the last time you went to a WWE event? Was it the WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. No, you got to get back there. Wait. Here it is. Clash at the Castle, June 15th. Are you busy that day?
No idea. I'll have to check.
Okay. It's at the OVO Hydro in Glasgow.
Yeah, that's where we played.
Oh, that's where you played too?
Yeah.
Golly. And you played at the O2
Yeah.
last week, right? Unbelievable.
So I think every Premier League venue this year has been about 10,000 plus.
Jeez.
Sold out.
You ever take it in and say, holy smokes?
When I got on stage and just look at everyone and they're all chanting my song.
Yeah, your song is great.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's all about that one trip. Why does it mean so much to you?
It's just a memory.
Yeah.
What was the Undertaker Reigns? What even went on at 33?
Yeah, I don't even remember. That was in it was in Orlando at the big football stadium.
Camping World.
Yeah, look at you. You got the good memory. You got to get back onto the wrestling now. It's great now.
Yeah.
They're on fire. Did you watch WrestleMania 40 with The Rock?
Cody.
Yeah. Finish the
I've seen
story.
bits of it.
Yeah. Do you like MMA?
Yeah.
You watch MMA? Oh, geez. I've had you this
time.
whole time. I didn't ask you a single question. Who do you like?
McGregor.
McGregor. He's coming back. Did you hear it? June 29th.
Chandler.
Oh, look at you. Wow. Have you been to a fight?
Not a UFC fight.
You got to go to one of those. They're
Is
going to be in Manchester in July.
I'm going.
You're going?
Tom Aspinall and Blades.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Jeez, what have I been doing this whole time? I was under the impression you weren't a big MMA fan.
Whose headline is it? Edwards and... No.
You're almost there. Bilal.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't remember the name. It's okay. No.
Paddy Pimblett's fighting.
Paddy Pimblett.
Bobby Green. Ian Garry.
Yo, look at you. No, Ian's actually on the Connor card.
Oh, is he?
He's fighting MVP. You know MVP? Michael Venom Page. He was just on the show earlier today. He's a Bellator guy who just made his debut in the UFC in March. So your favorite is Connor?
Yeah, and then I like Tom Aspinall.
That's your guy. Have you met him?
No.
One of the most down-to-earth, great human beings that I've ever met.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. This fight's in Manchester. It's in the middle of the night, I hope you know.
5 a.m. for us.
You heard about this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're okay with that?
Yeah. So it's okay. It's okay for you guys.
Well, it's great for us. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. But for you, I feel bad for you guys. You're going to be able to stay up.
I'll be up.
A cup of tea, something like that.
Yeah. A couple of Red Bulls.
Michael Bisping, legend. You like him, or is he before the time?
Before the time.
You like Leon?
Edwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Kamara.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? I've seen clips of Alistair Overeem. He's before my time as well. He was good.
Max Holloway. You saw that? Did you watch UFC 300?
Who did he fight?
He fought Justin Gaethje. He had that knockout in the last second.
Oh, yeah. When they went to the middle of the ring.
Yeah. Incredible, right?
Is it on tomorrow? Is it Islam and Poirier?
It's Saturday.
Is it
Same
Saturday?
time as you. You're so close.
Oh, I'll be watching.
You'll be watching after?
Yeah.
You stay up for the pay-per-views?
Yeah.
Even if it's on like
3-4 in the morning.
You do that?
Us. Yeah.
Wow.
All the time.
You're hardcore. That's amazing. I didn't know that. Did you ever go to, you never, like not even non-UFC Cage Warriors, anything like that? Have you ever been to any
Never
MMA
been.
show? Oh man, you got to go.
Just watched it.
You should go to the Connor fight.
Where is it?
June 29th in Vegas.
Vegas. See if I'm available.
Okay, yeah, no, you are very busy. I don't know if you know this, but like I said, I'm a darts, connoisseur. I'm an aficionado. Some call me a sensation. We like to have people on the show, and I challenge them. I challenge MVG and Bully Boy.
Yeah.
Wipe the floor with them.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even close. I killed them. Did you know about this?
No.
You saw it on the internet. You didn't hear about it. It's okay, no problem. I would like the honor of going head to head with you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You're all right with that? Let's do it.
Let's go.
Me and Luke the Nuke. By the way, who came up with the Nuke?
My dad.
Just because it rhymes with your name? Any other reason?
Not really.
Okay. What do you think of my board?
It's good.
It's a nice board, right?
Yeah.
Windmill. That's the official. So we have some darts here. I don't know if are you allowed to use these?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what it's like with these sponsors. Do you have a preference?
Not really, but I know these are Mike's.
Oh yeah, he gave them to me.
Yeah.
Okay, you could tell right away.
So what are we doing?
Okay, so what we do is 3 versus 3. So you do 3, I do 3, may the best man win. We count them up. Now, I'm a good host, so I give you a practice shot, if you want it. The elements are a little bit different here. Would you like to take it, or do you want to just go right in?
I'll just go right in.
Okay, geez Louise. I've never been so nervous in my life. So here he is. So you got to get 3, you count it up. You know the rules, right? Yeah. Luke the Nuke. Oh, gosh. Now, are you going easy on me?
56.
56, Luke. I feel like you went easy on me. Or were you just nervous in my presence?
Nervous.
Yeah, that was
first
it. Okay, 56, huh? All right, so this is it. It's 3 versus 3. So if you were me, where would you aim?
20s.
20s? Were you aiming for 20s?
On the first out, but I blocked it.
Okay, so then you had to change your...
Yeah.
All right, here we go, Luke. What do you think of my form, by the way?
It's all right.
Okay, sure.
20.
20. It's not bad. Almost hit the bullseye there.
Close.
Should I aim for the bullseye?
If you want.
I put you out of your misery with this bullseye.
Can do.
Would this be one of the most embarrassing moments of your life if you lost to me?
Maybe.
Yes, I would think so. All right, here we go. You got 56, right?
Yeah.
That's what is that, a 16?
That's 36.
Golly, if I just get a 20 here, we're tied. As you can tell, I was aiming for a 20 and I landed right over there, Luke. Oh, I bottled it, huh? Did I bottle it?
Is that a 10?
Yeah, that's a 10.
That's 46.
46, 56. Rematch. Rematch? All right, here we go. I can't believe it. I think I had you. Now you're going to smoke me. Oh, my God. You know yourself, Luke. Oh, here we go. Now he's going to kill me. Oh, jeez. I had it. What'd you get?
82.
82. Oh. I had it, Luke. I had it. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. 82? Here we go. Bullseye. Not even close. 13. 17. Did I get? No, nothing. Luke, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Yeah, well done, my friend. What an honor. It's a great honor to have you here. I'm sorry about all the travel and all the drama and everything, but appreciate you making the time. And good luck this weekend. May 31st, June 1st at the theater, the U.S. Darts Masters. You going to win this one too?
If you want me to.
I would like it. If you win, can you make a sign for us or something, like a heart or this or this, anything?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's an acknowledgement.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm going to look forward to that. That'll be on DAZN here in America. There he is, Luke the Nuke. What a legend in our studio. Quick break. We'll be right back after this. Here's my conversation with Dustin Poirier from last year after the Gaethje fight. But here he is coming on to talk about it more, and I can't be more appreciative, grateful, and can't thank him enough for that. So without further ado, let us say hello now to old friend of the show, Dustin Poirier, who's kind enough to join us back home. Dustin, thank you for doing this. Really appreciate it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I really, really do appreciate this. Could I ask, how are you doing? Less than 48 hours removed from Salt Lake, UFC 291. How are you dealing with everything?
Still processing it. I was kind of busy in Salt Lake. I just got home like an hour ago, so it's kind of, traveling today. It's kind of setting in, but I'm all right. I'm just heartbroken, man. It sucks. I worked hard, was in incredible shape, and I got beat. But Like that's fighting. I said that in the post fight. You know, it sucks, man. It fucking sucks. Especially like not taking nothing away from Justin. Like he's a warrior and an incredible job. You know, to sit on a loss for 5 years. I had to do it with Connor. You know, I sat on a loss for like 7, 8 years until I had an opportunity to finally get it back. So he sat on that loss for 5 years, and boy, he got it back. But I still, you know, it just sucks because I still feel like I'm better than him. I feel like I'm the better fighter. I got hit with a great shot, not by luck or chance. He set it up beautifully, and I was just a victim to great technique. I was in the wrong place. I didn't guard myself properly, you know, but I felt very aware the whole fight. I feel like I'm better than him, and I lost. That hurts, you know. But that's fighting, man. It is what it is. What can I do?
Is there any part of you that feels like this one is harder to digest because you already beat him, and that's why you keep saying like you feel like you're better than him because you know that you can beat him, you stopped him, and you saw how that story played out. Does that make it harder to swallow as opposed to if this was the first time you fought him?
No, that was 5 years ago. Like I said all week, that this was a different fight to me. I'm talking about what I felt in the octagon a couple of days ago. I felt like I was better. Not that I beat him before. This was really a new fight to me. You know?
Okay. Yeah. And just, you know, we always talk about these things after, before it's different. Like going in, were you feeling good? Was it a good camp? Were you like, was the week good in Salt Lake? Was everything all okay?
Dude, couldn't have asked for a better week. Easiest weight cut of my career. Camp was incredible. I've never felt better, honestly. I never felt better. I just, you know, I didn't even get to start fighting. Like we were still filling each other out a lot in that first round, and then second round, boom, it happened. You know, I didn't even get into the fight. I feel like it just sucks, bro. It sucks. Beautiful. I didn't see the kick. I didn't see it. He hit it behind a cross. The two blinded me. I caught like a glimpse of it in my peripheral last second, you know, but it was too late. The foot wrapped around, got me like around the ear, dude. It was fucking beautiful, man. Like just as a fan of the sport and a fan of Justin's, you know, what he did is incredible because, dude, I was very well prepared and I busted my ass and was in position to fuck him up, you know.
You know, when you're thinking about the fight, you sign on the dotted line, you dream about the fight, it's in your thoughts for weeks and months. Did that scenario ever creep in? Like head kicks?
Head kick? No.
Never.
I knew no. I knew he's a big puncher. And I felt his hands in there. Like he has a lot of power, man. He has some knockdown power, but kicks, we worked leg kicks the whole camp. You know, we worked checking inside leg kicks again. He didn't throw one inside leg kick. He threw some slap kicks on the outside of my leg, like switch kicks, nothing really hard. But high kick, especially hiding it behind the two like that, blinding me. Dude, I don't get, you know, I've never been dropped with a head kick in my life. You know, I have 47 fights. I've been in the gyms for 16, 17 years. I've never been dropped with a head kick in my life.
Wow. First time training? Never. Nothing.
Never.
Wow. How did you
Usually
feel
see
after
catch him, parry him,
Sure.
counter, you know.
Right.
I'm slick, man. I'm a slick motherfucker, dude. To catch me, I don't know how this happened, you know.
How did you feel
I don't
after
know
the first round?
what lapse. Felt good. You know, I felt like it was close. But I knew I had hurt him and I knew I had cut him. I thought maybe the damage. I was when I sat back on the stool, I was like, here we go. Every round I'm gonna pull away. That's what I thought. Oh, like leading up to this fight in my mind, I thought each round we fought, I was gonna pull away. The longer the fight goes, the more I pull away. That's what I thought in my head. And I still think that could have happened, you know, if I wouldn't have got booted in the head. But
Did you think you won that first round?
I got hit with the Hogan boot.
Yes, you did. Did you think you won? I thought you won
Then
the first
Herb
round.
dropped the people's elbow on me.
I know.
What?
Stop. Herb dropped the people. How are you
Jesus
able to even
Christ.
talk about it? How are you able to talk about it like Joker? Is this the
Christ.
This is the way you have to cope with it,
Because,
right?
dude, like, nah. I mean, well, trust me, I've beat myself up enough about it in the last, 48 hours. But it's just like,
All right, back on the show. That was my conversation with Dustin Poirier. Imagine telling that guy back in the day. Imagine telling him that in a year he'll be fighting for the belt. It's an unbelievable story, and we'll see how it plays out on Monday. We have gone on very long today, highs and lows, but we end on a high. Great stuff from Luke the Nuke. I hope you enjoyed that. What a lovely young man, and I wish him nothing but the best. It's amazing. 17. Imagine being 17 and being that famous. It's and if you don't know anything about darts, just look him up in the UK. Massive celebrity. He's going to play in Soccer Aid too. And I think we just booked a fight. You're welcome, Mabs. You're welcome. All right, we're out of time. Thank you very much to DraftKings. You can hit my music, Frank. And don't forget, this Friday, May 31st, njpack.org. It's going to be a grand old time. Aljamain Sterling, Kayla Harrison, Armin Sarukian, Ally Quinta, meet and greet, giveaways, njpack.org, link in the bio. Let's make it happen. Let's have a good time. Q&A, and all the proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation. Down, 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 down. Will he do it? Will Paulo Costa do it? He needs a win. Oh, we've been here a long time. It's almost a 5-hour show. My goal in starting the show early didn't really work out, but them's the breaks. By the way, I can't believe I screwed that up. He had a 56 and I bottled it on the 46.
But you did us proud.
Yeah. Did I do you proud?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely put effort into there.
I'm going to be lamenting that. Just like he, I can't believe it. I got too cute. I should have just let it fly.
I said don't get cocky.
Yeah, I got too cute. He hit a 56. I had him. Yeah, know yourself, Frank. Sometimes when the lights shine the brightest, we crumble under the pressure. Will I make it to my daughter's thing? I'm afraid to look at the ETA. I think it's going to be well over an hour. And I think she's going to be very, very upset. But I'm going to blame it on Frank. So I hope that's okay. Is that all right, Frank? Who, me? Yeah. Thank you to all the guests today. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thank you very much to everyone who sent in questions. See you on Friday. If not, back on Monday, same time and place. So there's peace.